Yes, sir. How are you?
Good evening. Good morning.
Morning.
So let me just set it up.
Yeah.
So how are you, Sarji? Hope things
Yeah,
are
good.
good.
So far, so good.
Just trying to set some light. Mhm.
I'm clear, visible, no problem.
Yeah, you are visible, very clear.
Okay, good.
So we have another minute or so. So let us. So you can keep
Yeah,
your presentation ready.
no
I'll just
problem.
do some couple of minutes introduction. Then.
Yeah, no problem. Good. No, I don't have to tell anything about myself.
I,
Uh, that,
I'll
that,
I'll tell. I'll tell.
yeah, that's always the toughest thing for me.
Yeah.
This presentation, I can present it no, directly, or I have to share it with Deep and then ask him to, uh, you know, uh, to move the slides. I think I can manage.
You can manage. I think you should manage this. That's what.
Yes, I'm just Deep just messaged me, so I'll tell him.
Only thing is you should share the put the PPT in a PowerPoint in a slide share.
Mm.
Then you come
In
to
the slide share.
yeah. No. In a presentation mode,
In
no,
the presentation mode, no?
and
Yes.
then you just present it here. Choose that window. That's it.
Okay, let me just see. But if
So you
I
can do
put
that.
it, no, if I put it in presentation mode, then I cannot see my other screen.
Yeah. You just say alt tab. If you say
Sorry?
alt tab, you can go to. If you say alt and the tab, you can
Okay.
go to another one.
Okay, all tab, huh?
Then
Okay.
you
Yeah. Okay, good,
hello.
good. Yeah, got it.
Sir. Yeah. Okay, so let me do quick introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day two summit day. So it's a so global strategy execution summit day two. So on behalf of Data Labs India and True Strategy teams, warmly welcome you all to the event. I hope you enjoyed the session yesterday. It was a long day, and there were some glitches with the LinkedIn streaming. Okay, so which we address at the end of this session uh, to you all to avoid it. So basically, why we do these conferences. That's just I would like to give a quick introduction. So basically, organizations, the current business environment is very volatile. Okay, it's a VUCA environment, what we call it. So it's very volatile and uncertainty. So in this uncertainty kind of environment, you need a good strategy. And this good strategy needs a good, robust strategy execution. Now, this is the need of the hour. Okay. So now, every organization needs some kind of help. That help either could be through a consultant, or it could be through a colleague from other companies, or some kind of best practices sharing, or any other media. People needs some kind of help almost always. Okay, but sometimes they don't know to whom to reach for. Sometimes they don't know what to ask for. Sometimes the help is not available or accessible, or sometimes, especially a mid-sized smaller organizations, they cannot afford to talk to multiple consultants. Okay, so to solve all these problems, we are trying from True Strategy Okay, so what we are trying is, we are trying to bridge the gap, bring domain experts, subject matter experts, practitioners, managers, and and the users. Okay? So who are users of strategy systems, or the business users. So all these business leaders. Okay, now connecting them to experts and the business leaders who can share their ideas through the program. So this way you can get connected, you can hear, you can see the best practices, you can ask questions, interact, and get your answers. So this is an objective, and we are largely successful because many organizations are reaching out to seek help, and also many consultants are willing to help voluntarily. Okay, that's something. And if they want more details, it's always possible to take a deep dive and have interactions with the speakers or consultants or us directly, who can help you all. So this is a background. So Global Strategy Execution Summit, this is the second edition. We had around in last year, end of last year, we had one, which was very successful. We did one day. And this time we are doing for 2 days with 20 speakers, 20 plus speakers across the globe. So that is, thank you for all your support and your contribution to this. And without all your support, it is not going to happen. So thank you very much for that. Now coming to what we do is, we in Data Labs India. So I am Sheikh Abdul Khader, CEO of Data Labs India. So what we do is, we have a Flu Strategy, a comprehensive solution for strategy management. So it's the most comprehensive solution currently available in the market. That's what I can say. And I want you to explore the features and the functionality and all. Okay, so I would like to try or explore the solution. We strongly believe that it will help you to execute your strategies successfully. So this is the background. So on behalf of, I thank all the conference organizers, Kuldeep and Praveen and everybody, to help us to manage this event without a problem. So before I introduce Gopalji, I would like to say LinkedIn has a problem of 4-hour uninterrupted streaming. So first 4 hours, there is no issue. After that, this line link may not be available, or the link will change. So we are posting YouTube link. We are putting YouTube link, which is like it will work for 12 hours. So for uninterrupted streaming, you can just save your YouTube link, which is posted in the LinkedIn page also here. So you can use this and save it, and you can also share it with your any contacts if you want to share. And of course, in the LinkedIn page also, we keep posting the new links after 4 hours. So this is a quick briefing about the background. Now, so I would like to welcome on behalf of Flu Strategy team and on behalf of participants. So I would like to invite Mr. Gopal Sharma. Okay, Mr. Gopal Sharma, he will be delivering a lecture on driving strategic alignment across diverse business units, diverse businesses using balanced scorecard. So this is the topic, and he is expert in that. So to give you a quick introduction of Gopal Sharma ji. So Gopal Sharma is certified balanced scorecard graduate and PMP. Has over 40 years of experience across variety of industries like construction, manufacturing, and services, with expertise in strategy management and business excellence frameworks, which is like a EFQM and MB and QA. He has helped numerous organizations achieve exponential growth using his 5-step strategic management process and balanced scorecard framework. Okay, so Gopal Sharma has assessed over 15 organizations for Dubai Quality Award and spent a decade at Voltas International Business, a head of strategy and business excellence. He recently published a very nice book titled Mastering Strategy Excellence. So in these books, he put all his knowledge, and we all recommend you to go through it. And then more details you can ask Gopalji during the presentation. So welcome, Gopalji. So please take over and present it, and we are eager to wait to listen to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul, and welcome everyone. Yesterday I attended all the sessions, and they were really very informative and enlightening. I learned many new things, and this time I'm in the first edition of this summit, I presented a case study where a single business unit, how they transformed themselves. And I was working as an employee, as head of a strategy for that company, and how they transformed, and within 5 years, their turnover increased fourfold, and they won many industry awards as part of the adopting the business excellence and strategy management frameworks. Today, I'm going to cover another one of my clients who had multiple businesses, and they were working as independent business units with their own P&L and strategy, kind of a strategy, more than a strategy. It was like annual business plan. So I'll be talking about that how we can align those business units and bring synergy using the balance scorecard and strategy management framework. So let me share the presentation with you. I hope I am audible to everyone. If there's any problem, just let me know, or let Abdul know about it. So just let me share my presentation. I'll go in the presentation mode. 1 second. Are you able to see my presentation? Hello?
No, sir. So initially you need to just click on present at the bottom. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's what. Now is it okay?
Hello.
Yeah. I selected the presentation mode and I shared the screen.
Did you put the into presentation mode?
Yes.
Okay, so just what you do is, so you just present it, and then go to Alt tab and select this present. Okay, then the window will open. You're able to do that?
Yeah, is it okay? Now I'm able to present this?
Yeah, so click the present, and then the window will open. In that, you need to choose that window, appropriate window. Then it will be.
Yeah, I choose the appropriate. I choose the presentation mode.
Second tab in the window. I think it's in the second tab. So select that presentation, which is in the presentation mode. That's usually. So you can. Deep, you would like to help?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
See, I'm in the presentation mode. Let me tell you,
So,
I'm in the presentation mode. Yes.
Okay, so on the bottom, do you see present?
No, I don't see present.
So you
It
have to
is
come
there,
back
sir.
to this StreamYard page. Come back to StreamYard page.
Okay.
So at the bottom, you can see present in the StreamYard.
Yeah.
Okay, StreamYard page and present.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where you need to
Okay.
share screen.
And share screen, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can share the screen.
While sharing, you
Share
select
the
that
screen.
power presentation mode.
You need to select the
Oh,
slideshow, not the PPT file. The slideshow which is already open.
okay. Okay, now let me go back and share.
So once you go to this share screen, you can see three tabs on the top: Chrome tab, window, and entire screen.
Yes,
Right?
right.
Click on window. Click on window.
Okay.
In this window, you need to choose the presentation which is in slideshow mode, not the presentation, just the presentation file.
Okay. Not in the presentation mode.
The one which is in presentation mode, actually. Yeah, not the file, which is in the presentation mode.
Okay.
And then share. Just click share at the bottom.
No, it's okay. I think I have done it.
Now it is coming up. I will just
Okay. Okay.
now it is
Sorry about that. I think this is
No problem, sir.
first time I'm using this.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's okay.
Okay. So let's just start. And sorry for the delay. Uh, so the topic today is driving strategy alignment across diverse businesses using Balances scorecard. And the first thing that comes to mind when we are talking about diverse businesses owned by one single, let's say, business group, the first thing comes to us is this. I think he has done the introduction, so I will just save time. The context is the 40 years old group. I think the group started first business unit started in late 70s, and then it was by the time I was with them working as a strategy consultant, it was already 40 years old, 42 years, I think. And it is one of the foremost group of companies in the Middle East and offering world-class products and services in the Middle East. So that was the context. And I was introduced through a friend of mine when I was working as a management consultant. So I just approached with an open mind, and I just tried to find out what actually they were expecting. And that time, Qatar and the UAE were booming because of the construction activities or accelerated construction activities due to the World Cup, which was supposed to be held in Doha and which was actually held. So they were looking at using that window of opportunity to grow their business and maybe develop some new businesses. So their expectation was I had a week-long sessions with the senior leadership team and the owners. Owners were locals, and the leadership mostly they were Indian and some Arab nationals. So the expectation, it is very important whenever you are going for some kind of consulting assignments. It is important that you set the expectations from the beginning, that okay, these are the expectations based on the inputs you receive from your client. So this is what I spent 1 week visiting their different business unit, talking to leadership team, and then taking all the inputs wherever possible and asking the right kind of questions, that okay, what they actually wanted going forward from the businesses. So the first thing they came up with is that they were typically using annual business plan for different business units, and then they will set the targets, and then business unit heads will be given those targets, and then they're supposed to achieve it. Of course, it is based on the negotiations between the management and the leadership team. But then still it was just a business plan which is based on every year, and they will revisit once the year is over, and they will set the new targets for the next business. So this is typically that was happening. I'm talking about the assignment was done in 2014-15. That is when I engaged with them. So still they had that annual business plan mentality instead of long-term planning. They wanted to have enhanced strategic focus. We will be looking at the businesses very briefly in subsequent slides. They wanted to have enhanced strategic focus and alignment, because they were all those business units. They had 11 business units, and all were operating in one single sector, which is a construction sector. And they wanted to have enhanced decision making and resource allocation, because 11 business units were more or less autonomous, and they were managed by individual business unit managers, and there was no synergy, and then resource allocation or duplication of effort was happening in many places. So they wanted to have increased synergy and collaboration, improved performance management, and they wanted to make the business unit managers or head of business units more accountable, and they wanted to have more transparency. And then they wanted adaptive and responsive business units so that they could quickly change their business plan or their strategy or their approach to the clients based on the changes which were happening in that market. So looking at the business, they had total 11 business units at that point of time. 3 were manufacturing units, 4 were trading businesses. So they had agencies for international brands in, for example, fire alarm system. They had agencies for air conditioning units. They had agencies for fans. So those were trading units. And then they had 3 contracting businesses, which was into electromechanical works, then external facade, and aluminum doors and windows. So those were installation and manufacturing kind of a business that was. And then services, 1 business unit which catered to the services of the equipment which they were having agency for, and they used to provide the services, warranty services and maintenance services for those equipment. So each business unit was headed by a business unit head, and finance, HR, and IT functions were part of corporate support. So these were centralized functions. These were managed by the corporate office, and procurement, of course, was managed by at the business unit level, because each business unit had different kind of procurement requirements, so depending on the type of business. And the corporate office had 3 senior leaders. The CEO was there, who was heading the business, and deputy CEO looking after, especially for the contracting business, and the director of marketing, who was overall responsible for marketing effort, who was also looking at that he was representing, whenever he was going to the client, he was representing all business units, because all these products and services catered to, as I said earlier, only to construction industry. So typically, the project phases are the same for these kind of assignments. So we started with mission, vision, and core values, revisiting them. They had some kind of statements, but we re-looked at it. Phase 2 was developing a long-term vision. We were looking at 2030 at that time, so it was around 15 years, and setting up really some compulsive and very aspiration driven BHAGs. And phase 3, we created the strategy map and balances scorecard for the corporate. Phase 4, then that corporate balances scorecard and the strategy was cascaded to individual business units and corporate functions. And that was phase 4 and 5. And then we also had kind of a performance management solution and setting up complete review mechanism for monitoring and control. So these were the 6 phases for the project. So we started with defining mission, vision, and core values. So we spent a lot of time discussing about the organization. We also met the owners, senior executives, business unit heads, and support functions. So a lot of time spent understanding the stakeholders' requirements and what they thought about the business and where they would like to see the business in another 15 years. Then second step was drafting the mission and vision. So defining the organization mission and looking at the primary activities and what are the key activities and where, how the businesses were operating in different sectors. So looking at the business profitability and the scope. And based on that, defining later on the mission and vision. The vision was for the desired future state of the organization because it was highly diverse business. So it was not very easy to come up with some mission and vision without having specifics of, let's say, the group businesses. And then we also ran through the exercise for identifying and defining the core values. And finally, these were validated with meetings with the leadership team and the owners and communicating these to the entire organization. So defining, we took the simple process. We identified the key stakeholders, including senior leadership teams, business unit heads, and functional heads, and then developed a structured agenda and templates for the workshop. So we customized the templates for developing the mission, vision, and values. And then we had a day-long session with the leadership team and the senior management team. We had separate sessions for the middle managers and the junior staff, and we took inputs from them at each stage. And then we had the day-long session for mission, vision, and values. On alternate days, we actually carried out these exercises, and inputs were sought. Right. So all attendees were asked to use the templates individually and arrive at the version of vision, mission, and values. These were done separately on 3 separate days, and we chose alternate days in case if the discussion continues for the next day. So it was alternate days. We started with the mission on the first day, and third day we had the vision exercise, and then on the 5th day, we had the exercise for identifying the values. So enough time was given, enough training was given. People were briefed about how to use those templates and the definition, what mission is all about, what vision is all about, and the values and all that. And we facilitated group discussions. Our team synthesized and collected all the inputs, and we came out with different versions of mission visions. And then we discussed with the leadership team, and consensus was arrived at, and then we finalized the mission and vision. And the values were identified. There's one thing I would like to say here is we also asked participants to identify their personal values. The reason was that we discussed with the leadership, and I found that what they were talking about, the values, people were talking about different personal values than what organizational values were. So there might be possibility in such scenarios that there is a conflict between the personal values and organization's values, and it may create a problem. So we just wanted to make sure, and this came from the leadership team as well during the discussion. So we just made sure that the personal values and corporate values, individual participants, they identified that they are matching or they are more or less similar in nature. They are not conflicting. So this is something I think it's a good practice to make sure that this happens. And then final statements were presented to senior leadership team for validation. We also took endorsement from the chairman and the owners. So these were the final statements, the purpose statements or the mission and vision statements and values. So because it was highly diverse business, so the common thing was all we were talking about the portfolio of profitable businesses when we look at the mission. So the mission was to build a portfolio of profitable and sustainable businesses with a focus on providing most reliable engineering solutions in the global market. So it sets the boundary that we are talking about engineering solutions because they were all all businesses were part of engineering solutions for building sector. And they didn't want to limit themselves to just to one country or let's say GCC. They just wanted to see if they could, go in beyond the GCC countries. So that was the purpose statement. Vision statement was because again it was highly diverse business. They just wanted to have a kind of a financial target that by 2030, we are talking about 15 years or 16 years at that time, $1 billion company providing industry leading solutions and becoming partner of choice to customers, principals, and employees whilst adhering to the core values. And we also identified the core values, which were competitiveness, quality relationship, reliability, and empowerment. There were two more, but then we actually removed them because 7 is too much, I believe. This is what my personal thing. So we took the most important. Again, it was based on the inputs we received from the various stakeholders. Then moving forward, in the phase 2, we looked at the vision and we tried to dissect and then understand what that vision is. So, and we looked at various components of the vision. So, $1 billion is by 2030 revenue is the final outcome they were looking at. Using industry leading solutions include products and services both. So it's an enabler to achieve the vision. And then becoming partner of choice for customers, principals, and employees is the interim outcome. It's not the final outcome, but this will lead to the final outcome. And adhering to the core values is another enabler which will help them in achieving their vision. So we looked at each and every component of the vision and then how to use it and how it will contribute to achieving the vision. And we also looked at that, okay, what is the current state? And this is all based on people's or let's say employees and leadership teams' perception that where they stand in terms of, the current state and future state. So we looked at the turnover at that point was close to 100 million, 90 to 100 million. That is in 2014. They wanted to have $1 billion by 2030. Industry leading solutions, they had some very good products and services and agencies. And they had tie-up with international manufacturers for manufacturing products locally in the manufacturing sector. So these were the numbers which explain or which show that, okay, where they stand in. They were halfway through probably that in providing these attributes of the vision. So industry leading solution, they gave themselves 6, partner of choice 6, partner of choice for principals also 6. Employees, they were lacking, so they said, no, we are not a very good employer, but we would like a lot of changes in that. So because it's a local business and that time a lot of things were missing there. And adherence to core values, they were very ethical company and they really took care of the customers and principals and all. They gave themselves 7. And the idea was to reach to 10 by 2030. Then we looked at the various attributes of leadership and the organization, and currently how they operate, and to achieve the vision, how they need to operate. So we looked at leadership, people, budgets, systems, culture, customers, partners and suppliers, how they are treating and managing partners and suppliers, and then geography we're looking at, and the employees. So typically that time the organization was top-down approach. They wanted to change it to identify, develop, and empower. This is part of the discovery phase, I would say, when we were talking with leadership team and rest of the management team. Mostly focus was on task. There were no strategies. So the people were just given the task, and they were given the targets, and they were just doing it without knowing, the background or the larger reason for that. So aligned to the strategy was what they wanted. Operational silos, integrating team approach for people. It was budget-driven strategy. Mostly annual business plan. So they were supposed to achieve the targets instead of having a strategy that drives the budget. And practice driven more than systems or procedure driven. That was the current state. The effort was rewarded, not the performance was rewarded. The culture was like that. Then it was relationship driven for the customers instead of credibility. The focus was on building the relationship and not too much on the credibility part. And partners and suppliers, they were considered as contributor. Then they wanted to move to have a full partnership so that they can jointly approach to customers and satisfy the customer needs. The presence was mostly in Qatar. They did some export, but the presence was only in Qatar. They wanted to have presence across GCC and some MENA countries. And the employees were mostly satisfied, but they wanted to have engaged employees. So this was a strategic change agenda that various components of organization needed to be tweaked or changed to make sure that the strategy, whatever or the vision they have, is achieved. We also looked at the portfolio of the businesses. As I said, they had 11 business units. And the positive was that expanded market reach due to diversified portfolio within building construction sector. All 11 businesses were in the building or the construction sector. So they had expanded market reach, because if you're, let's say, one business unit is approaching for its products to a particular customer, they could always talk about the other business unit's products. So the market reach could be expanded with the same people. Though it was not happening as part of their business plan or their strategy, but there was a possibility. So that is why it's considered as a positive. It was not happening, but could happen. Any of the business unit could be a vehicle for entering into overseas market. You can have one product and then you enter into a new geography. For example, moving from UAE to Qatar or Qatar to Saudi. Any one product they could take and then they could move to a new market, and gradually or slowly they can expand with other products. They were using cutting edge technology for manufacturing of their products. They had most of the products coming from US famous manufacturers, and they were manufactured locally. The negatives was shrinking revenue and profit due to underperforming business units. That was something which was really troubling because some units were profitable. It depends also on the industry. So the construction industry is not a highly profitable business. and they were doing the building services, MEP works in the construction sector. And those contracting businesses were actually not profitable and they were losing money. So this had an overall dent on the profit of the group. The second was that they were unable to capitalize on expanded market opportunities due to existing organization structure, because they were all autonomous business units and everybody was worried about their business unit. And there was just one person, the senior marketing director of marketing, who was trying to sell multiple products to the client. But then they were not able to do it. Because there was no system or there was no coordination and collaboration between the business units. Okay. And then we also looked at that how the SBUs are, synergizing. So business development at group level, as I said earlier, ensuring cross-selling to external customers wherever possible. But of course, the bandwidth, because of the limited bandwidth, he was not able to really do it, which was really beneficial. And some of the business units were getting in-house projects and orders from other business units. So the construction business or MEP construction business unit, they were ordering some of the products from the other business units in-house. And that is how, the revenue was improved to some extent, and apart from selling to the external customers. The negatives were absence of resource pooling was one of the very, very critical, important factor needed to be addressed, and duplication of effort, because one customer, each business unit, or let's say 2 or 3 business units going to one customer, that was actually, giving, it became expensive, rather, I would say, for business development activities, and which could be easily addressed if the other business unit marketing heads were able to sell for the sister companies. Then we are still in the exploration and identification mode. So we were looking at each and every component. So we looked at the customer value proposition, that what customer value proposition can be applied to the business units for addressing the customer requirements. So after a lot of deliberation and looking at various possibilities, because it was a highly competitive industry and customer relationship, and this was also came out when we met some of the customers and took their inputs in terms of what they expected from any of the contractors or a supplier. So this was this is what it emerged, that they wanted, because it was a highly competitive industry. So lowest cost is very, very important. Nobody will pay a premium. No contractor will pay a premium to you because you have a better product. Even if your product is better than others, still you need to meet the price. So operational excellence became very, very important. And second was the customer intimacy, because knowing the customer, building long-term relationship, because that customer, once he is your customer, most of the time, unless he has some compulsion because of the pricing, he would prefer to buy from the same supplier, because he builds a relationship. And sometimes those relationships really help him in, in difficult situation or challenges when he is facing. So key implications of this customer value proposition, we looked at, first of all, we looked at the business unit level, and then we looked at the vertical level or the industry level. So key implications were that overall value chain need to be efficient. Of course, we are talking about the low cost or lowest price. Suppliers, partners, and subcontractors need to be managed effectively to reduce the cost. Duplication and redundancy to be eliminated to reduce again the cost. The processes need to be streamlined and improved. Customer relationship management need to be enhanced. And then we need to identify key accounts, and then we need to manage them separately. Okay, then we looked at the vertical level. Vertical means we are talking about three businesses, three types of businesses. We are looking at the contracting businesses, we have manufacturing, and we have trading. That is what initially we looked at. So the three different verticals, when we look at, is there a possibility that you have some value proposition which is common across the vertical? And fortunately, it turned out to be that at vertical level, you can have the same value proposition, and or rather, you not only you can have, you need to have the same value proposition, which is operational excellence and customer intimacy. So for this, if you want to implement this at the vertical level and looking at minimizing the cost, then the implications are that broad understanding of products and services across business units within a vertical. So if you're looking at the, let's say, construction sector or manufacturing, the people who are working in those units, they need to know what other business units are doing and how they are doing, and they should know about basic knowledge about the product and services which are offered by that business, other business units in that particular vertical, right? So that helps in cross-selling. So then you can have efforts toward cross-selling at least within each vertical. And the third one is the organizational structure and job responsibilities to be aligned to new way of working, where we are talking about cross-selling and representing other business units when you're going for any, let's say, a sales or marketing meeting. And then mechanism and systems need to be developed to encourage and reward cross-selling, which were required to be established. Right? So these were the key implications when we looked at the customer value proposition. Okay. We also did an exercise, I think it was a 3-day exercise for identifying the core competencies of the group. At the group level, we try to find out, not at individual business units. At the group level, if you identify the core competency, then it becomes easy to check and see which business unit has, which business unit doesn't have, and then probably you can address if there are gaps. So what we identified is 2 core competencies they already had, which is customer relationship management and principal relationship management. Principal relationship means the agencies they had. So those principals relationships were managed very well. And since it was almost like 35 years by the time we were engaged in this assignment, so they had excellent relationship with the customers, with the old customers, and the principals or manufacturers whom they were represented in the country. Technical competencies and cross-selling, something which came out as a desirable. Of course, it's very, very tough to have more than 2 core competencies in any organization. And it's always relative, I would say. You can't expect that, okay, customer relationship, we didn't explore that. Is it across the industry you are the best for that particular core competencies? But generally, we took a feedback from the customers. We also took the feedback from the principals and tried to gauge the relationships and how they were managed, and really what the business was claiming. Is it true that they have the real competency in those areas? And after coming to that, doing all that, and we, meanwhile, of course, we parallelly looked at the market, what's the size of market, what sectors and all that. And we also looked at various factors which are related to doing the external analysis, external environmental analysis. We did internal analysis. So everything cannot be presented in such a short period. So I just took the key parts of the whole exercise, which actually contributed to coming out with this strategy at the group level and then business unit level. So after doing all those exercises, and then we had, I think maybe 4 or 5 brainstorming sessions with various, at various levels of the organization. And we came out with 3 key strategic themes. And we were looking at the expansion, enhancement, and excellence. The reason why we are still talking about group level, so at group level, all the research was done, all the data were collected, the size of the market, which are the projects coming in next 15 years, because normally those large projects, it takes time to go, starting from the feasibility to the tendering stage. It takes 7 to 8 years, and a lot of projects are announced in advance. So they had fair idea that what the market is going to be for next 8 to 10 years at least. Not 15 years, but 10 years, they knew which were the projects and what is going to happen. So we came out with 3 key themes, which is expansion, enhancement, and excellence. Expansion is the business expansion. We are looking at the export, and we are looking at new businesses and geographical expansion, apart from export. Export is you're just exporting your products and services. Geographical expansion, I'll talk about, is more like you set up a base in a new country and then you establish local business. Enhancement is enhancing the existing businesses and developing and leveraging cross SBUs or strategic business unit synergies. So this is where mostly cross-selling will come. And the third one is excellence, is mostly for the profitability. So developing and leveraging cross SBU synergies, managing capital and cash flow, implementing best-in-class systems and processes, and then continuously improve value chain efficiencies and effectiveness. And then we looked at, and this was again with the leadership team, we took inputs from various people, business unit heads and functional heads and all these people. And according to them, the 50% of the future business was supposed to come from the expansion, 30% from enhancement, and 20% improvement from excellence. But it's important to know from where you are going to bridge the gap between the current performance and the future performance, what you are targeting. So we are looking at $1 billion revenue by 2030, and this is what it represents, that 50% coming from business expansion. And expansion included even selling the loss-making businesses, by the way. It's not mentioned here, but of course, this also is part of expansion, I would put it this way. And enhancement is, we are talking about existing opportunities, cross SBU synergies, and managing partners and suppliers and getting new agencies in case you're able to get. Well, typically, agencies agreement is like one agency agreement you cannot have. If you already have, you cannot have agreement with another agency for the same product. And business excellence, we are looking at this, improving the internal efficiencies and improving the systems and processes and cross SBU synergies. So decomposing the high-level target in components, it leads to the strategic themes. So these are the 3 strategic themes, and these were actually continued from the corporate strategy map and balance scorecard to individual business unit level. So this was the corporate strategy map which we came up with together. And you can see that, of course, we are looking at the financial perspective, then customer, we are looking at becoming partner of choice, one-stop shop for customer, which is, we are talking about the cross-selling, and then providing best product and services and solutions. Then expansion, we are looking at business expansion objectives. So export, we are looking at developing strategic partnerships, new business lines. Enhancement, we are talking about capitalizing opportunities in existing businesses, managing suppliers and partners and principals, and leveraging SBU synergies. Some of the less important objectives, we didn't bring it here because otherwise the focus will be diluted. But they were covered in the individual business units strategy map and scorecard when we developed for the business units level. This is, we are talking about corporate strategy level, corporate level. Then excellence is all about improving the efficiency and profitability and effectiveness. So best-in-class systems and processes, they look generic, but when they go to individual business unit level, they really make sense because we go into more granularity and see how they can be applied to various business units. And now I'm just showing you, for example, one of the strategy map for one of the business units, for one of the business unit, and this is for contracting. So contracting, if you look at if you look at internal perspective, things change now. I'd improve, manage capital and cash flow effectively, improving value chain. Procurement is addressed in excellence. And then we are talking about project management expertise and all those kind of things. So now this is for a particular business unit, which comes from the corporate strategy map. This is for manufacturing. Manufacturing included sales, so we had to have separate strategy map and balances scorecard for manufacturing and for sales and marketing. The single business unit had two strategy maps and BSs for manufacturing and then marketing separately. So then we have sales here for the same manufacturing unit. I'm just showing you the sales or marketing. So looking at the impact, how it has impacted overall, it enhanced its strategic focus and alignment, because now we were looking at not individual business units, at least we were looking at the vertical level. So it was very clear that because the contracting, manufacturing and trading, there are three different businesses or business lines altogether. So we were looking at when we were looking at manufacturing, we were looking at all the three business units which were there in manufacturing, and then we were trying to see how things can be synergized, how cross-selling can happen. So the alignment and focus was very clear. Improved performance measurement and reviews. We had the KPIs which were derived from the objectives and the balances scorecard, and which were actually part of the review mechanism. We also developed a review mechanism, which was at what level, what kind of reviews to happen, what is going to be the frequency of those reviews, what will be the typical agenda for those review meetings, who are going to be the participants, how the actions will be planned, and how these actions will be tracked. So with the complete system, including all the templates and everything, was developed which they were supposed to follow. Then enhanced decision making and resource allocation, because now we were looking at least at the vertical level, it was possible that decision making and resource allocation could be done with the understanding of business unit heads. It also boosted accountability and transparency, as any scorecard project will lead to, and adaptive and responsive operations, because now we were looking at a continuation, a long-term strategy with key steps, with key targets, which were reviewed quarterly at least, and then there were annual reviews which were planned. So the changes could be made swiftly when we were having all the data available in one place, and then people were empowered to take decisions based on their seniority. An average number of product range per order increased from 1.5 to 3. This is, I would say, in 2 years' time. It took 2 years to arrive at that kind of performance. Order hit ratio, which typically, which actually shows that how many orders you received against the proposals you have submitted. So not typical success rate was in the beginning, it was 10%, which was increased to 27%. They were more competitive, they could give better price, and at the same time, they could cross-sell. So the guy who is going to a customer for selling his own product, he was also able to sell the product for another business unit. Okay. Of course, their negative sides also are there. They came out from two loss-making business units, no, rather three business units, right? The contracting business was bleeding them, so they realized that it is not possible to continue with that kind of a thing. So they sold those businesses. They added two new businesses, which is water and industry automation. Water means we are talking about water supply systems and filtration and all those kind of products, and industrial automation. Expansion of product range in manufacturing. They were not manufacturing full range, but they started manufacturing full range with the agreement with the principals. They also moved into other countries, two other countries within 3 years of doing this exercise. Got new agencies replacing old low margin products. So they changed the agencies for the products which they were earlier selling. Move the corporate office to purpose-built facility, because now what I'm trying to say is here or show here is when you have really compelling BHAG and you have a long-term strategy, then you take decisions based on your long-term view of the business. They were never planning to do anything with regard to the corporate office or purpose-built office, having all SBU heads sitting together in one single location. Most of the offices are closer to the manufacturing units, which were in the industrial area. The corporate office was in another location, and the business unit offices were across the city. So everything was consolidated. They built their own facility, and they moved to industrial area, which was closer to the manufacturing and warehousing facilities, what they had. And they also started looking at succession plans for leadership and senior executive team. So these are the changes which actually can happen if you really implement long-term strategy. So key takeaways, if you ask me, that vision without well-thought BHAGs is a dream, and it will never lead to actions which are long-term. And clearly articulated BHAGs help you in focusing long-term. BHAGs ensure that all decisions are aligned with overarching vision, ensures that investments are made in areas that support the vision, encourages taking calculated risk that align with achieving your BHAGs, and it builds confidence among the key stakeholders. And major impact is on the employees, if you ask me honestly.
So thank you.
That is from my side, yes, sir.
So thank you, Gopalji. Very interesting journey and interesting insights. So a couple of questions from Khalid. Was business unit level and functional strategy done? That's one question. Then second one is, please share your tips for successful strategy workshops for setting up a mission, vision, and values. That is second one. The third one is, how did you incentivize cross-selling of other business units products and services? So maybe you can take up one by one. Yeah.
Okay, can I come out from the presentation mode?
Yeah. You already come out. Yeah. So now
Okay,
you can see.
Okay, but I was still looking at the presentation, sir. Yeah. Okay, so I think one by one, sorry, there were 4 questions all together.
Yeah. So was business unit level and functional strategy done?
Okay, business unit level strategy, we are looking at developing the strategy for business. Okay, so each business unit had a business unit head, and he was responsible for the performance of that business unit. So when we are talking about the business unit level, we are talking about, basically we are looking at of course the business unit doesn't have a scorecard. The head will have the scorecard, right? So we are looking at the scorecard for the business unit head when we are talking about business unit level. When we are talking about the functional level, we are looking at the functions. So we are looking at the scorecard for the IT department or IT function. We are looking at the HR. if some business units or some companies, they have centralized procurement, like Voltas has centralized procurement head. So we developed a scorecard for the central procurement. But if you are at individual business unit level and you are doing procurement at business unit level, you will have a scorecard for the procurement head. So that is functional scorecards, right? So business unit means business unit level, which is the scorecard for the business unit head, right? Because each unit was treated as independent business, and the business unit head was responsible for the profit and loss of that particular unit. So you need to have that scorecard for the business unit head, right? So that is the first question, right? Second, sorry, Mr. Abdul, what was the second
please
question?
share your tips for workshop, conducting a strategy workshop for setting up mission, vision, values. Just some key insights.
See, okay. This is something very tricky because you are talking to leadership team and you are talking to senior people and all that. One is you don't contradict anyone. I'll tell you, because people will have different views, and sometimes they are highly charged. So you cannot take sides, even if it is the CEO also sitting and let's say our middle manager is also sitting. You cannot take sides at that point of time. Any workshop, let it be open. It's not necessary that you have to take a decision then and there, right? So that is very, very important, because if you give more importance, because you are a neutral party, you are an outsider, you are not supposed to take side. You are supposed to be always on the right side. Whatever is right, whatever is appropriate, you should be. Sometimes what happens is a senior leader will insist that you need to do it, or you need to accept what he is proposing. So that time it becomes a little difficult that how to say no to him. And in that scenario, typically what I'll ask is that let's give it a second thought. Let me come back to you. Okay? Because that time, if you contradict him or you say, no, this is not appropriate, then it becomes a problem. Because then he feels, I'll not say humiliated, but he feels let down in front of his people. That should never happen. I have never done it. This for some reason I knew that this is, and probably because I have been a client myself. So because we used to appoint some external consultants and all these. So that is something very, very important. You cannot be biased. You cannot take sides.
Yeah, sometimes Gopalji, sometimes CEO is right, and you also want to do it, but you don't want to look biased. So maybe this is just to manage the change, okay?
Yes.
Just to convince some people. And in that scenario, you can be aligned and find a way to convince the team members. Otherwise, you are basically a facilitator. So you need to be as neutral as possible.
Yes, you are a facilitator. You can take a decision based on if you know that you can take a decision.
That's good.
But because another thing, important thing is maybe when you are setting up mission, vision, and values, I look at what the leadership and rest of the people are comfortable with. I don't go into no, this doesn't look nice. You can't have the financial target as your vision and this and that. The important thing is people should be able to understand across the business. Yes. They should be able to understand. They should, like for example, Voltas, when I was working, it was very simple one-line vision. Okay, 10 by 10 at the rate of 10. 10 crore business by 2010 with a profitability of 10%. That's it. And it's not which I set up. It came from head office from Bombay. I was in Middle East.
So, fine, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have one more questions because We one more question from Khalid is how was 1 billion target set? What market share was targeted and how was it? Just how did the target of 1 billion US dollars set in your organization as a target? Yeah, very
Okay,
quickly.
because this was based on. Of course, we don't have time, but I can show some data. This was the assessment was done. Okay, and this was divided into two parts. One is that up to World Cup in Qatar. Okay, and from there on, we were looking at Saudi, which was the emerging market. Primarily, these were the two, let's say, the big events. Okay, so whatever we explored together actually has come true. Like now, Saudi has opened up like anything.
Yeah.
Right. So it can go wrong. You see, you are always optimistic when you are setting up your targets, long-term target, 15 years and all this. Because I did this exercise in Voltas also as an in-house research. So this is based on all those data. It is not just like coming out of just from instinct or anything. It is based on solid research work which was done, finding for each of the GCC country what is the scope, where to go and where not to go. Kuwait, nobody wants to go, for example. Saudi is easier than Kuwait. So there are factors which contribute to the popularity of a country within GCC also.
So it's a calculated one. It's not just out of blue. It's a calculated one. Ali Sahab, I hope you got the answer. Any more last thoughts, Gopalji? Because we have to catch up for the next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, please keep posting your questions to Gopalji. We will take it up offline whenever appropriate, and then your questions will be answered. One more question. It was stated that by 2030, 1 billion will reach. So how is the company status now? Yeah, it's a very interesting question.
Okay. Company status was initially for 2 years, they were into cleanup drive. They were just cleaning up, or plugging the holes, I would say. Okay.
So how close is it to 1 billion now?
I will not know exactly, honestly, because now
but is that something progressed closely? I mean, like
no, because it was the curve was initial period was low growth. Okay. I'd rather negative growth because they sold businesses. They invested in new businesses.
Of course, the COVID effect was there also, so you had some change.
I believe they have so far. This is my guess. I think they might be around 300 million now.
US million. Fine, sir. Yeah. So thank you, Gopalji, for excellent explanation of your experience. And if any questions from the participants, we'll reach you. Please stay tuned. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
And thank you very much for joining.
I'm listening to other speakers.
Yeah,
I'm here.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joining. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
So I would like to welcome Alan Fell. Good morning, sir. Long time again.
Indeed. Good morning. Good morning, Abdul. It's a very early morning here in an extremely sunny London.
Excellent. Thank you for joining so early from London. We will have a very interesting topic, which is very useful for every company, every individual, and also every consultant to know about it. So enhancing execution success through reward and incentives. Okay. So this is the title. So I think in balanced scorecard implementation or any strategy execution, the moment you reach to the level of rewards and incentives, that means you are really doing the last part of it, and which is most important part of it. So, and Alan Fell is can explain better than anybody else I know. Okay. So let me give a quick introduction to Alan. Alan Fell, a UK-based management consultant and a balanced scorecard expert with 30 plus years of global experience. Since 1997, he has focused on balanced scorecard programs across UK, Middle East, Asia, Africa, and Australia. As a senior associate at Balanced Scorecard Institute, Alan brings invaluable insights to our summit. So this is something, a very quick introduction. And the rest of the introduction, Alan is, he worked in major banks in UK. He helped many organizations. I was the vice president for planning in 2008 when Alan has helped us in Arasco to, and of course, we achieved the Hall of Fame Balanced Scorecard. So thank you, Alan, for joining. And over to you, please.
Okay.
Very happy to.
Okay, Abdul, thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I have a few slides. I'm not going to go through too many slides, but I thought just a quick introduction face-to-face before we look at more endless PowerPoints. I've been involved in the field of strategy management for decades. And what used to bother me, even in my early days, was the tendency to put a huge amount of effort into strategy formulation and the documentation of that. And then the plan almost appeared to sort of be put on the shelf, and we just carried on as normal and control matters through the budgets. The budget was seen as the control mechanism, and often poor alignment between strategy and budget. And of course, that's a separate topic all of its own. So I quickly started to put my attention to strategy execution. And for me, that's been the key issue. I often say, perhaps provocatively, that planning is for the boys, but execution is for the men. Now, some people would disagree with that, I'm sure. But anyway, just a thought. And part of execution is this whole field of compensation. Are we incentivizing people to work smarter? Not necessarily harder, but are we incentivizing them to work smarter, to work more intelligently, to work more as teams, to achieve better results? And I quickly noticed, doing endless sort of workshops and training events and the like around the world, the moment you start to talk about, and now let's talk about the compensation linkage, the attention level in the room always shoots up. People suddenly sit up straighter. They're suddenly more engaged, because we are human. We're driven by our emotions, some of which is about personal well-being, quite rightly, quite understandably. And so we're interested in this. And so that's really why I wanted to do this. I suggested to Abdul some time ago, this might be a suitable topic. It's a big subject, and all I intend to do is cover a few key points and leave some suggestions, thoughts with you. You may agree, you may disagree, you will have your own experiences. We don't have the time to get into a lot of detail, but the background to what I'm talking is an intense dissatisfaction with most of the so-called incentive schemes that I see. And I've seen lots and lots and lots of them. And so I really want to address what I think are some of the fundamentals of this, offer a few suggestions. And because it's quite a short presentation, there'll be time at the end for some questions, and probably we can catch up a little bit on the scheduling as well. So if I can press the right button here, because I'm not used to StreamYard or whatever it's called. So I want to look at my slides. Here we go. Great. Thank you, anyone who's done that. So that's just the face slide. So let me just get into this. I am a senior associate of the Balanced Scorecard Institute. I do a lot of work in conjunction with them. I'm just back yesterday from Dubai running yet another Balanced Scorecard professional training program. But I should make clear in this presentation, I'm speaking purely in a personal capacity, and it's based on my own personal experiences. It doesn't necessarily represent the view of the associate. The introduction, I think, has been made by Abdul. simply I've been around a long time, a lot of experience, made a lot of mistakes over the years, as we all do. Hopefully I've learned from those, and hopefully can share some of the fruits of that with you. So I don't need to spend more time on that, I don't think. One of my favorite business slogans, if you like, is this. This one, or this slide, is attributed to Arnold Schwarzenegger, a fascinating man. If you want business quotes, he's a very interesting man to go to. If you follow him, whether through his film career or his political career or his kind of celebrity guru career, which I guess he's in these days. But you can have results or excuses, not both. And it seems to me that one of the crucial features of having some form of incentive scheme is you want to encourage people to deliver results, not excuses. And I often go through a debate with people. I did so only a couple of days ago in Dubai in the scorecard program we were running. And I asked people to consider, in your organization at the moment, how do you see the balance between having a performance culture resolutely focused on results, or an excuse culture, the acceptability of excuses? And then where do you want to be in 2 years' time? And without exception, people tell me they want to strengthen the performance culture and reduce the acceptability of excuses. Now, that's kind of predictable response. The issue then comes, how do you do it? What are the changes you're going to make? And I would say from experience, one of the ways, and it is only one of them, is to focus on having a more effective incentive scheme. And incentive does not just mean cash. You can incentivize people in all sorts of ways, but you do, as it were, encourage people to deliver more, partly for self-benefit. So I think it's a lovely saying. I use this in most of my programs these days because it just captures, I think, what we're trying to do. And when you go into an organization with an excuse culture, and you will still find many of them about, especially, if I may say, in the public sector, then this is a ripe area for improvement. What is it that supports a performance culture, not just the acceptability of excuses? Well, a couple of things. Pride in being part of the organization is a key one. And I know many organizations, and I know many people whose motivation is to be part of a winning team. It's not necessarily driven by personal compensation at all. It's pride in being part of the team. One of my sons used to work for Goldman Sachs for many years, and he was often headhunted. And he used to say to me, "Dad, why do I want to join number 3 or number 4? I'm with number 1." And it was that pride in working for the successful business that was just as important as financial or any other compensation. The second is to have effective leadership. And this is absolutely crucial. That's a topic all of its own, so I'm not going to say any more about that. But the third one, and for some reason the highlighting has slightly slipped on the slide, technical reasons I don't understand, but compensation, reward, and incentives. So that's where the white box is meant to be. So let's move into that one. And the first question that is often not discussed is, do we actually want some form of reward, compensation, incentive type arrangement? To put it bluntly, do we want a carrot and stick arrangement or not? And there are two fairly clear schools of thought on that, but I don't often hear them debated or see evidence of them being debated within organizations. The first one is perhaps the conventional one, which is to have some form of carrot and stick arrangement, is one that motivates people. But the alternate view is that to have some form of bonus scheme, however it's structured, is dysfunctional. It creates the wrong behaviors. Some people attribute the financial crash of 2008, at least in part, to having compensation systems that encourage the wrong behavior. So the fundamental issue is, do we go for a bonus scheme or not? And I find just there's a sort of acceptance of a general approach, which is in private sector, yes, we go for bonus, and in public sector, we don't. And when I ask people in the public sector, why do you not incentivize people? I never get a coherent response. I get some mumble about we don't do it in the public sector, or some muttering about the government. But it just seems to me this is a sort of status quo argument without people really thinking about it. And I do just encourage that fundamental debate. And I can see no reason why a well-managed public sector organization cannot motivate its people through some form of reward and incentive scheme to perform better and deliver better value to the citizens and the community. I'm afraid I fail to see the logic of that. But anyway, that's a wider issue. So what's the basic proposition? And I'm assuming from now on, we're basically into the carrot and stick. Well, the assumption, first of all, that this is something which works and that people work better under that. It makes sense that people are incentivized to work smarter, and in particular, to work smarter to implement the strategy. And that's the key issue, the linkage of strategy execution to compensation. The third challenge is to make sure that what we are doing is genuinely incentivizing the desired behaviors. And this is where I am, and with all due respect to my friends and colleagues in the HR world, in most cases, I am intensely critical of how they actually handle it. It seems to be a scheme which is easy to manage administratively for HR, but does very, very little to incentivize staff. And we'll talk about some of those issues just a little bit later in this. And the final point is, if you're going to adopt what is classically called the carrot and stick, well, what's the stick? What do you do to people who don't perform? How do you handle that? How do you motivate the average worker to work smarter? What do you do to those who either will not or frankly do not have the right capabilities to perform at the level you want them to? I recall in a business I worked in a long time ago now, but we introduced a new compensation scheme allied to balanced scorecard. It worked extremely well, but we had to also deal with the low performers, and we had a policy that the bottom 5% of employees would be exited. Now, that was done very sensitively. It was done in conjunction with labor unions. People were helped to redeploy, not simply thrown out on the street, as it were. So it was done in a very considered and, I thought, respectful manner. But the fact is that we did not want square pegs in round holes. We did not want people who simply did not demonstrate the capabilities we needed, and therefore were holding the business back. So you need to have a little bit of both, I think. How it's done is tricky, and that requires often some careful thought. If we think about the pros and cons of an incentive scheme, so on the left-hand side, the stick and carrot, it's conventional wisdom. It seems logical. You are appealing to personal emotions of winning, of greed, and to some extent, we all fall into that a little bit. And you want to encourage this culture of achieving results, not excuses. So that sounds fine. But on the right-hand side, it often goes wrong. You can get unintended results. As I said a moment ago, the financial crash of 2008, in many ways attributed to compensation schemes that encourage dysfunctional behavior by certain categories of people. It can be very divisive within an organization if you are setting one employee against another. The stick that I talked about a moment ago may not be workable. It can encourage game playing. And again, there's a white box that's slipped on this version for some reason. Focus on internal targets rather than the competition. I'm a great believer in focusing on beating the competition. And there may be badly designed issues which create risks. So this is where this fundamental decision needs to be made. And I would encourage organizations not just to jump in with the conventional approach, but think about it and consider very carefully. Do people simply acclimatize to getting a bonus? And if next year the corporate performance is down a bit and they get lower bonus, do they actually feel cheated? Does that motivate anyone, or does it actually demotivate? So this does require careful thinking. Go back to my theme about team-based competitive success. And on the left-hand side, we have what I would regard as a typical approach, which is the inward approach. We're setting targets looking inward. So let's take very, very simple sales issue. So our baseline last year was 1,000. Never mind 1,000 what, we sold 1,000. And our target this year is 1,200. So a 20% increase. And I'm sorry, again, is on this version, on my version, these boxes all work well, but I'm afraid on this version on the system, it's just slipped a bit. So I'm afraid technology defeats us. It certainly defeats me on occasions. But basically, there we are. So the internal target says 20% sales increase. If we focus externally in terms of team-based competitive success, we change from being the bottom point on the left-hand side, by the way, is basically we have, let's say, 4 sales staff. So each of them is being targeted to achieve 300. And the danger, of course, is they're trying to steal business from each other. So they're working in competition with each other to achieve their personal targets, which collectively should add up to the 1,200. But on the right-hand side, if we're focused on competitive success, this is externally focused. This is outward focused. We last year had a market share 10%. The market last year, therefore, was 10,000. This year, we believe the market is going to grow. And our target for this year, market share, is 11%. And we expect the market itself to grow by 25%. So our target is 1,375. And if we achieve that, what it means is that the 4 salespeople are working as a team to achieve a collective target, basically to beat the competition, rather than an internal target generated top down. Now, this may seem a little bit academic to some perhaps, but I find in practice this is a big, big issue. If you create team-based competitive success and you focus people on beating the competition, that's a lot healthier than a system which is pitting one employee against another. I've often in senior management workshops been you go in as a consultant, as many of you will have experience. You get to know the personalities and the politics and what have you. And I often find myself saying something like this to the senior team. Listen, guys, the enemy is the competitor down the street. But you tend to behave personally as though the enemy is your colleague down the corridor. There's no team culture. There's a culture of one person against another within the company. If you can focus people together to beat the competition, surely that's more healthy. I was in a very big Marriott hotel a few months ago, and right next door was an equivalent sized Hilton. And I remember talking to people and saying, if we can focus the Marriott team on working together to beat the Hilton next door, that's a positive, let's beat them, let's do better than them next door. If you just set top-down individual targets, inward targets as I call them, it doesn't work nearly as well. And I just ask you to consider in your suite of KPIs, your strategic KPIs at corporate level, ask yourself how many of those KPIs are outward focused. They're about the competition, they're about the benchmark, they're about market share. And how many are just inward focused in terms of how they are articulated, how they're defined. And I think you will find in most cases, we are heavily focused inward and very little external beat the competition focus. So that's really, for me, quite a big issue. Next slide. So where are we? We're really into a situation where if we're going to have our bonus compensation scheme, we're really talking about two things. One, what is the performance that creates the capability or the capacity to pay bonuses? And then two, how do we distribute? So let me pick up each of those. Incentivizing people to achieve short-term wins at the expense of the longer term is arguably not common sense, but it happens often. Common sense is not very common. I've taken, just as an example, my understanding of it, and it's been very, very widely commented publicly, the trials and tribulations of Boeing in recent years. A company which, by all accounts, shifted its focus from engineering excellence when it really was the world leader beyond discussion, to a much shorter term shareholder value focus, short-term financial results, with the consequences we've all seen. Particularly anyone who travels knows the stories. And the consequence of that is a massive reduction in the overall value of the company. The figures I quoted are rounded and taken from some information a few weeks ago when I put this together, so no doubt the numbers have gone up and down since. But nonetheless, a huge diminution in the value by focusing short-term, by taking short-term cuts, and by paying a huge price as a consequence. So I think if we're going to have a scheme linked to strategy, we really do need to encourage the system, if you like, to focus on long-term success, long-term value, not short-term wins, in brackets, at the expense of the longer term. And again, we all know we can play with financial numbers. We all know we can enhance profits this year by doing things which are frankly not in the longer term interests of the organization. Okay, so just moving on. So how do we measure strategy execution? This is a question I often get. And I find if I have a group of people together, particularly from different organizations, and I ask the question, and it's a strategy course of some sort. How well did you execute strategy last year? And I get descriptive words. Oh, we did pretty well. Oh, yes, we were very good. When I say, what's the number? What is your execution score? In most cases, the response I get is, what do you mean? Or we don't have that. And I think a simple use of a balanced scorecard system, and I was very interested to see the previous speakers' scorecards, by the way. I thought it was great to see those. This is probably the oldest scorecard you're going to see. I've taken it from my former bank where I started my balanced scorecard work literally 30 years ago. And we created a scorecard in 1994, which had a composite number, a weighted average number at the bottom of the page, which is ringed in red, if you can see that. 102.6%. And the whole idea was very simple. Our plan represented 100%. Each of the KPIs had a specific weighting. We could calculate a weighted score. And at the end of the year, if we achieved 100% or more, we'd executed the strategy. And if it was less than 100, we had failed. And we knew the measurable extent to which we'd failed. And in this case, we happily exceeded strategy by 2.68%. And that was then reflected directly into a compensation scheme. And as I recall it, that number of 102.6% determined how much money was available in a bonus pool for distribution to 3,000 staff. So everyone in the organization, all 3,000 people, were interested in the overall performance, the collective performance of the $3,000, because it was that collective performance which created the bonus pool for distribution to 3,000. How we then distributed, I can touch on a bit later. So just practical way in my book of calculating the answer, our strategy execution score. This is a very old format scorecard. As I say, the design is 30 years old, but the important thing was, by using this, we transformed performance. And it was this experience 30 years ago which has made me a passionate advocate of the balanced scorecard ever since, because I've seen that provided you design it properly, but much more important, provided you use it properly, then you really can transform performance. It is using it properly that is the critical element there. And a key component of using a scorecard properly is you incentivize people to deliver better execution results as measured through the scorecard. This is not about strategy formulation. It is not about the technical design of a scorecard and what format it should have. Many people would not like this design because it had too many numbers on one page, but we were the key users of this. We were all senior bank managers by background, and if a senior bank manager can't understand numbers, he shouldn't be there. Very simple. So this was a format that gave us transparency in terms of how we calculated the overall composite result for the 3,000 of us. So we then have a choice of how are we going to calculate the score. There are three options, it seems to me. The first option is we base on just one measure. This is profit sharing by another means. And it takes me back to the Boeing example. This creates short-termism, in my view, and I don't like it. If we are serious about strategy, surely we are concerned not just to get short-term results today, but to develop the business for the future. This is a 2, 3, 5, 7-year strategy, whatever. Those who are familiar with the Middle East, in particular Saudi Arabia, the impact that Vision 2030 has been truly enormous. But the long-term view there has been fascinating to see and to be a small part of that. The second option, which I would give a yellow rating to, is based on a small basket of key results measures. And I'll show an example on the next slide or so. And the third option is the one I've just shown you, where it's based on the full suite of KPIs within a balanced scorecard system or an equivalent strategy management system. We do not need to have the Kaplan and Norton 4 perspectives to do this, but we do need to have some form of measurement and monitoring of our strategy in a proper, structured, regular way. So I would give the red, yellow, green assessment on that. Some of you may have different views. We'll see in the comments. So in this case, I'm missing bits. I really don't know what has happened to these slides as they're put through the system, which is very unfortunate. So let me just describe what this is about. This is taken from a scorecard in the Middle East, and they had about 21 KPIs, as I recall. But what the chief executive personally wanted was to focus bonus and compensation on achieving a basket of 6 of the key results measures. So results is, I think, 3 KPIs in the customer perspective, 3 in the finance perspective. In the customer perspective, it wasn't just a focus on sales as such, total sales. What they were concerned about strategically was to widen the number of active customers, to widen the product range, and to change the mix of sales revenue from just selling products to also the servicing and maintenance and repair side. So the idea here was not just to focus people on total sales, which had been the situation in the past, but to encourage them also to focus on, within total sales, generating new customers, developing new products which would have long-term value, and changing the mix of business to a higher profitability margin business of servicing repairs, not just initial sales up front. So my apologies that for some technical reason it's not showing on the system here, but that's is in the original. And Abdul, I've sent you the original anyway, but I will sort of resend it just to make sure, so that those who are online today, if they want to have, or you would like to distribute a copy of the slides without these sort of technical distortions, then please do so. And I'm afraid the same here. So without the table of numbers, we just can't see it. So I just have to skip over, but it just shows the calculation. If you are going to adopt a system whereby you're going for a basket of measures. So just to go back for a moment, what we're really talking about here is, as we think about how do we calculate what we mean by strategy execution, we can say, well, we could do it by just one overall measure, the goal, if you like. Profit sharing will be the most obvious, perhaps, outcome of that. Or we could do it on a small basket of measures selected from the suite of KPIs, or we could do it on the entire suite of KPIs that describe our strategy. And my personal opinion is the red, the yellow, and the green rating. I would give each of those 3 options. Okay, so just to move on.
Can you take the screenshot? Okay. Mm-hmm. Slide show.
Yeah.
And if you remove the slide show, maybe it will look cleaner. I don't know.
It's just, who knows? It's just going through this system, I'm afraid. It doesn't matter, as I say. I think you have a copy anyway, Abdul, and I will send you after this an updated version just to make sure you have what it is, and sure, in PDF. So I'm very happy that be circulated to attendees if they are interested to receive it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, definitely.
The other thing we need to think about is how we're going to distribute to individual employees. It's all very well having team-based and so on, but how does this work? And this is a very typical matrix. It's taken from a recent client. And in this case, you can see the more senior you get, the more that you're focused on the collective performance of the corporate, whereas the more junior you are, you're more concerned on your personal performance, which is assessed through some form of personal objectives, personal appraisal system. Going back to the sales example before, that might pick up the assessment of how the individual team of sales have personally performed, not just in terms of their personal sales, but in terms of their whole approach. Have they been a team player? Have they worked in the interest of the organization as a whole, not just their own sort of personal benefit. So it fairly classic matrix needs to go in. The thing that I often see works badly is that these compensation schemes are designed so the very senior people who already get extremely large salaries can get potentially massive bonuses, and the junior staff, who are often paid lowly, get derisory bonuses if they get anything at all. And it is a complete switch off. So you have to make sure that the distribution works and is genuinely incentivizing all of your staff, and not just giving already highly paid people an extra slice of cake. And this is, I quite like this because I've seen so many examples, but how not to do it. My boss pulls up in his brand new BMW, and I look at it and admire it, and I say, that's a nice car, boss. And he says, well, yes, if you work even harder next year, I'll be able to get an even better car. You work hard, I, as your boss, get the benefit. This is not how to do it. So I think it is, my final slide, apart from Q&A. So just the key issues to me that can make this work or break it. So it's got to be perceived as fair to all staff. It's got to think about the behavioral response of human beings, not just the ease of administrative handling. It's got to be worthwhile. It's not derisory benefits. You don't want a small margin between a high-performing person and a low-performing person. You've really got to make it worthwhile. You change the proportion of compensation by putting a higher proportion on variable pay based on results and a lower proportion based on fixed. Now, clearly that needs to be phased in, and the appropriate agreements need to be achieved, but that's important. And this is crucial, not subject to an end-of-year override by the board. How many organizations do I go into? And even in December, people are saying, we're wondering what bonus scheme the directors will announce, what compensation. And you think, is this an incentive for the last 12 months? It's not. It's an arbitrary decision by a board of directors after the year end, having awarded themselves probably high dividends or something. It's an absolute switch off. So what are some of the key rules? Number 2, everyone knows the targets in the scheme by the 1st of January, assuming we're on a January to December calendar year. By the 1st of January, everyone should know what are the corporate targets, what are the department targets, and what are my personal targets, and how does that translate into money. I used to be able to work out under the scheme that we aligned to the detailed scorecard I showed you. I could sit there on the 1st of January and say, if my department achieves a score of, let's say, 102.6, and the corporate as a whole achieves 101.8, I could work out to the penny what my guaranteed bonus would be. Virtually never do I find that situation. I go into companies February, March, April, May, and they're still waiting for the targets to be finalized. I mean, it's crazy stuff, but it's so common. In the 1st of January, please. Number 3, no step effects. This again is a switch off. You suddenly reach this magic point where your score goes from 99.9 to 100, and suddenly your bonus doubles overnight because you suddenly hit a step effect. You get 2 months rather than 1 month. This is switch off. A 10-year-old child could see that doesn't work. You need a straight line. But step effects are so what I call a step effect. So you go from 1 month to 2 months to 3 months, or something of that sort. You go from rating A to rating B to rating C. And it does not work in my humble view. Just don't do it. And finally, the menu approach, we're human. We're appealing to human emotions and to a certain extent to greed. What switches some people on does not switch others. So do you want to take cash? Do you want to take time off? Do you want to get extra training opportunities in respected colleges or something? Do you want to get shares? Do you want to get travel miles? Whatever it may be. But a good menu scheme can really enhance the value of this. So look, that's all I wanted to say. It's a big subject. We could spend a lot of time on it, but I wanted to keep it simple. And I say, for those of you who would like a set of these slides, I will send a version, which, I mean, my version on my laptop is not corrupted, so something has happened in the system. But I will make sure that Abdul's got it in PDF form. There we go. Now we can see it.
So Deep has shared it. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the sort of thing that we were talking about. I described what it was. So we have, out of the total suite of KPIs, we had 3 from customer, 3 from finance. That was the selection process of the chief executive of that organization concerned. That's how he wanted it, because his strategy was, I don't want to rely on existing clients or existing customers. We must widen our customer proposition, the customer value proposition, again mentioned in the previous presentation. So important to get that right. So there we go, everyone. And that's just the calculation that goes behind it. I won't take time going through that now, but it's great you got it, Abdul. Thank you. A PDF copy to anyone who's interested would be great. So a few minutes, because I wanted to try and catch up on the timing. Q&A?
Yeah. So there are a few questions we collected. Okay, so I'll just flash it. Deep, you can flash it if you want. So we just collected. So do you recommend the exercise of working on incentives and rewards for all employees, or you prefer only for strategic job families?
Oh no, everyone. But very simple. Everyone. It doesn't matter what your job is, because if you make strategy everyone's job, if you have a proper alignment, even those who are doing operational jobs are ultimately contributing to the strategy. Otherwise, why are they there? So absolutely, everyone should be. A very good question, can I say, because it often comes up. But very clear answer as far as I'm concerned.
When is the right time of introducing incentives and rewards during the strategy transformation program or a balanced scorecard implementation?
Okay. Another good one. If I am launching a new strategy management balanced scorecard system, and probably it is the beginning of a new strategic planning cycle, my preference is not to link it in the first year, because the first year should be learning. You know, the balanced scorecard is a learning tool. It's a journey of strategic discovery, etc., etc. And there will be a lot of refinement in the first year if we are using it properly. We will identify inappropriate KPIs, objectives which need to be changed, formulas of KPIs or targets need to be changed, changing the supporting strategic initiatives and the like. And of course, we're in an agile world anyway. So my normal approach would be to say, year 1, stick with the whatever system you have previously and use year 1 as the learning. But from year 2, switch on the new system. So from the 1st of January, the next year, people know what it is. They become familiar with the scorecard system, both planning and monitoring. And this is where the meter starts running on the 1st of January the following year. That would be my normal approach. There's always case by case, but normally I would go with that.
In general, don't start with the incentives right away. So you just let it get stable, maybe for 1 year or so. Then you can launch it properly. Okay, because it's a very sensitive issue. So you cannot do it. Okay. Another question is, do you revise the workings every year and correct what's working and what's not working? Does this make anyone unhappy?
Another very good, interesting point, actually. I think there are 2 aspects to it. If you're going to amend your strategy and your targets and what have you mid-year, and I'm assuming we have kind of an annual compensation type system, You have to do that very carefully, because if you are perceived as moving the goalposts, people get switched off. So that has to be handled, and it's a case by case, but you need to handle it very carefully and make sure people don't feel disadvantaged. At the end of the year, as part of the kind of annual refresh, absolutely. I think you would be updating the strategy. I mean, I know it as the 9-step evaluation in our 9-step methodology we use in the Institute. And you're basically refreshing the objectives, KPIs, targets, and initiatives, and the cascade down the organization as necessary. You're not doing a totally new strategy, but you're refreshing and updating as appropriate. Yeah.
Annual refreshing. Okay, so next question, please. Yeah. So before that, there is one more question.
Okay. Yeah. No. Again, a nice one. Senior people should all be part of this. Now, normally you also have some form of executive compensation scheme, often linked to share values. That was the sort of thing I was involved in my former bank. But as the head of a support function, I was the director of finance and planning for a big division. Not only did I have to lead the planning and execution side for the division, but working very closely with the HR, my opposite number in HR, who really led the compensation debate. And absolutely, you have to have everyone who's involved in the compensation scheme. So I think it should apply to everyone. I recall it applied to my boss. I never knew quite his score because that was his personal matter. But yes, it should cover everyone. I think the moment you start to say someone should not be included, you have a problem. And it's just as important for the support staff as the kind of customer facing. This is not just a wheeze to pay sales commission. Let me put it that way. It should apply to everyone.
So there is one more question. Generally, sales incentives are different than rest of the organization.
Yes.
Is that okay? So sales is the incentives in sales is different, and is that the scenario, Alan?
I personally never liked that, but then I have to say I've never been a salesman as such, apart from running my one-man business the last 25 years. Go back to the example of the basket of measures, where the target was not simply total sales, but also the mix of sales from new products, sales from new customers. So I've never been keen. I realize it happens and it is quite widespread. But I don't want to see salesmen as kind of first-class citizens in terms of compensation and everyone else as second class. I think that is dysfunctional. And so I think it requires careful work and careful communication and understanding what the targets are for the people in a sales function. And it goes back a little bit to, and again, back to the previous speaker with the sort of functional scorecards. If you're in sales department, what is the sales department scorecard? What is sales department being incentivized to achieve? And typically, if you're in sales, you've got something from corporate, something from sales, something individually. But the sales department scorecard should reflect what is the strategy for sales for the company, for which the individuals are then responsible for implementing. So I think there's a tie-up. I think the golden rule is don't create first-class and second-class citizens.
One more question is, what is the right approach? Okay, yeah. So how are overall corporate targets set and then assigned to the different business units? So what is the flow you usually recommend?
How long have we got on this one? In general, I think we tend to do the top-down targets because we've got, start off with the vision, and I want to see the vision translated into a corporate goal. I passionately dislike the idea of just having a vision statement floating somewhere in the sky that appears to be disconnected with everything else. So we need to translate the vision into words that can be understood by everyone not the jargon, and with associated goal or goals, corporate goals. That's then a cascade process. Now, the extent to which those corporate top-down targets, the goals, are the aggregation or the input of business unit capabilities, that's the planning debate. It's a major issue of planning. And all I would say briefly is that a weakness I commonly see on the planning side is the absence of clear overall goals, what I call the destination. The strategy is that, choosing the best route to reach the destination. If we don't know where the destination is, and that is quite common, especially in the public sector, very difficult to work out the right route. You try getting in a taxi and the driver says, where to, boss? And you say, I don't know. Or as I did yesterday, get in a taxi on the Palm Jumeirah in Dubai and just say, well, can you take me somewhere towards the centre of Dubai? I didn't. It was Terminal 3, Emirates business class, please. Off we go. It's specific. And, we often miss that in business.
Yeah. So thank you. One more question is, what is the right approach to challenge, change, or highlight issues with strategy or specific strategic initiative?
Let's take it beyond the planning phase. Let's assume there's been a lot of discussion and dialogue during the whole planning formulation phase. As we go through the year, one of the fundamental questions is, are the strategic initiatives working? Are they on schedule? More importantly, are they delivering the business benefits that we expected from them? And one of the most common things as the year moves ahead, and inevitably some things work better than others and external influences and the like, that we have to reprioritize initiatives. It's a very common issue. So I think the more rigorous the monitoring and the regularity of monitoring to know whether projects are working, are we getting the business benefits, and the willingness to reprioritize resourcing if necessary, if appropriate. I'm not saying just do it for the sake of it, but if appropriate, because we can see from the monitoring that some projects are working better than others or having greater beneficial impact than others. So understanding the benefits realization side. But you have to have the ability to review and challenge. That's what the monthly executive committee meeting to review the scorecard to me is all about.
So it's a monthly strategy review meetings or a quarterly review meetings, whatever. Faisal, Irfan, that will be the right time for you to address those things, those challenges or changes or any issues. Yeah.
But I don't like quarterly.
Yeah, quarterly. Yeah. So actually, it started quarterly in the early part of balanced scorecard implementation.
Yeah, sure.
Then later we realized that it's a monthly process.
Yes, absolutely.
Even if you don't spend, and actually, when you do quarterly, it takes a long time.
Sure.
For prepare, and then people are also relaxed and they work only like a couple of weeks before the meeting.
Sure.
Okay. So if you are doing on a month-on-month basis, and say specific strategy review meeting, not mixed with operational review meeting.
Yes.
So then it will be effective. Yes. We talk about more on that. So any key takeaway, Alan? Final thoughts from you to the guys. So one question I raised is to define people performance. So there is something called individual performance as an employee. What is my target? Okay, and which is linked to the scorecard.
Yeah.
And then what is the team performance? How the team is performing? Okay, because I'm one of the part of the team. The third is a 360-degree review. Now every HR manager talk about these 360. Now these three are different ones. Do you think having a weighted average of these three and then coming up with some number for the people performance? That's how we are doing it. What do you think about?
I think that ultimately, Abdul, I think there are all sorts of options you can have. I think my final message, if you like, would be always consider the behavioral impact from the perspective of the employee, not from the ease of administration by management. And that's where I think it often goes wrong. So we allow things like a delay before we announce what the targets are, February, March, April. We don't think through the controllability or the influence that people have in their personal targets or objectives. It's just we miss thinking through what is the behavioral response of a human being at the end of it. And that would be my plea. Think it's
the whole objective.
Employee's perspective, and the rest usually starts to work out.
So the whole objective is to get things done. So what is best fit for you to do the job, you adopt it. Okay.
Sure.
So one last question from LinkedIn user: what is the best tool to prioritize strategic initiatives? I think it's pretty standard.
Yeah, I mean, this is not compensation at all, but just to prioritize the initiatives. There are various tools one can use. You can get into sort of 2x2 matrix issues. There's a technique called paired comparison, which I don't particularly like, but can be used. My experience is the vast majority of companies have a tailor-made selection criteria process, protocol, if you like. They evaluate projects against various criteria relevant to their particular company. I mean, the classic ones obviously are cost, benefit, time, risk, management capability, etc., etc. So managing the initiative overload dangers. But ultimately, it comes to senior managers, hopefully with experience, making the right selection decisions based on the selection analysis system that they're using. But most big companies, in my experience, have tailor-made something to suit their own purpose. So
basically, the strategic initiatives are selected to close some value gap in the strategic objectives. So that is a priority. And if your strategic initiatives are not supporting any objectives, this initiative is a wish list of some senior executive. So it has to be aligned to the strategic objectives. I think that's a primary thing. But how to evaluate, how to prioritize which initiative is the high priority, that's something depends on the individual organization. I think that we will talk in other sessions. I think, so thank you, Alan. It's a very fantastic session today. Very interesting. Okay, so it's a very important topic for every organization to align incentives and rewards. And this will help them to also define their succession planning and also motivate employees to execute their strategies. So this is something very interesting. So thank you very much. Any questions posted, we will just let you know offline, and you can answer them, and then we'll notify the participants. Okay, so I think that's the best way to take it forward. So thank you very much on behalf of the team, participants, and organizers, Alan. So thank you for spending time.
Thank you. My pleasure, Abdul. Thanks.
So let's welcome Sheikh Muhammad Sheikh. Welcome, Muhammad Sheikh. How are you doing today?
I'm
Good
doing
morning.
well, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us, Muhammad Sheikh. We would like to hear the topic of innovation of products and services aligned to the strategy. Okay, that's very interesting. So let me give a quick introduction to Muhammad Sheikh. Muhammad Sheikh, a seasoned leader with over 25 years of global experience, specializes in driving sustainable improvement transformations within product and technology organizations in the technology sector. His career mission is to instill a sustainable, disciplined, get right stuff done ethos, fostering resilience and effectiveness, with the significant impacts at entities like PayPal, eBay, and Blackhawk Network. Muhammad's enterprise spans fintech and e-commerce, SaaS-based collaboration tools, and SME-based SME business solutions. So very interesting. So you touch the technology part because technology is driving everything, and it is very contemporary and relevant at this point of time. So Muhammad Sheikh, we will be happy to hear you how this product and service innovation and alignment to the strategy take place to help help the organizations. So thank you for joining, and over to you, Mr. Muhammad.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Abdul. So, can you guys see my screen? Started sharing? Yeah?
Yeah. Yes.
All
We
right.
can hear.
So the crux of the next 60 minutes, what we are going to spend around strategy and innovation convergence. How do we align these two things so that we are on forging the path of to technological product innovation? So it's about how we want to integrate strategy and innovation. So that's what it is all about. And how do I move to the next slide?
Just click next button. Should go.
Oh, okay. Can you see the next screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much to the organizers of this strategy execution summit, and thanks for giving me this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here and sharing my wisdom, whatever I have learned in my last 3 decades of working in different companies. So thank you. Moving on to this one, before we get into the core of the this session, I want to read out the premise. Today we are not here to, to teach or preach something. We are here to unlearn. So the biggest problem I see around innovation and strategy not being converging in many companies is just because of we don't want to unlearn. So people continue to work with the legacy baggage and not, making themselves relevant to the context. So the convergence of strategy and innovation thrives when we let go of outdated beliefs and embrace the unknown. So that's the key point here. So this starts with the CXOs of the organization, where these folks, right? Usually I have seen the leaders when I work with the CXO leaders, they may be having 20 years, 30 years of experience running 2, 3 companies successfully. And they say that, oh, I've been doing this for 15 years, 30 years. Sheikh, what you're telling is does not make any sense. So this is where the problem is. So we need to let go out the beliefs and embrace the unknown. To lead and inspire the change, we must first shed the comfort of uncertainty. Certainty. Let's disrupt our thinking to pave the way for breakthrough ideas and innovation by having the right strategy. So, so that's what the crux of this presentation. So I'm going to focus on more on unlearning rather than teaching or preaching you anything around this particular topic. Okay. So with that, let's get into the agenda. So what we're going to do is I'll throw some light on the introduction of the subject, and then I'm going to throw some light around why many companies struggle to have right strategy. Then I will discuss about how many companies struggle to understand innovation. And then the convergence of innovation and strategy, that's the core which I'm going to discuss. Then I'm going to suggest few steps how we can achieve this particular aspect of converging of strategy and innovation with tangible takeaways. So, and then we will discuss one end-to-end hypothetical example so that you guys can connect the dots what we have discussed in the above 5 topics, so that you guys can take away a clear, tangible example, so that you guys, when you get back to your work, to your company, probably you can try out some of the things, learnings or unlearnings from this session. Then I'm going to put around concluding session. There are a couple of slides which I wanted to conclude this session, because concluding, when you do a seminar, right, if you don't conclude properly, the percentage of uh, retention of the learning of the audience is very less. So this is my teaching experience of 30 years. So I'm going to spend a couple of slides around concluding the session, and then we can open the floor for the Q&A sessions. Let's start with the introduction. What is strategy? What is innovation? And then why it is vital for converging strategy into innovation. Why can't we do it separately, or why do we need to um, align these two things? How this is going to make it successful to any company in terms of their products or services, what they are offering. Right? So let's start with some basics. Okay, what is strategy? And you can do this experiment in your organization. When you go back to your organization, pick top three leaders in your organization, have one-on-one with them, and then ask them, what do you mean by strategy? I bet you will get three different answers. That's one part. The other part is you can ask the follow-up question, okay, what is the strategy for this year? And I challenge and I bet that you get three different answers from all the three leaders. So the strategy is an art of making integrated choices that position a firm for sustained advantage in its industry, yielding superior financial return. So there are two aspects here. One is about the product, positioning your company, and then the other one is around the financial results. So it involves deliberate decision making. So strategy is all about decision making, what to do, and more importantly, what not to do. Okay, so the combination of these two things will really give us a focusing on where and how to excel in the market. So two things. One, what are our choices, where do we want to focus, and where we don't want to focus as well. So these two things should be integrated well and communicated across the company. Otherwise, what will happen if you say only, okay, we have to, these are our choices, these are the things we need to focus on. So what happens in a larger organization, even in a mid-sized organizations, these things get, each leader will have their own choices and favorites, and then they go into their own direction. So so make sure that when you are focusing on making choices, right, do's and as well as don'ts as well, so that you excel in the market, aligning with the organizational capabilities and goals to achieve competitive advantage. The another key thing on this slide is capabilities. So your strategy is directly connected with your capabilities of the organization. So unfortunately, if you ask again to the same leaders, right, what are our capabilities? People don't have the idea what capabilities their companies have. Okay, we'll get into that details as we go on. But as a whole, this is what strategy is all about. It's all about making the choices and bringing the focus, and then aligning the capabilities of the company, and then goals to achieve a competitive edge in the market. Now let's spend few seconds on what is innovation. This is also the same story. you can do the same experiment with the same leaders again. Innovation is the art of creating new value for customers. Look at that one. First, it starts with customers, not with your, revenue or your profit or EBITDA or whatever the measurements or KPIs, whatever you have. It is all about customer. If you remember the guru of management, Peter Drucker, he said the goal of any company is to create customer. Okay, so innovation is all about revolving around customers, and it is all about deeply understanding their needs, solving problems, creativity, and delivering compelling solutions. And this is very hard. This is very hard. And this is where I group the entire companies, right, into most of the companies and good companies. Good companies have mastered how to innovate. And the most of the companies, which are close to 90% of the companies in the world globally, they don't innovate. They cannot innovate because they don't have the understanding of the what is innovation and how it is going to solve our customer problems. So they come up with a list of things which are there in their control. Strategy and innovation both are something which is not in our control. This is another key point every company has to understand. And that is where the hard part of your strategy and innovation aligning these two. It is very hard, and only good companies can do this one. It's not that I'm saying that the most of the companies cannot do, but they need to put conscious effort in really bringing the innovation through having right strategy. Moving on to the importance of why we need to worry about convergence of this strategy and innovation. The fusion of this strategy and innovation is vital as it aligns long-term objectives. The previous lecture, right, he was talking about having a strategy of 7 years. Ellen was talking about 6 years, 7 years. Long-term, the goals and objectives with dynamic creativity, foster adaptability, and ensuring sustained success in a rapid changing world. The another thing we need to recognize, the things are changing so rapidly. Today's break, breakthrough technology tomorrow has become, it will become a legacy. Okay, so in this scenario, how do we bring the synergy between your strategy and innovation is very, very vital. On a regular basis, you need to um, have a proper review system and mechanism of tracking how you are building the capabilities in bringing these two things together in making the company successful. So I'll throw some light around why many companies, I'm talking about many companies, I told you, right, two groups, struggle to have right strategy. So number one is lack of clarity. Example, Kodak struggled with its transition to digital photography because it lacked a clear vision of future photography market. And what are the consequences? It went bankrupt in 2012. It's just because they don't have the clarity on digital strategy. They were sticking and holding on to what was their strength at that time. They could not foresee the vision, how the market is trending. So, the lessons learned from this one and what we need to unlearn. Let's say you are a company of 20 years, built a great product, but still you need to have the telescope. Okay, you have two things. The my favorite metaphor is you have microscope and then you have telescope. Microscope is something you see for the present, and the telescope is something you see what is coming up. Okay, in terms of the vision. So as a company, right, if you don't have that one, then it is very difficult for you to be having the right strategy. Okay, poor understanding of the market. Example here is Blockbuster failed to recognize the potential of online streaming. And what happened? It went bankrupt in 2010, while Netflix became a dominant player in the entertainment industry. Now you can see the success of Netflix across the globe. Wonderful, wonderful. So this is all because the companies don't understand the market. They are in rush in terms of making money, profits, okay, EBITDA, all these things, right? So so all these things what I am explaining here needs, they don't come free of cost. Every slide on my desk, I mean deck, um, needs some premium from the company to invest in achieving, in delivering great products by having right strategy. Moving on, ineffective leadership. The example I can give you is Yahoo. Yahoo had a series of leadership changes and inconsistent strategic direction in early 2000s. It was considered as the poster boy of internet when I started my career into IT. What was the consequences? Ineffective leadership and strategy missteps caused Yahoo to be lose its competitive edge. Eventually, it was sold to Verizon in 2017, and again it became an independent company later part. That's a different story. But the lessons learned over here is, if you don't have effective leadership, um, I don't think you are going to have a right strategy, and then which will lead into innovation. And then another important thing is inadequate resources and capabilities. Example I want to quote here is RIM, the Research in Motion, which were the makers of the BlackBerry phones in 2000, was the first smartphone released by any company um, in the global industry. Uh, they failed to invest sufficiently in new technologies and capabilities to compete the iPhone and Android. Consequences: market share plummeted, and the company had to pivot away from hardware to software and services. So, so what is the lessons learned from this one? What we need to unlearn? Where are we putting our capabilities? Where are we putting our resources in terms of innovation? Because without innovation, if you are a technology company, whether you are offering services or product delivering products, I don't think you are going to be successful in this one. I'll give you an example from um, uh, in 1999, zero smartphones. So in 2000, the first company was the BlackBerry, which introduced this one. And when iPhone came into picture, and Steve Jobs, his imagination was, I don't want to have a keyboard in my phone. So he was a truly, I mean, a visionary in terms of building truly world-class products. He doesn't want, he wants the users to type on the glass. Wow. So, so that's I mean, around the capabilities we need to build in terms of making your company innovative company, resistant to change. Because when you bring the change, right, when you bring the right strategy, breaking the stereotype what you have been doing for the 20 years or 30 years, it's a change basically. And then obviously the first thing you face is the resistance. The example I can give you is Nokia initial resistance to adopting the Android operating systems and sticking to its own Symbian operating system. Consequences: the same thing which I described, and then they have to sell its mobile phone business to Microsoft in 2013. Poor communication during the mergers between AOL and then Time Warner in 2000. poor communication and cultural clashes were rampant between these two companies when they merged. Consequences: the merger is considered one of the worst in the industry history and leading to massive financial losses and eventually separation of these two companies. So make sure that when you have the right strategy and you focus on and the innovation, um, it's constant communication which is going to make you successful. Short-term focus. The example I want to give you is CS, focused on heavily on short-term cost-cutting measures because it is in your control. This is where many of the companies, when they are not doing good, what they do is cost cutting because cost cutting is in their control, not not their out of their control. So they do that one, and because of that, what has happened? The consequences. It went bankrupt in 2018, and after 2018, the story was different. I cannot go into this one, so we have already running late. Lack of alignment across the lack of alignment across the organization. Example, General Motors in the early 2000s had various brands and divisions operating with little alignment of synergy. Consequences, restructured with the bailout in 2008 financial crisis. So that's something. Lack of alignment across the organization. Failure to monitor and adapt. If you are not inspecting adapt again, okay, as the example, and you are going to die. It's like a frog. The example given by um, Peter Senge in his Five Disciplines book. If you have a um, frog in normal water and hot water, beautiful metaphor. If you are not inspecting, adapting what is happening in the industry, then you are going to perish at your own peril. So you have to be looking at outside. And then complexity and over engineering. Best example I can give you is Boeing 787, the Dreamliner. Wow! When it was launched, it was so, greatly projected. Um, and that complexity of that entire product significantly delayed the cost overruns, hurting Boeing's profits and reputation. So you need to make sure that you make things simple and not over engineering when you are doing the innovation. So now I'll focus on why people struggle on innovation. So, misunderstanding the concept. Many companies equate innovation solely with the groundbreaking technology advantages of big ideas. Nah. I'll give you an experiment for you to do it. What you can do is um, you can ask any leader in your organization again about the pick from the different functions and ask them what does it mean innovation to you. A guy from CFO organization, a guy from operations, a guy from supply chain management, and see what you hear from them. Innovation encompasses a broad spectrum, including incremental improvements, process optimizations, business model innovations, human behaviors. There are so many things are there, and people don't know about these concepts. They only think about the moment you say innovation, they only talk about technological advancements. No, it's not true. There are many ways um, that companies can bring in the innovation in making their product successful. Lack of clear definition. Again, many of the companies they don't have clear definition, and that's where board to bottom they really struggle. What is our understanding of the whole thing, and how do we bridge gap between our strategy and then our innovation. Then again, short-term focus, which we already discussed in the strategy thing as well. Companies often prioritize short-term financial problem because they are accountable to the board for every 3 months. They need to show the numbers. And if you tell to the board that, hey, we are working on a product which is coming up in 18 months, they will throw you through the window and then say, we don't want this kind of a thing. We want money. What we are investing. So reality is sustainable innovators requires a long-term perspective, an investment in future opportunities, even if they don't provide immediate returns. So this is something again, you guys need to work with your leadership, make them educate, unlearn what we have been doing as a company. You have been doing, and then try to change the things. And again, misalignment with strategy. Reality is here. Strategic element ensures that initiatives support the company's long-term goals, add real value here. So it's all about customer, keeping the customer in the center, front and center, and then keeping the innovation. And then many of the CXOs, they don't agree for this one. They say that, no, I want 100 crores or 100 millions revenue by this quarter. That's it. You do whatever you want. I don't even care. So if you don't have that kind of a buy-in at the top, I don't think it will percolate to the bottom. And the engineers don't care. The product team don't care. Okay, we want to do this one. Okay, let's do it for it. So your focus is only for 3 months. And then every 3 months, that's how you are operating. Again, insufficient resources, which I discussed in the strategy as well. The adequate investment so nothing comes free of cost. So there is a saying, right? There is nothing called free lunch. Even to get your free lunch, you have to stand in the queue. That's your time. You're spending your time by standing in the queue. You get your food, find a place to sit, eat your food. All this involves your time. So the economists say that whenever there is a free lunch, there is nothing called free lunch. There is something behind that. In reality, also, if you want to bring in innovation, you need to have sufficient resources. Failure to understand the customer needs. The first and foremost thing what we do is we completely ignore customer needs. We think that technology will solve the everything problem. So Marty Kagan, I don't know how many of you know that he's the guru of product management, and he is based out of Silicon Valley. And if you want to, he has written a couple of books around product innovation and product management practice per se. And he has consulted or rather coached almost every top company in Silicon Valley. He talks about and if your engineering team is not involved right from the day one of the product, the concept what we have, then you are only operating at 50% of your capacity. Unfortunately, in many of the companies, the engineering team is involved at the fag end of the life cycle of the product development, which is absolutely rubbish. In the modern world, if you want to run modern corporation, building truly world-class products, you need to understand the customer needs, and then you need to involve engineers right from the beginning. Complexity of implementation. Reality is you need to have effective project management, cross-functional collaboration, and a clear go-to-market strategy are essential for successful implementation. So now we are talking about the implementation, the execution. Communication challenges, which we talked about earlier as well. There needs to be a clear, transparent communication in all hands, not only at a CXO level, even each CXO, let's say CTO is having their all hands, they need to talk. Let's say there are 4 people reporting into CTO, each individual's all hands, they need to talk about. So the people on the ground should hear this communication many times. There is a saying, right? You need to hit an ice to break 7 times, or you need to watch an ad to buy a product or get influenced by that ad, you need to watch it for 7 times. So likewise, you need to communicate persistently across the organization from top to bottom to make sure that everyone understands what is this company and what are we going to do and how I can contribute to the success of this company. Lack of talent, innovation requires a diverse set of skills and capabilities that may organizations lack. So, what is the reality here? You need to attract, retain, and nurture talent. So, HR organization comes into picture here with the right skills and innovative mindset is crucial. It starts with hiring the right people. So, there is a difference between hiring the best people, hiring the right people. Okay, I'll give you a simple metaphor. Let's say you live in a place and you want to buy a car. You have a lot of money, and you cannot drive that car the place where you live into that place. Is it is it the best choice? The best car is the best in the world. So you have spent um, close to some 100 millions in buying that car, but you can't drive that one to the place where you live um, because of various technical issues. So now, is this the right choice? Not probably. So, so when you hire for your company right talent, it is not about the best talent, it is about the right talent. When I say right talent, so it is about the fitment into the context. Okay, whether this person will fit into this context of our company, can he or she be successful in delivering what is expected from them in driving the innovation. So that's around talent we need to keep in place. Lack of imagination and competency. This is my favorite. This thing, imagination. The best example I can give you is Steve Jobs. Awesome. And then if you see, I'm not sure how many of you read biography of Steve Jobs. Um, it's worth reading. In that you can find his personality and how creative he was and how imaginative he was, and something we can learn into our companies to foster an environment that encourages out of the box thinking and then rewards creative problem solving. Imagination is like I'm not sure, 30 years back we used to have something called tape recorder. I don't know these generation people, they know about, they have seen it or not. It used to have two buttons, play, three buttons, rewind, and fast forward. So the fast forward is something I compare with the imagination. So you need to build this capacity, competency, of imagination right from the board to the bottom. Everyone in the company need to have this competency, and it is the most ignorant um, of many things in any company. So the lessons learned from here for you folks when you go back to your day job, make sure that first gauge where you are as a company in terms of your this competency. Okay, this will give you a lot of insights where and why we are not able to innovate through right strategy. Moving on to this one, now I'm going to throw light around convergence, around of innovation and strategy. Um, so, why convergence is crucial? It aligns creative solutions with strategy and with business goals. Okay, so we know that to achieve this goal, we need to have these many creative experiments, and these experiments may be uh, converge into a product or a service, may not be. It's a bet. You need to invest in that. As I said, nothing comes free of cost. So the example I want to give here is the eagles which fly, right? And they look for the prey from almost what, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers high from the ground level. And if you look at their strike rate, they fail in 90% of the cases in getting their targets. Or less than 20% is what their success rate in getting their targets. So companies also the same thing. When you do an experiment, it is not guaranteed that you are going to convert that experiment into a successful product. That's okay. So we need to bring in the culture of the experimentation. Then moving on, enhances competitive advantages. You need to enhance the thing which I said in the previous slide, right? The imaginative power of every employee in the company, whatever the function they are in. Um, I'm just giving an example. Likewise, there are many are there, and it is. I'm not sure I have the time to take over all those things. Then facilitates adaptability in a rapid changing market. So this convergence will help us to adapt, inspect, and adapt rapidly in making in making the change according to the market changes happening on a day-to-day basis. Benefits, enhances the agility, so it builds ability to respond quickly to the market changes. So you cannot say that, oh, it will take 12 months to build that one. What? You are going to perish by that time. You spend 12 months sweet time in delivering that particular product, and then by the time two guys sitting in a garage and might have delivered already that same product in 6 months or 3 months. So we need to enhance the agility. Okay, it is a challenge for big companies, and then age-old companies as well, because they are with a certain mindset, leadership, and then the entire culture is aligned with that one. So it's hard, but we need to change. We need to break the stereotype. Sustainable growth, long-term success through continuous improvement, and then customer-centric solutions, meeting evolving customer needs. So you put your customer front and center to come up with solutions which are which they love to buy and then use it. Now I'm going to suggest few steps to achieve this convergence. One is cultivate a visionary leadership. What is the takeaway here? Conduct leadership workshops, focus on developing visionary skills and innovative mindset. And then here is where your workshops should be focusing on unlearning, not on learning. Learning, we are smart enough to learn things. The reason is, I want to give you an example with a metaphor. So look at this bottle. This bottle is full of water. Now, if I put some more water, it won't go inside. It will spill over, right? Now, if I make a room in this water, in this bottle, then I can pour more water into this. So human brain is also like that. So unless we unlearn, we cannot learn. So the learning process is organic, natural, but unlearning is not natural and organic. So this is where we need to focus on in cultivating visionary leadership. Then moving on, integrate innovation into strategy, align your innovation with strategic goals. Takeaway, create a section in your strategic plan dedicated to innovation initiatives and track their progress on a regular basis, if not quarterly, maybe monthly, bi-weekly, depending upon the product you are building and the competitors you have in the market. Okay, so this is very, very important. The kind of product you are building and the competitive market space in which you are in. Based on that, you need to track the progress, and then bring the agility in delivering the right products. Then invest in training and development right from the top to bottom. Schedule monthly training sessions on design thinking, innovation management for your teams, imagination workshops. Okay. Um, like, for example, I can give you an example, product in a box. When you buy something, right, um, you buy the product in a product. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to show you. I used to have one. I took it to the office to show it to my CXO type team. Anyways, so if you look at that box, right, neatly written, so many things on that box, why you need to buy that product, what are the features on that product. So do a session on your products, building a product. The concept here is product in a box. Okay, even though it is not, but hypothetically imagining that whatever the product or service you are offering, think that they are in a box and you are designing that box. Now, what should be there on the box? Okay, what should be the features? What should, how can we attract um, our customers to buy, influence to buy and pick this product from the rack when they walk into the stores? So do these kind of workshops and trainings which are out of the box, which breaks the stereotype training programs, and create a supportive infrastructure. So the change has to be holistic. Okay, you cannot just do few things, capabilities, and then say, okay, let's go and innovate the things. It won't happen like this. So the takeaway here is invest in creating an innovation lab or hub within your organization, compete with collaborative workspaces and prototyping equipment. So you need to build that supportive infrastructure, so that your engineering, your design, your product, and your marketing team work together as one team in coming up with truly world-class products. Then encourage open communication and feedback. Feedback loops are very important. If you don't bring that feedback loop on a constant basis, um, then you don't know your what we call it as blind spots. No matter how much experience you have driving a car, you still have blind spots, and that's where you need to turn your um, head to look into those blind spots. Okay, so this feedback loop is very important in terms of looking at your blind spots, and it gives you constant innovative ideas and feedback and improving your services and products. And it's inspect and adapt. Takeaways: implement a bi-monthly or monthly or bi-weekly, as I said, based on what are your goals and what kind of product you are building, what kind of market you are in, how fast the market is moving. Accordingly, you need to adjust everything and then inspect and adapt. Don't think that your strategy and then your innovation is written on the wall forever. No. This is another blunder you are going to do if you don't inspect and adapt. Okay, you need to constantly evolve your competencies, your capabilities, and then your way of building products in terms of bringing the innovation. Focus. You need to, I don't know if you see iPhone, right? I mean, the Apple company, there are finger count products from the company. Why? The reason is, and they are doing business in trillions. Wow. What is the reason? The reason is very simple. They focus on their core innovations. So if you, I'm not sure, I think many of you folks are, I believe, international audience. So if you are in
Yeah.
Bangalore, there is a restaurant which is called Arogya Ahara, means in English it is healthy food. That restaurant menu, it's the most hygienic place. And if you see their menu, it has only half a dozen items on their menu and at an affordable price. Wonderful. And I've been watching that restaurant. That's my favorite place. For the last 5 years, they have not even included one more item. They are so successful with the 6 items on their menu. That's it. And the people who go there, they love those 6 items and they pick from the 6 items only. So, as a company, guys need to. So it's a natural tendency to the CXO and the company leaders to do many things. So they may say that, oh, okay, if even if we fail this one, oh, we may be successful on this. So this will balance our goals and then our profits and then our returns. I don't think that's going to help, in particularly in building the technology products. We need to be focused on high impact innovation projects and allocate dedicated resources to them, and then see how much um, traction you will get. Like as I said, right? You need to build imagination muscle. Uh, Take away, implement creative brainstorming sessions, imagination workshops to help employees think outside the box. This, if you are a people manager, you are responsible for this to make sure that your team is building this capability. The middle layer in the organization is responsible, in my view, of my 3 decades of experience working with different layers in an organization. They are accountable for building this particular muscle, the organizational muscle, and because they know their team very closely, and then they can do the things. Empowering the teams, we need to build the cross-functional teams with the authority to make critical decisions. If they look to their manager for the making the decision, then you forget about the innovation and the strategy. You are like pretty ordinary company, like any other company. So that is not going to help you in any way in bringing the innovation. So you need to empower your teams, cross-functional teams. You cannot have isolations. The example I can give you is Toyota production system. If you have done a closely looked at, um, Toyota production system came into picture 60, 70 years ago, not now. They talk about the cross-functional teams 70 years before. We are talking now in technology space. Building cross-functional team means that if this team is focusing on one segment of a product, they need to have all the skills within that team so that they are autonomous and they are not dependent on any other one, and they can make the right decisions and then bring the agility in delivering the innovative products. Risk taking, you need to bring that experimentation, the risk management framework that allows for calculated risk taking and provides support for projects that may not have immediate success. So you need to defend to your CXO on the board, fight for this one with the logical data and your imaginative power, how this thing is going to shape in future if we take this risk of investing in that particular aspect. Continuous learning and adoption. So there is a saying in the industry, right? If you stop learning, that is your intellectual death. This applies to your organization as well. If your organization is not learning, then it is equivalent to its intellectual death. What is the takeaway here? Provide access to online courses, workshops, conferences. Bring that learning culture across the companies and make everyone, right? Let's say there is a um, uh, one person, and this same person in the next week, we don't want to be the same person. We want this person to be a delta to be added to his own competencies, skill sets. Likewise, in the next week, the same person need to have the second version, third version, fourth version. Likewise, people need to learn, unlearn, and then grow. And imagine if a company of, let's say, 500 engineers, if every engineer is learning week to week, you can you can imagine how the company is growing on on a weekly basis, not even quarterly basis. On a weekly basis, the company is to do that one. So you have to do these hard things. These things are right. All the slides which I'm recommending are very hard to do. This one only very committed leadership teams, companies can do it, and then only with right commitment you can do it. Lastly, I want to end with a simple hypothetical example. Let's create a real-time example, end-to-end example based on Roger Martin's strategy model and then Marty Kagan's innovation framework. The example is the company name is TechCorp, Journey to Convert Strategy to Innovation. This company is mid-sized company specialized in developing enterprise software solution. The company has been moderately successful, but it is struggling to maintain its competitive edge in an adaptive, evolving market. Now, I just wanted to give you Roger Martin's strategy model, and you can Google it, you can read it. It is basically answers to 5 questions. What are your winning aspirations? And where you want to play, how you want to win, what are the capabilities you want to build, and how you want to measure. Simple 5 questions. You answer these 5 questions. These are then these questions, the answers will evolve into integrated choices what you are going to make. Okay, so here is what the example, going back to that one, strategic choices, where to play. TechCorp, that company, fictitious company which we talked about, decides to focus uh, on the field of AI-driven analytics for the healthcare sector. How to win? By offering highly customized, user-friendly solutions that integrate seamlessly with existing healthcare IT systems. There is nowhere here the profit, margins, top line, bottom line is mentioned over here. Okay, those are the 5 questions which I talked about. What is our winning aspiration? Where we will play, and how we want to win? What are the capabilities we need, and what are the management systems? Application. Now, this is very, very important. Uh, um, Become the leader providing of AI-driven analytic solutions of healthcare within 5 years. This is the first question. Answer to the first question. Become the leader providing of AI-driven analytic solutions for healthcare within 5 years. This is the winning aspiration. There is nothing related to your bottom line, top line. Where to play? Target major hospitals and healthcare networks in North America. How to win? Develop a proprietary AI platform that leverages patient data to provide actionable insights for improving patient outcomes and operational efficiency. Capabilities: invest in AI research, hire top talent in machine learning, and build strategic partnerships with healthcare providers. Management: implement agile project management, robust customer feedback loops, all that stuff. So these are the 5 answers to those 5 questions by Marty Kagan's strategy model. Now, sorry, moving on to the how do we now we come into the innovation. Now, how do we take from that strategy the innovation? The innovation practices: customer-centric discovery. Problem: hospitals struggling with managing vast amount of patient data efficiency. That's the problem. Solution: conduct interviews and shadowing sessions with healthcare professionals to understand their pain points. Then prototype and validate. Develop a MVP. of the AI-driven analytical platform, run pilot programs in selected hospitals to gather real-world feedback, and then form the cross-functional teams, including product design, engineering, healthcare, which I told before. Give teams the autonomy to experiment with the feedback you got from your prototype and validation, and then continuously deliver, adopt a continuous delivery model to release updates and new features regularly. Use metrics to track the effectiveness of the adaptability of the new features. So this is how you align the convergence between the strategy and innovation, creating innovation labs, leadership commitment, iterative strategic reviews. Establish an innovation lab focused on AI in healthcare, leadership activity participants, innovation initiatives, implement a bi-weekly or bi-monthly or bi-weekly depending upon how fast your industry is growing. Based on that, you can example outcome, the MVP is launched in the 3 major hospitals. Early feedback highlights the need for better integration with existing systems and more intuitive user interfaces. Iterative and improvement based on the feedback cohort. The teams enhance the AI platform's integration capabilities and user interfaces. They also add new features that allow to predictive analytics, which were highly requested by the users. Market expansion with the improved product, TechCorp expands its pilot to 15 more hospitals, securing significant contracts. Leadership and culture. Leadership continuously emphasizes the importance of innovation aligned with the strategic goals. They reward teams with their contribution to the successful deployment of the rewards. So earlier lecture by Alan talking about the rewards, the contribution to the success of the deployment. So the leadership and the culture can bring those kind of things. Results. These are the results achieved its strategic goal of becoming a leader provider of AI-driven analytics in healthcare. The convergence of strategy and innovation enables TechCorp to adapt quickly, meet customer needs effectively, and maintain a competitive edge. Lessons learned, the importance of aligning the strategy and then innovation, the value of customer-centric discovery, and the critical role of leadership. So if you apply these things, right, I'm sure you will become one of the good companies which I was talking about. No innovation idea is provided in advance. To conclude the session, I'm sure I'm running late of 10 minutes. My apologies. No innovation idea is proved in advance. So keep this in mind. If anyone is saying that this innovative idea is going to be proved, that's a false statement. So be ready to experiment, okay, and then innovate in different ways, enabling organizations to test new ideas, learn from failures, and iterative improvement. And strategy integration experiments involve setting clear objectives and defining success metrics, all that stuff. So that's how you bring the experimentation innovation, and that makes you the importance of vision and courage of the leadership, bridging the strategy and innovation. Leaders must champion unproven concepts, demonstrating a strategic commitment to long-term growth and competitive advantage. This willingness is very, very important. Otherwise, things won't happen. In conclusion, the convergence of strategy and innovation marked by embracing uncertainty and fostering experiment is key to unlocking the potential of innovation ideas. Visionary leaders who champion this approach drive transformation change and sustained success. With this, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It's a wonderful, it's an honor for me to take any questions. I know I took more time than given, but if I'm allowed, I'm happy to take the questions.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
So thank you, Mohammed Saab. Thank you very much. It was very insightful, very rich, and very thought-provoking session. I think there are so many points you touch, which are very important, like focus. And that restaurant example was very nice, actually. Okay, and you also talk about good companies and general companies, everyone else. Okay, that's very interesting to the participants to understand. And if you have very good literature or so to just to touch on your
Yes,
process.
I can.
Uh,
What I can do. What
yeah.
I can do is I can add one more slide to this presentation when you share. You can. I'll put those references over there. I recommend 4 books, truly amazing books. If you don't read those books, means something is missing for you as an individual and for your company as well. So I'll put those references in adding one more slide, Kadhaben.
That's perfect. Actually, that's very important. And due to that lack of time, we are not able to take up questions. However, dear participants, please post all your questions. Then we will reach Sheikh Muhammad and we'll make sure that those questions get answered. Okay, so thank you very much for joining Sheikh Saab. It's really, really insightful. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
fantastic session. Have a good time and take care.
Thank you. Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you very much. Oh, very, very insightful session. Just finished innovation. So now we enter into a different topic completely. Just you take yourself into a different thought process now. That's the beauty of the Global Strategy Execution Summit. Now I would like to introduce one of very, very, very senior IT manager, Tansir Kunjan. I will just give introduction. So the topic Mr. Tansir Kunjan will be talking is how to define strategy for IT aligned to business strategy for larger organizations. Just to give you a quick introduction, so Tansir Kunjan, as a retired CIO for Almarai, of course, it's one of the largest dairy company in Middle East. Okay, so he retired as head of IT recently. He boasts extensive expertise in a diverse array of IT domains. Over the course of his career, he has excelled in developing IT strategies, managing IT services, and conducting business process analysis, re-engineering, and what more. With a keen eye for vendor and resource management, Tansir has overseen application development, deployment, support, and ERP implementation, business intelligence, and more deployments. So he is experienced in hardware and software evaluations, software quality assurance, and initiating and implementing IT security measures. Additionally, Tansir has successfully established and managed offshore development center. So I know Tansir Bhai personally, and he is one of the pioneer in IT, especially in Middle East. Okay, so he bring rich knowledge in defining IT as a true enabler for the organization and make it as a competitive advantage. Okay, so we will be very passionate to hear you, Tansir Saab. So please carry on and wish you a nice presentation.
Thank you, Abdul Qadir. I think that was a good introduction. Thank you, and a very warm welcome to all the participants who are currently in this webinar. As Sheikh has just given a brief introduction. I'll just move to the presentation just to share my screen now. Yeah, I hope everybody can see the screen. Just if somebody can confirm. Okay. So moving on. First of all, I think I would like to thank DataLabs for giving this opportunity.
Tansir Bhai, 1 second, one interruption, please, if you don't mind. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all participants to note the YouTube link. As the YouTube link will be, this LinkedIn link will expire at 2 o'clock, around 2. Okay, so after that, the new link will be shared in the conference page. But please note the YouTube link so that you don't miss uninterrupted streaming. If you post in YouTube also, you will get the questions. Sorry, Tansir Bhai, it's very important notice I forgot to tell. Please continue, sir.
That's fine. No worries. Okay. So without further delay, let's start. Again, today's topic, aligning IT with business, that's the key topic, the essence of the topic, I would say. And just a very quick brief about myself. I have about 30 plus years of industry experience in various functions, starting from the retail to manufacturing, logistics and planning, supply chain, etc. I was working in Almarai, which I think, like Sheikh Abdul Qadir mentioned, where during my tenure, we had a 40x revenue growth, meaning from 500 million Saudi Riyal to about 20 billion Saudi Riyal. So that's a significant, and all this, during this time, supporting the IT function, make sure that the IT function is an enabler is a key aspect. And Almarai being a trendsetter in technology, it just proves the fact that even today they are the leading leaders in technology in the Middle East, in whichever aspect you talk about. So just that's a quick brief to all of you. Now let's start the session objective today, which is defining IT strategy that is aligned with business strategy. Of course, it's for the larger organization. Now, from my side, I think I would like to add this part and say that in sustain it. It is not only it's not a one-year game, so it's a long-term plan. So quite obvious, we have to not only ensure that the IT strategy is aligned, but also sustain it over a period of time. That's going to be my key objective to explain to all the audience today. To start off, I think it's very important for us to understand where we are before we, start on a, start evaluating ourselves. We need to evaluate ourselves before we start developing a plan. Everybody in the organization generally talk about value of IT. The moment you say, in our company, the value of IT is valued a lot. Maybe it's a myth. You need to first evaluate what you're doing, why is it important. Without this, you don't know how deep or how your penetration is within business functions. How to do that? So I think first thing, does business value IT? Ask yourself this question. Maybe go to the middle managers, go to the senior managers, different stakeholders in the business at different levels, not necessarily looking at few people who want to praise you, but go speak to many people, maybe many staff, especially I would say the middle managers and the lower end users as well, just to understand what IT brings to them or what value does IT bring to them. Managers or EVPs are important as well, because that's the point where actually you see realization of it. Okay, so it's very important that we ask this question. And once you get this answer, maybe more often than not, it's a people-related stuff. So if you have good relationship with people, you may get a good response for point number one. But I think ask yourself this question: has IT demonstrated its value? What does this mean? More often than not, IT being a support function, it is important that we understand. Our existence is to ensure that we provide appropriate support to business as and when it is required. So whenever we want to demonstrate IT value by ensuring that we are up to speed, we provide users with what currently is suitable and it is available as a technology to business. It's not necessarily the user to come back and demand for things and then we, in a haphazard way, deliver things. This is exactly the opposite of what we want. We want to ensure that if we don't understand the user's pulse, we'll not be able to do this. We'll not be able to get a right answer for this. Again, all these questions you have to ask yourself. How well aligned are business and IT on a day-to-day business management? Now here, it's very important. Every business has a day-to-day, operational stuff, which is what lays the foundation of the relationship. And how well is IT aligned with business on a day-to-day basis? I think we need to just check what business processes are there and how good are you aware of what is the impact if something breaks down or there is some concern or complaint. How do you ensure that they are effectively understood first by IT guys? I think just to give some example here, If you are running a logistics operation and if the truck loading facility is having a challenge, you know that there is going to be a knock-on effect and it's going to run into hours even after you fix the problem. Even though you may say that my problem only took 1 hour off, that 1 hour of peak has a delay impact of maybe further for next 5-6 hours. So it's just a simple, how well aligned are you, you as an IT aligned with business in such understanding. This is very important on the day-to-day operation. Lastly, on the support what IT offers. I hope that you understand the business, but what kind of support do you offer in case you get a support call? So how do you respond to it? And how do you ensure that you stand shoulder to shoulder with business in ensuring that this is, you provide them the right support. So those kind of things, if you get a right answer, well and good. If you say that, look, I have always been appreciative, we always do good with business, we understand the entire kind of business process, what are there, and we support them, fine. The easiest way to do this is do a kind of a survey, customer survey, find it out. I'm not expecting a 10 out of 10, which is I would say an extreme possible score. Because we are a support entity, always there will be ups and downs. But at the same time, anything less than 8 would be, there's an opportunity for improvement. So probably expecting 8 to 10 would be a good number for us to be to plan for. Okay. Now, I think first when we have this understanding, it's important that this understanding will now take us to the next step, which is ensuring that we understand the business properly. So this is first, we did our basic job. Why are we here? We are a support entity, and first we need to do our fundamentals right, and that's what we did here. Okay, maybe you say it doesn't have a direct impact on alignment, but yes, it is a prerequisite kind of thing. The next step is understanding, who are the influencers for your plan. How do you, when you align, always you will see what are the areas, where you need to look at what kind of things can influence or contributors to this whole strategy. We need to understand that. That's the key fundamental. Again, I think this is the area where you really have a big start for alignment. Number one is understanding business plans. Many of the IT managers I have seen, or CIOs I have seen, they fail to understand this concept of understanding business plans. They expect that they're the last in the line, and once business is ready with their plans, they'll come back to us and we will talk about it. In that case, according to me, it's too late, and you are now becoming a reactive organization, not a proactive organization. So you need to be with the business. You need to understand business plans, which means go sit with your business, talk to them, understand what's their business plans which they are having for following year. Like just to give an example here, if maybe the business managers or maybe the stakeholders tell you that we are growing by 12% in terms of revenue, understand where the revenue growth is coming from. Is it coming from just horizontal growth, or maybe the general growth, or are they having some business expansion plans, means opening any new locations, so that kind of thing, or maybe new product strategy. Now, when it comes to product strategy, it's now all of these have different impact. That's the reason why I'm trying to elaborate here when I say business plans. So you will need to understand. If it is just a simple expansion of maybe adding, say, 1,000 more customers, which first thing you need to, as an IT person, you have to say, okay, will there be a challenge in adding 1,000 customers to my IT solution existing? No problems, no problem. But the moment you talk about a different product stream, like for example, you can say the business, we want to enter into ice cream business. So all these days you are into a different retail business, which had either a chilled van or an ambient vans, and now you are into frozen. How will you manage this? Is it does your system support multiple visits by different sales representatives, or so many other things, aspects which you can talk about from logistics point of view? How are you going to track? Like I'm sure there will be some requirement to track the temperature in the vans, etc. So these kind of things. Or just imagine if the business says we are entering into completely different, let's say something like a meat industry, where you are not going to go by no more pull kind of ordering pattern. It's going to be push, or the sales is going to happen maybe in a weight based, which is you need to implement a catch weight management system kind of thing. Now that's why it's a understanding business plans is so important and vital part of this process, that at the moment you understand business plan in detail, there is no point you will align yourself efficiently. Of course, you can be reactive by when you are provided the data, but it's always going to be haphazard and it's not going to be aligned. And hence, I suggest this is the first thing you have to do is align, understand the business plan in detail, where the revenue growth is coming from, what are the changes which are being planned, and what are the strategy in terms of maybe capital investment or whatever, if there is a new factory coming up, etc. This will possibly in the next slides, it will tell you the importance of this going forward. Next is technology changes. You already have implemented a lot of technology currently. Just first, in the first point, you were asking business this question of what's changing. Now this time it's going to be technology. Here you'll question yourself and say what technology, if there is any technology obsolescence or significant upgrades which are already announced or upcoming. This is the area where you will try to now understand those areas which can have an impact in your IT strategy in the time to come. Again, here you should not stop short of saying that this can be done sometime later, or there are some things which I need to do it urgently. Yes, I can always do it next year when the gun is in my head, but that's again, as I said, it's an afterthought or a reactive. So here you need to think it through, think as to what needs to be done, and we'll do that. This is primarily for those technology which is already implemented. Next one, continue the same thing about technology. Innovation is always coming or is always there. Like in the previous session, Mohammed was mentioning, innovation is a fundamental for any industry right now. Even in IT is the same thing. So what technology changes can bring benefits to business? Think about those, and any business in terms of process improvements, whatever you can, including technology. Like if I say moving to cloud will possibly help me save some money on, or maybe it will bring efficiency in the way we do our business on a day-to-day basis, or will help us enhance the service levels, etc., whatever it is. So think about those things. Always remember, this is not only about the technology in IT, but also it's in business. So you have to think what technologies are there in the market which can help my business grow. And if I don't understand my business, in my previous slide which I mentioned, here you will fall short of this. You won't even understand what the business requirements are, and how will you ensure that, how will you provide them this update. That's when I see a lot of CIOs reacting to user requests in the last minute instead of them working together beforehand with the people. I think it's more important. Yes, you know about technology well, they know about business better. So that's why the connect always has to be there. And that's why evaluating where you are from a user perspective will possibly give a lot of thought process and ideas to identify projects in this. RPA could be a simple area, but yes, it can add a lot of value to business. So that's how you need to identify where you're going with this. Then, of course, every country has their statutory requirements. It could be taxation. It could be, like PDP right now, which is the personal data protection. Those kind of rules, which are nowadays very strict, and it has to be followed. For us, it's important from an IT point of view to understand all those statutory and think and ensure that they are in our execution plan eventually, which we will try to prepare, but need to understand them specifically. So this is primarily to do with either VAT or GST or whatever you call it, which is in your country, relevant in your country. In some cases, it's specific tax like sugar tax, etc. In Oman. So probably you'll have more in different countries as well. So you'll find whatever statutory requirement are there. Those will be one of the key areas of influences. And also finally, the IT security. Here, I think I mentioned IT security as a separate aspect, not included in the technology, because IT security is a little bit beyond that now. Moving to cloud has opened up different thoughts for us. We have to think security from the word go rather than incorporating them eventually. If you want to provide right services, sometimes IT security projects cost more than the project itself. This is a big challenge which we face, especially for people setting up at the initial first time. Of course, they will support 10 more projects which are scheduled to come. But I think the first time when you set up IT security, it has to be done properly, not cut corners and say that for this particular project, I will go with this shortcut. And then for the next project, I will try to implement because that has some money and whatever it is. But from a security point of view, it has to be planned properly from the beginning. And I would say if you have this 5 topics covered, this is the most important foundation you would start from an alignment point of view. Once you have this, what's your next step now? You have got all those inputs. You have now a good idea, a fair idea of what is the requirement or what's the expectation from business. You as a IT manager, the CIO, have to now develop the roadmap for yourself. Now, like last week, we spoke in the last previous session about various topics. Each of these will give birth to many projects. They could be one or many, depending on the area, be it business plan, be it technology changes or innovation in terms of technology or statutory or security. All this, I think first thing is here is where you start listing your projects and ensure that these project list is aligned with business. What happens here generally when IT start thinking about projects, they try to outweigh business projects with technology projects, which is why you will see a lot of disconnect with business eventually. Yeah, IT projects have to be there. I'm not saying that infra projects are not important, but at the same time, business project cannot be ignored. Okay, so start preparing a list of projects, and then I think the next part is the most important. This will also ensure that how good is your relationship with the business stakeholders. Agree on the ROI, which is the return on investment, and the timelines, because some projects are urgent and some projects are not so urgent. Yeah, they may be important, but not so urgent. So from a timing point of view, when business, why I say this timing point is because there are certain types of business where business would generally not like any changes. Like for example, in Saudi or in the Gulf in general, it's the Ramadan period. I'm sure there are many other periods like in India would be somewhere the last quarter. So there are so many times and occasions where the business is at peak and you don't like to implement. So that's why align with a high level. This is a very high level alignment. The ROI part is important because you cannot just keep implementing new technology without having appropriate ROI. If the returns are not there, it's for sure it's not going to fly. Maybe year one you have a business stakeholder who is an influence person, you will possibly get it through, but after that it's going to run into problems because ROI is not there and you're going to struggle presenting that project eventually when you are executing it. Or that's the reason why you need to just pull up the ROI. So you need to make sure the business is also having equal stake when you identify the projects. Okay. This is cost finally, of course, because we are talking about a commercial entity here. So obviously its budgets are important and the manpower requirements. Associate these two. Once you have this list prepared earlier, this should, I would not say it's a cakewalk, but it is doable, quite doable, because if, like for example, if you want to implement a document management system, you say what is the budget required. So it's going to be about, say, whatever, $100,000 or $150,000, whatever it is. And then the associated manpower, which is required. Again, here, it's important to understand that if you don't have proper people to support, of course, the consulting company can come and implement or support us in implementing this. Is also, we need to understand what will be the manpower required locally to support it in future. If in case the implementation is going to be outsourced, but still the support has to happen eventually. Either even that can be outsourced, but still we have to understand what's the manpower required for this. Okay, so moving on. Here, this is the next step again, like the second step, it's important, prioritizing the execution plan. What do you prioritize? Obviously, the execution plan has, you had a wish list of things. In the previous slide, when you started listing project, there was no boundaries, because we only thought about what is the business plan or what's the technology requirement and what's the new innovations available in the market. We just started, it's more of a wish list. It created quite a big list, or maybe a decent sized list. It could have been, there would be about 100 projects listed there. And of course, it's all a wish list. Now is the right time to say, okay, gentlemen, let's sit down and just talk about what exactly we want to do. So it's impossible that you can do everything, but that's when you start prioritizing. On what basis will you prioritize? The first thing, quite obvious in any business, will be a favorable ROI. Generally, I consider anything less than 3 years as a favorable ROI. So yeah, if you have a project where we have a tangible ROI of less than 3 years, can be listed or can be considered, because that's quite a decent time to recover the value, and after that it will be a benefit for business. The next is business needs. Here in this, sometimes there is a pain in business which may not have a very tangible ROI, but of course, if you see, it does give you a decent a business benefit in terms of efficiency, or it could be in terms of reputation. So that kind of thing also, of course, once we quantify this, to give a good example of that, when we have to send statements to customers, just imagine it used to take about 5-7 days to send statement. We just installed a bot there which does a job of a person validating, seeking the data from various locations, consolidating it, and ensuring that it's sent across to the customer. It all happened in just next 2 days time. So the second day we could month end is over, and the following day the data is accumulated, and by night it is sent. So it didn't have a tangible ROI in terms of value, but yes, it did have a good reputation in reputation stuff. So it could be business need which is driving it. So many other areas like reconciliations, those kind of areas as well will cover here. Next is a statutory requirement, which is quite obvious. It's a no-go here. When we are doing prioritization, there's one big challenge, especially in this statutory requirement. Everything is P1. It cannot happen. When you prioritize, when you look at prepare the list of 100 projects in the previous process step, now you will say, okay, when we have to filter those projects, everything is important. That's what business will say. Now here in the case of statutory, it's more important, especially if the legal team or the finance team will come back and say this is statutory and we need it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong in it. PDP is a good example. When PDP rule was launched, they give you normally a time, year and a half or whatever it is to implement. So when you have projects associated with this, you need to look into them and see if, for example, September 25 is the launch date for this particular statutory requirement, and your project timeline you say is 6 months. You need not put it as P1 in 24. It can always go P, because the timeline will be high, or maybe a requirement there's a user UAT required, blah blah blah, whatever it is. So that's why you may need to list it as a project, but not necessarily as P1. It could be P2. But if there is project go live is in 24 December, we have to complete it before November. Obviously, it will remain P1. So each of these areas, like ROI point of view, we said we have a tangible number. Business need, it's not necessarily tangible, but it could be more reputation and efficiency. Statutory requirement, it's more the target timeline and when we should be ready with. And then we have security related. Obviously, this is another area where there is no boundaries to it, and here is where you will start getting into a lot of debate whether we need it or we don't need it. We already have something, etc. So this is more up to the company to say where you want to be. I don't know, maybe what level of certifications you have. So it also depends on that certifications. It's better that we have consolidated tools. Nowadays, you get so many tools for desktop security or for IT security related stuff which are available. So more migrating to those will possibly help, which in turn will also give you a favorable ROI as well if you already spent that previous money. So IT security related stuff will be also have to be prioritized. And if in this case, like projects like linking back to your AD or your authentication with HR solution, where you disengage an employee and all the cloud access systems access has been terminated, this becomes a kind of a P1 kind of a project for you. Those, because we are moving cloud now, so no more on-prem. On-prem means at least you had the choice to say the guy cannot come onto his PC, so he cannot log in. Those days are gone now, long gone, I would say. And then hence IT security projects have to be considered and prioritized accordingly. And then last is technology driven. Obsolescence of technology is a key driver here. Maybe you have a tool which you are using, it's already end of life, like Windows is now announcing for Windows 10. Similarly, you will have for many other tools which you have already implemented. So you need to make sure that you list down these kind of projects and try to justify for every project which you want to take it up. Of course, now the objective is to execute or manage those projects which you can execute them. It's not about just listing down the projects like in the previous step. Now you are going to filter those projects and make sure that you have a list which is kind of required list. So the next step here is get this plan approved. Yes, you have done the hard work, you have prepared the list, you have justified the need for it, yet there has to be approval by the management. So first thing is, again, revise the roadmap because your first roadmap, what you prepared post or project list, what you prepared was too vast, and now you have done the filtering in the previous one. Some timeline point of view, which based on the business needs, you will revise that time plan, and then next step, review the budget. Now here is where most of them, I see a lot of people coming asking me questions saying that, okay, how do you get the budgets approved? Because most of the time we are having challenges in getting this budget approved by the management. Agreed. I think more often than not, I see this as a challenge for a lot of companies, especially who don't see value in IT, who don't see this as IT as a contributor to business. And I think you got maybe the first step. It's sort you have to look at why is it required, what efficiency are we bringing in, has to be demonstrated. Then this challenge, that's first part. Second part, also you go back to the relevant business stakeholders. See, only there are few technology projects which have to be budgeted in a generic way. Otherwise, most of the projects are linked to specific business stakeholder. So make sure that you get a buy-in from business stakeholder, understand that, yes, he understands what you are thinking. Oh yeah, I think this will bring great value to me, or yes, I will be willing to support this. So make sure that there is a buy-in. Don't try to, because more often than not, if you try to go unilateral, then obviously you will get stuck because there's no business case associated with this. Okay, once we had the business buy-in, then you will obviously see that this challenge will reduce significantly. Okay. Finally, I think stakeholder approval for plan. As I know, I think why I'm asking this, you will normally have a lot of companies having multiple rounds of approval, once in a 5-year plan, another one in a budget, etc. So you will have a stakeholder approval required for the plan, so that you can now propose this as a final spend in the coming year or years. That's what will be the last step here. And only when you get approval for the plan, you can proceed. Here, I'm sure in some cases, we will have discussions even up to the project level, because if you are given a blanket value-based budget approval, you need to again go back, revise the plan. So probably you will revisit this last 2 steps, going back, revising your plans, and again, revising the ROIs, make it more stringent, or challenge business on the needs, etc. Look at the security aspects. What is your appetite? Look into that and just come back and say what is required and what's not required. So basically, for me, more important here, once you complete this step of approval, you are ready for the execution part. Again, coming to the execution part, here is another area where I see the sustaining part as a most important aspect of this from here onwards, because everybody will always give you a chance to demonstrate your value add from an IT function point of view. If you either don't come up to the expectation, or don't try to provide them that that satisfaction or that efficiency expectation, you will not be able to manage the same influence, or we get to influence them next time around. Now here, that is what we are trying to do here. Whatever stakeholder approval we received, we will initiate projects based on those. Of course, it's a standard project management methodology which will be used whichever you're using in the organization. And then start challenging yourself. You always will say evaluate yourself against with the plan versus actual. Okay. Now, again, introspection is one of the important aspects, because we are a service entity or a support entity where we have to ensure accountability is there, not only in terms of our day-to-day support, but also in such things where when we can bring whatever value we bring to the company, to the organization, has to be measured time and again. Now, of course, everybody will have a timeline. A project was planned for 6 months. Keep monitoring them. This is standard for any project management methodology which you will use. Here's the last step, which is I see most of them missing out. We declared the project efficiency or effectiveness at the beginning of the project, saying that, yeah, my ROI is 3 years time, or my business need is whatever it is, or there are some intangible benefits which we are going to achieve. I have seen very few people going and getting this done after the project is completed. Of course, here there are some challenges why people don't do it as well. I'll tell you, because most of the benefits realization comes a little bit down. Maybe it's not necessary as you close the project. There are projects like RPA projects where you will get it immediate, but there are other projects where you will see that you realize the benefit only post 3rd month or post even 6 months sometimes. So but still, I think it's our responsibility to ensure that we will cover this, and we will keep this on track. We'll not close the project and say, yeah, project implementation is done, but the benefit realization or the effectiveness check is pending. So track them and ensure that this is done. So this will highlight, some of the EVPs or maybe the stakeholders who would have given you wrong ROIs, or who are over a period of time you will be to assess these guys, saying, okay, when I'm going to this guy, if he says 3 years, it's actually 5 years, or whatever it is. We can challenge them next time. Maybe we'll be able to challenge them more effectively. So that's why it's a very big part of effectiveness, and this is what will demonstrate the value of IT and bring in the faith in the IT team, basically. So don't miss this out. I think my suggestion here is whatever you do, the benefit realization part, it's not so easy to be done. Like in Almarai, we used to have an independent function do it. It's not the function which is implementing, not implementing. It never used to be IT anyway. It used to be either finance, or it could be even sometimes even internal audit, or sometimes even different function of finance, like it's corporate finance instead of sales finance, etc. So we used to have to get it done with different independent parties, either internally. Most of it was internal because we didn't do any external assessments, although we had an option to get this as well, but we never got that done. But more often than not, it is internal, but from a different team. So they will go through the project definition, project deliverables, and check the effectiveness eventually. So the last part here is more on the part of the sustaining part again. Make sure that you report the plan and actual on a regular basis. It's important that when you talk about the executives, it's important that you keep them updated. It's not about just signing off the budget and ensuring that, okay, the budget is signed off and now you are given the money and that's it, you go. So the previous slide was more about the monitoring and managing the project, and now this is about reporting the project. So reporting back to the stakeholders in a very, very structured manner. I think the more important, most of the time when I see this, what I mean by structured manner, I don't know if you have any technology steering group or you have some kind of organization committee where you have to report these project updates. But even there, you have to use a proper single method of updating projects. Every project, whenever this was the biggest challenge I used to face, every project update was sent in different, somebody sends me in a single slide, somebody will send me in a 20 slide update. And every time you try to go back to the senior management, they will lose track. So probably for me, it's more important that you provide update in a structured manner. So whichever suits you. In fact, I was inclined to put in some, the templates, but I think with Excel available to you, you can define, because there is a subtle difference between every organization. When it comes to the step 2 and 3, it's the same thing. You have to list the projects and you have to provide the priorities, and then it's a continuous thing. So you can create your own. It's not a big deal, but at the same time, essence should be there. We need to ensure that all the content what we talked about it's there. I think it is another part which is always important is, if at all there is a changes, make sure this is communicated. Don't try to I have seen this also not being agreed upon. No, you have to make sure that any changes to the plan are agreed upon, and anything what you do, because changes is imminent. I don't think there will be a year past where there will be no changes absolutely to whatever we are doing. We'll always have changes to the plans, but these changes have to be agreed and communicated. Nothing wrong in changing the plans, but my objective here is to make sure that we communicate this going forward and to everyone. That's the point what I was trying to highlight here. And I think with this, we've just finished in slightly earlier, so probably we are here with the Q&A part.
So very interesting, Tansir Bhai, very interesting, very insightful sessions. First of all, I would like to say that 48x, you said, okay. So from 500 million riyals to, I did not hear the, but it's 48x. That is,
it's 40x it is. So it's 20 billion now. That's the last year turnover.
So 40x growth, and you stay from all the way as an IT head. So that shows how successful the organization you made through IT alignment. So that is, I don't have to say this anything. And one last point, when you talk about the reporting, the standardized, simplified reporting. I still remember the 4ops. I made a very simple one pager, 4ops. So for each project, say you need to ask for a weekly report, 4ops. That was fantastic. Actually, we used that same template in some of our clients, by the way. Okay, so credit goes to you. Fantastic. So let us take up some questions. We have time. So basically, so one topic is now everybody is talking about generative AI, and really it's a breakthrough, groundbreaking technology. Okay, and you have been in IT for so long for the very large organizations. Okay, so how does that large organizations are affected with Gen AI? So how can they make use of it? Okay, so any insights in that, Tansir Bhai?
Okay, look, first of all, the industry is always, sometimes you see the IT industry is always blamed for some things sometimes. Either because of early adoption or because of, it could be delayed adoption as well eventually. But otherwise, it's too much over publicity. In this case as well, I'm not going to say that there's a lot of benefits. If you see most of the solutions now, AI is quite a few AI components are already built in. But it's only either we do a hype by overselling it or by underselling it as well. Okay, overselling in some cases where for a normal day-to-day process, the AI will support us only in very few actions. Like, whatever I try to do, can I do it faster? Why should I think?
Productivity.
Yeah, exactly. The productivity will enhance the productivity part. But at the same time, is it something which will add significant value in the way I do forecasting? Now that's where, for me, more important, where if I can get my revenue alignment right, or if I can get my forecast right, those are more long-term processes, and that's the area where we focus. And there's already quite a few solutions and things in use, and people are fearful of this Gen AI because of so many negatives it can get to the organization. Like, a lot of companies are a little bit resistant at this point in time. But yeah, they will all get aligned, but it's just a matter of time. For me, productivity improvements is bound to happen with this. As I mentioned, when you go and talk to business stakeholders, if they respond to you positively, like when the RPA change came through, it's the same thing. RPA was not accepted so easily. It's impossible. It's not doable. And now, when we literally when we had to prove at least one business process, only then we got the buy-in, and then the demand was kind of flooding. So we were finding it difficult to manage the demand for a short period of time. So that way it happens. The same thing will happen here. There will be areas where the productivity areas where Gen AI will help people do their job, but it's like no need for the industry to overhype. Let them adopt at their own pace. It's only their maturity will give them, rather than we pushing and saying that, okay, this is possible. Yeah, possible is different. Adopting is different. So I would say that industry should not try to push it beyond what is required, because it's a technology which will sustain itself, but it needs a little bit time for people to understand and adopt it.
Fantastic. So let us take up the next question. Thank you. So usually in organizations, since you led the IT for larger organizations, so there are two kind of things. So general purpose ERP, and then a line of business, vertical, the integrated. So it's like a business specific solution. So it's always debate. Shall we go with the industry vertical, or shall we go with the general purpose ERP and adopt to it? So what do you think? I know it depends on the organization. But what is your understanding of the management, and how it will help in aligning IT to the strategy, especially as far as applications is concerned?
The core, I think when we refer to core ERP, the alignment is important for organization to be proactive. Okay, so integration, or the layer of integration behind this, has to be very solid. Meaning, if you have any solution which can any day-to-day transaction which any employee performs anywhere, it has to translate up to the finance, the value out of it, without it seamlessly. There should be no manual interference. Now this is, for me, for example, creating a PO, or you receive you make a GRN in one of the warehouse anywhere, automatically the commitment or maybe the vendor balance has to increase, and it should be visible for the the accountant who is sitting in head office. This should be very, very seamless. You cannot introduce a warehouse management system which is not highly integrated or seamlessly integrated with ERP, with your core ERP, just because, it provides you a couple of extra benefits. Okay, so that's whichever ERP you take. So seamlessness is important. Whereas now, coming to the other aspect of it, for example, SCADA systems. If you see, where do you draw the line between SCADA systems? SCADA is the machine. Obviously there's a lot of requirement there, local. And now you have your ERP, which only needs a feed from it. Meaning that when the transaction is done, you cannot do its job, but you don't expect that you run the machines. But at the same time, once the machine has done its job, you need a feed to say, yeah, I will now book the production order, the production produced quantity, so it will be available for inventory to be picked. So that place, it's a very, as I can see, a boundary which is very clear, which is what we did. A lot of people, if you go to SAP vendor, they will tell you, no, we can also do a little bit below. You go to Wonderware or any other solution, they will tell you, no, look, you don't need your ERP. We will do something a little above as well. No, as an organization, you need to make sure that you draw the line where it is appropriate. Like in this case, where I said it's pretty straight. Other tools, like the industry verticals which you are referring to. See, nowadays, these big guns have a time to market, which is actually causing this, creating this gap. Yeah, they come to the market with this new tools or line of business requirement a little bit late, and that's what causes this time delay and forces people to look out, saying that, okay, if you're having a forecasting tool, if your forecasting tool is not efficient, what do? Obviously, you will try to go. Forecasting here doesn't mean it's only numbers. Everybody, when people talk about forecasting tool, they only say that it's projecting the sales figure going forward. That's only a start point, starting a forecast. So obviously, below that you have, you have to the procurement forecasting, the machine forecasting, the people forecasting. All of them come together. So it's not one. Now this whole forecasting process can be isolated from your ERP because it has no direct financial impact. Okay, that's the reason why there is always a give and take when it comes to big guns or even a big ERP solutions company, where people talk about people go or push to LOB only when there is a dire need, maybe that complex process or whatever it is. So I would say from an organization point of view, what we tried to do was anything from end to end from a supply chain perspective. We always had it in ERP. Okay, we never bothered to go outside, starting from procurement to from manufacturing and then dispatch operations. We never bothered. Sales solution, obviously, it was a very seamlessly integrated solution. So this way, there will always be a choice to be made by whoever is the stakeholders in the company. But behind the scenes, seamless integration is what is the fundamental.
Seamless integration is the fundamental. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Fantastic. So one more question, sir, for you is like IT budget allocation is almost always a challenge. Okay, so there is a lot of requirement for IT to perform. At the same time, there are budget constraints. So how did you convince Almarai to invest so long and successful?
Okay. To start off, maybe again, it's another big achievement, I would say, from my side. So far in my entire career, none of my projects were rejected. Okay, and I think it's people will say, okay, yeah, maybe in that case you are lucky. Your management is good enough. No, it's not like that. It's like I mentioned in the alignment aspect. If you don't look at the budget, you don't look at the ROI, you don't look at the priority, you don't have the guts to challenge the business stakeholders, you will not succeed, because you are the one who will take it forward from an IT perspective. So you have to make sure that this is a genuine requirement and this will add immense value to company. If you keep demonstrating it over a period of time, then obviously, because you have always demonstrated the value, the business knows that whatever you are asking for, they will get benefit out of it. So I think that first slide of mine, which I said, okay, evaluate yourself, is very, very important in so many aspects. Maybe on the lighter side, it will tell you, yeah, we need to, why is it something we need to evaluate? We are always good, we know that. It's a very, very known comment, but has an impact on these kind of things. When people come to me, yes, IT budget, you have to justify it. There will always be challenges. There will be debates. I don't think there will be debates on, why is it that IT budget is being squeezed when we cannot manage, blah, blah, blah. But no, it is something for us to introspect. And always, every time I used to go back, I used to tell them that this is the places where we have gained money this year, and this is the places where we have added money. So obviously, it's always increase. The cost is only going up, but of course, our revenues are going up as well. So we could justify the percentage to revenue. And I would say any organization working in less than 1% revenue or less than or equal to 1% of revenue, they are doing good. They need not do anything better, because if you do go below that, you are trying to, you're going to get trouble somewhere else. So 1% is a decent benchmark. If you're hovering around 1.1, it should be okay, acceptable. But anything above that, yes, there may be some opportunities for us to improve. I have seen that there are companies who are operating even beyond 2, but that's mostly banks and other financial institutions where their business is running on technology. So that's a different segment of business. I'm talking of trading business or manufacturing setups. These kind of setups generally run at about 1%. Pharma business generally has a slightly higher number, which goes up to 1.5 because of their compliance issues, those requirements which are specific to that industry. But generally speaking, for a normal trading organization, a 1% target or 1.1 the target should be pretty decent.
That's fantastic. I interacted with some CIOs for some projects and all, So they go by 2%. Okay, I think they're not very efficient as you rightly said. So 1%, I think if you are living with 1%, that's amazing. That's definitely an amazing achievement. Okay, so and if it is a so large organization and if you are able to do it for 1%, that's fantastic. So thank you, sir. Any final thoughts? Any advice for IT alignment part? Final note for you to the participants. So any question?
No, I think it's there's always one size fits all concept. Does it work in this? Your organization is different, so don't try to be, try to read too much between the lines with all those, material available. Normally, what people do is that they try to run behind some of the concepts. Concepts are there to refer. They are not there to be 100 stringently followed because they are very generic concepts. So, but you go through the concepts. I'm not saying reading is bad. Reading is always good. It gives you a lot of thoughts and ideas. But make sure that the final outcome will be what you need tailored to your organization. Okay. So it's just to make sure that you also understand your business rather than just doing a copy paste, which won't work.
Fantastic advice. So make sure that you do what is best for your organization. Don't just copy and paste. That's fantastic advice, Nansir Saab. So thank you for joining and giving your time, valuable time. Okay, so very well. And if there is any questions because of the time, so we will let you know, and then we can get the answer, the questions answered offline. Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For joining.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so good afternoon. Hi, Alex. Good afternoon. You are in Qatar at the moment, or you are in which part of the world?
Malta.
You keep traveling. Okay.
The small island of Malta.
So great. So what time is it there?
It's all 11:15.
11:15. So thank you Alex for joining us. You are very busy. You keep traveling. I think you were there in Dubai for some time last week. So you had an event. So thank you for joining, and we are really lucky enough to have you on board on a very important topic. So that is the reason when I request you to join. I know you are the best one to talk about this topic. Okay, so align supply chain planning and operations to the strategy. A while ago, we talked about IT alignment to the strategy. Okay, we talked about product management. We talked about people incentives, and then we had a whole balance scorecard implementation. So what else we want from the event? So align supply chain planning and operations to the strategy by Mr. Alexander Borg. So let me give a quick introduction. Alexander Borg is a chartered trainer and advisor specialized in logistics, transport, and supply chain management, boasting over 30 years of industry experience. As a managing partner of Support and Supply Management Group established in 1998, Alexander has been dedicated to supporting individuals, professionals, and organizations in advancing to their next levels through change, processes, and technology. He obtained approval from the Institute of Logistics UK as a local branch in 1999 and has since expanded his influence, enhancing branches in Dubai, UAE, and developing it in Middle Eastern region. So fantastic, and you are very seasoned professional in supply chain and logistics. So we will be happy to hear you, Alex. So over to you. Please, you may give some brief intro from your side.
Hi, first of all, Mr. Rashik, I appreciate your invitation and thank you for this opportunity. I have been following you from the beginning this morning, very interesting topics from all the speakers, wonderful speakers, because as we say, you lifelong learning, you learn from everything and from everyone. So there is no endless time to learn things, because especially in the last 2 decades, things are evolving all the time, especially with the information technology. And so, yes, I've been following it, etc. Yeah, I've been in the industry for, say, 30 years now, across many countries, especially in Europe, South Europe, Mediterranean region, and Middle East. I've been 21 years now, doing so many jobs and training, and Southeast Asia, etc. So, yeah, it's wonderful. I enjoy always meeting people, discover things, discovering cultures, and you learn from everything and from everyone, even from the less expected person, but you learn from everyone. You need to keep your mind open, because things are evolving all the time, So yes, we're going to talk today. I form part of the Institute of Supply Chain. I have spent 20 years with part of the family of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. I was regional director for the Middle East for 6 years, between 2008 and 13. Then in 2019, I joined the Institute of Supply Chain, which is based in Newcastle. We have opened a branch in Dubai, and now we've started to work with different training organizations across the Middle East, etc. So, so today I'm going to talk about a bit of supply chain. I'm happy that Mr. Mohammed Sheikh and Mr. Kunyan have paved the way for me, because they talked a lot about strategies and alignments. So it's good to have a sequence of events of what they have already discussed. Now, throughout the last COVID, the pandemic, allow me to start with that in a bit of negative, but I'm going to talk about positive things as well. The pandemic have, although it have brought very negative aspects on many things, on many people, but on the supply chain, it brought it on top of the agenda. So where supply chain before, allow me to say, was not enough recognized in the boardroom, now in the last maybe few years, supply chain has become really important point of the organization, and how the supply chain is playing its role in the strategy of the overall strategy of the organization. So today we're going to talk about how supply chain align with operations, with the overall strategy of the organization. Allow me to share my experience with you. Sometimes when you walk into an organization, either a public or a private organization, in many countries, you start asking a question: what is the objective of supply chain throughout the different corridors, silos of the whole organization? And unfortunately, sometimes you get different answer. And this is where we need to start first. We need to start. This is where we need to start asking the question: are our supply chain strategy and operations aligned? According to Gartner, about 30% of the supply chain leaders feels that their supply chain and operations are well aligned, but remained a lot of things, a lot to be done. It's not yet, because one of the key challenges when you walk into an organization and start asking the question about the meaning of supply chain if everyone have the same objective or not. Sometimes you get different answer, and this is where the challenge is, to bring everyone aligned, everyone streamlined with the same objective. I believe the first thing you will require in a corporate, public or private, is from the leadership. The leadership is very important. How you put that alignment all together between supply chain and operations, and then it will cascade throughout the whole supply chain operation, because that is very important. Someone have to lead. Okay, someone have to lead, and that is very important. So today we're going to talk about the key objectives of the supply chain. I mean, how the performance to optimize the efficiency and effectiveness of the supply chain to be able to boost profit, revenue, and cash, and obviously the final goal is the customer service. The other important aspect is the change management. This is very crucial, because if you want, this morning Mr. Alan Fell have spoke about the balance scorecard and the change it will bring to the organization. Okay, and the same applies for the supply chain. The change management is crucial. If you don't have a leader who will obviously transmit the change that is needed to bring the alignment between supply chain and operation, it will take more time than your expectations. So you need that preparation ready to bring everyone aligned. Okay, Mr. Mohammed Sheikh have spoke about the training of people and the attitude and the mindset and everything. This is again within the supply chain is crucial. Okay, it's crucial because you need to bring that change. Managing the transition in supply chain process is important to adopt the new strategies and technologies. It's very important. The second point is the process excellence. Process excellence is important to ensure that the supply chain processes are streamlined and capable of meeting the demands of the whole business. Okay. The third one is the organization design and talent. Aligning the structure and skills of the supply chain team is crucial within the supply chain goals of the organization. And the last one, and most important nowadays, where Mr. Kunyan spoke about it as well, about the technology and the digitalization. Leveraging the technology to enhance visibility, forecasting, and responsiveness within the supply chain is almost everything nowadays, because visibility has become really, really important within the supply chain. We talked about Mr. Sheikh spoke about agility. We're talking about the same concept, and it's important that nowadays, because demand, the behavior of the customer, behavior of the people is changing all the time. Social media have a lot of impact. Marketing, online and non-online, have a lot of impact on the behavior and cost behavior of the people. So if your supply chain is not agile to be able to respond to that kind of changes all the time, okay. Sometimes I have students or people who I meet on the work of place, and they ask me one simple question: Is there any fixed supply chain where you can take this business model and you adapt it in your business and can give you 100% guarantee and zero risk? I said, no, it doesn't exist. Because if you look at the different kind of business, for example, if you look at the aviation industry, if you look without making any marketing, for example, like Boeing or Airbus, both of them adopt different business models. So what fits for one, it doesn't fit for the other. Everyone try to adopt different strategies. Okay, the principles and the foundation remains always the same, but then everyone adapts his own strategy, supply chain strategy and operations, according to the location where he is, according to the customer base where he is. So it doesn't, one model fits for everything. The most important thing is that you have an agile supply chain, and the team behind it are easily to respond in terms of business model, because once the behavior change of the customer, the whole supply chain change. Okay. Just let me share with you a bit of my early days when I started my career about 25, 30 years ago. I was doing a meeting with one of the top consultancy houses in the world, PwC, and they told me, Alex, normally how do you carry out your research? Because when you join a consultancy house, normally they know about you and they have already checked about you, all the basic things have been done. So basically they speak to you about your research, how you carry out your research when you're dealing with different clients. And I told her, it's a bit funny, but I will share it with you. I will tell her Z to A and A to Z. The HR consultant remained freeze, and she told me, sorry. I said Z to A, A to Z with full stop. She told me, having been in the HR for many, many years, I have never met a person with that kind of answer. Can you please clarify what you're trying to say? I said, look, if we try to map the supply chain strategy from the beginning to try to arrive at the end, most probably it will take so much time, and we will not be sure 100% that we will hit the final objective. But if we go at the end and identify straight away the objective of the end customer, which reflects obviously the objective of the company, because the company have obviously to provide what the customer wants, that will be much faster. Because the most important thing, we need to identify what the customer wants. And once you know exactly what the customer wants, we build the supply chain totally from the customer demand. So then she understood what I was trying to say. Nowadays, as I said, companies need to adapt to the customer behavior. If you look at the technology is changing all the time, everything. Before me, there was speakers talking about mobile industry and IT industry, and it's true. Mobiles nowadays, the companies, big companies, they launch different models all the time, all the time. And customers, you have queue of people waiting in front of the retail stores, waiting to go out there and buy the latest gadget to have, with all the features in hand, etc. So that kind of behavior of the customers is obviously would put a lot of pressure on the company who's selling and producing the gadget. And obviously, if we don't have an agile company, an agile business model who is ready to respond with the mindset, with the attitude, with the structure, we cannot be on the edge all the time. And obviously, by that, the company will not be able to keep its business share in the market, and obviously, we start losing shares in the market if we lose the market share. So basically, these 4 points I'm talking about: the change management, process excellence, organization design and talent, and finally the technology. I believe they are the 4 pillars of the supply chain structure, etc. Now, the next slide is about the planning. Planning is very important. Especially planning is crucial. Both the short-term planning and, most important, the long-term planning. Nowadays, how business is moving, it's a bit difficult to do very long-term planning because things are changing all the time. You know what happened and has affected the supply chain in the last I would say 5 years. First, we had the pandemic. Then we had unfortunately, we had some war zones going on Then we had the problem in the Red Sea. So many things are happening all the time, and this is affecting the supply chain. And we call it the supply chain disruption. So if you're not ready for this kind, and the question is, after the Red Sea, what is next? Because these things are happening all the time. So the next question is, what's next? So we have to be prepared. We have to be prepared. Okay, we have to be prepared with the mindset, with the structure and with everything. It's not only us, but also with our suppliers. Okay, and we have to be ready for all the issues that are taking place around us. Okay, I think from what is happening for the last 5 years, things keep evolving all the time. Okay, some things we have maybe a bit of control, other things we don't have they are out of control. Okay, we have also sometimes factors which are political factors, which can affect also our business. We can have external factors which also affect indirect our business. Okay, but the most important thing from the inbound, we will do everything. We will do everything in our control, in our inbound. We will do everything to make sure that we align that process, which we already spoke about it, even the speakers before me. We will do all the necessary in terms of change management, attitude, structure, IT, etc., to make sure that the structure is well organized, solid, and agile in the same thing. And people are ready for every type. I compare. It may sound a bit of a joke, but I use it a lot in terms of a football game. You know, I use a football game like the supply chain, because the manager will prepare the team for a strategy against whom he's going to play. Okay. Suddenly the team have got a goal 1-0 against, and the manager have to change completely. If you allow me to share with you, I'm a football fan. I'm a football fan, and if you follow the last Champions League final, two great teams, one from Germany and one from Spain. You know, the first half belonging to one team, and we thought they had a good chance to score. In the second half, one of the respective coach manager have changed his strategy for his team, and his team won. So this is the kind of strategy I'm going to change. You need to keep calm, follow 360 degrees what is happening inside and especially outside, and you adapt for that kind of changes. Okay, that is happening around us. And you need to align the supply chain according to that change that is happening around us. So planning is very important. The process of anticipating demand is very important. The allocation of resources, the design effective of workloads to meet the customer needs. The process of design and optimization the flow of goods, services, and information from the point of origin to the point of consumption. This is what we spoke. The objectives include demand forecasting, obviously material and inventory, and the production planning. The second point is the supply chain operations, the execution phase involving planning, production, logistics, and the most important, fulfillment. The methods and approaches used to execute the supply chain plan. The key objectives include process optimization, resources allocation, and performance improvement. This is very important. The performance improvement is very important because it is something which has to be going on all the time. Now let us look at some of the types of supply chain strategies. We have companies which go maybe for the cost-driven strategy. And if you look at the 3 pillars which I have prepared, these are focused on minimizing cost throughout the supply chain. Examples of bulk purchasing, centralization distribution centers, and analyze, for example, one of the case studies is analyze how the Walmart cost-driven strategy has allowed maintaining competitive prices. Now, let me speak about this before I move to the other pillar. Sometimes companies, they focus on cost cutting. Okay, when they face hard competition in the local market or in the international market, the first thing that comes to mind is to cut costs. Okay, that's a must. I would say that's a must. But I think one should look more to a more comprehensive picture rather than focus straight away on cost. Because sometimes when we look at cost, we might lose some important resources. It's not the first case. For example, I give you one example from my experience. When Dubai was hit, I'm sure there is a lot of speakers and followers who maybe are based in the Middle East and they know what I'm talking about. When Dubai was hit with the 2009 cost issue, etc., financial, a lot of warehouses in Jebel Ali, they started obviously to cut cost, okay? And a lot of people lost their jobs, obviously. I saw many stockyards empty, many warehouses empty or half of them, and etc. etc. It was a bit of a negative aspect, but they had to do something to at least keep their position in the market. They had to survive. Okay, but what I'm trying to say here is, when a company has to go through a change or a challenging times, cost is important. That this is number one on the list, to cut cost. It's true, but they have to look at the whole comprehensive situation, because if you start cutting costs and you start boom, 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 without reflecting on the short term and the medium and the long term, you would maybe lose some important resources. Okay, especially people. Okay, so one have to be careful on that aspect. Okay, one has to be effective, but every story has its own story. This does, as I said, there is no one model that fits for everything. Every company has its own story. Every one company has its own situation. So therefore, it's very difficult to say what you can do or not you can do, because it depends on the situation of that particular time, and what decisions you take. But what I'm trying to say is, be careful of what type of decisions you take. Look at the short term, medium, and long term. Okay, take everything into consideration. The other one is the differentiation in the strategy. In the second pillar, we're talking about emphasis, unique product features, quality and customer expectations, customization, rapid product development, and premium service. Case study is the Apple's differentiation strategy in the supply chain. Yes. Every year I follow the Gartner list of innovation in supply chain. As you know, every year Gartner produce and print and bring out the best 25 and 50 corporates around the world into the best supply chain model, and we see a lot of criteria. We see at the criteria how they are selected in terms of creation, innovation, investment, etc. And the last few years, we have seen a bit of changes in the companies, where before they used to be number one. They are going ups and down, and it's good to see that, because it's like a competition between them. Who is investing more into innovation, into creativity, into investment in the supply chain, into the IT in the supply chain, etc. And nowadays, companies are trying to find out which segments the customers are looking at, especially the customers nowadays. If you look at the mobile industry, for example, mobile has become as part of the fashion, for example. Nowadays, you can say that everyone has a mobile, a gadget in his hands, right? Even young children. So companies are on the front line to make sure they stay ahead of the competition, and they continuously invest in the product, in the features in the product, etc. And you can do it on your own. This is the most important thing. You can't do it on your own. So what I'm trying to say is that you have your own supply chain strategy, and you have to work with your supply chain, with your supplier supply chain strategy, and you have to work together. So basically, that is the beautiful about supply chain, where you keep on the edge, you bring innovation and creativity and investment, and you cannot do it on your own, because the suppliers play also an important role, especially in the R&D, the research and development. If you don't own totally the supply chain. But most of the time nowadays, buyers are working with their suppliers. Okay, they are working with the suppliers. And the third pillar is the focus strategy. Okay, concentrates on more service and specific market segments or niches. Okay, targeting marketing specializations, distribution channels, and tailor logistics. And one of these, the Tesla focus on electrical vehicles, etc., etc. So yes, we have a beautiful case study happening around the world nowadays with the latest technology, and they are doing everything. Depends on the market where the last pillar focus on the market segment. So so depends where you are operating, in which market you are operating. You try to adapt, because there are two aspects which you need to take into consideration. Number one is think local, sorry, and act. Think local and act global. Think local and act global. Number one, and the second is you have to do something which have to fit for purpose. So think local and act global means that if your production plant is somewhere in Asia and you're selling your cars maybe in Africa or in Europe, okay, you have to adapt for that local particular market for everything, okay, because customers must be satisfied with what you are producing and provide to them. And the second one, you need to adapt for that particular market. It's not a matter of what we do. For example, if the product is being done in Asia, okay, with it's not a matter of doing it in Asia, but when you are giving it to a customer in, for example, in the continent of Africa or in Europe, you have to adapt it for that particular market. So that's why you need that kind of mentality, attitude change, structure to adapt. Depends where you are doing the product and where you're selling the product. That's why I said you need to understand. That's why I said you need to understand the customer, because ultimately, if he's happy, we are happy. If you're happy, we are happy. Okay. So this is the important thing. I go to my next slide. Okay, supply chain risk. Oh, this is very important. Okay, because to be able to align our supply chain, and operations, we need to understand some important points, and one of them is the supply chain risk. First of all, is the one that I prepared is the diversification of supply chain sources. Okay, reducing the dependency on single supplier. Okay. Or region by sourcing material for multiple suppliers of locations. This is very important. We're talking about single source, okay? Or else we depend on one single region. We need to be open, wide, and look at the big picture from where we are producing our products, from where we are sourcing our products. Second point is the inventory, okay? Maintaining optimal inventory levels to handle fluctuation in demand is very important. The third one is the quality control, implementing rigorous quality checks throughout the supply chain to prevent quality issues of the product. It's important. And the last one is the demand planning, using advanced analytics to predict customer demand and adjust the supply chain activities accordingly. This is exactly what I have been talking this morning. Okay, it's important. It's important. Etc. Something which I learned through my experience for the last 20 plus years in Dubai and Middle East is about, allow me to say, it's about the French chain of retail outlets, Carrefour. Allow me to say, the way they handle the stocks, the SKUs, the inventory is something incredible. The way they map the whole supply chain internationally, coming down to global, country, global, region, local, city. Oh my God, they go so much in detail. They go so much in detail, and there is a reason. One is to make sure to give the customers what they want. Two is to keep their position in the market. It's very important. As we know, they are very huge, and it's not a matter of what you're doing today, but what you're going to do tomorrow as well. And as we said, right, as we have seen on the demand planning, You try to predict. It's very inventory, for example, is built on uncertainty. You never know when customers are coming in, how much they are going to spend, and or when they are coming in, which products are going to pick up, and how much they are going to spend. So that's why years ago, the big supermarkets in Europe, especially in UK and Europe, have created this CRM system where they try to keep this relationship, customer loyalty between the chain and the customers, and they try to predict how they keep data of how customers are. They keep data of how customers are, when their customers are coming into the chain, what type of product they are picking, and their spending behavior, because you have to build your business strategy on, especially on those repeating customers, and you try to attract new customers as well. So it's important that you try to predict the customer behavior. It's not easy, but you try to stay close as much as possible to your customers, okay, to keep that kind of communication. Next slide. Supply chain segmentation. Can you give me 1 second, please? Can you give me 1 second, Mr. Mohammed? Mr. Mohammed.
Yeah.
Give me
Yes,
1
please.
second, please. 1 second, please. 1 second. يا brother, شيئات online.
Sorry.
Jeffrey.
ايوه.
خلوش. Sorry about that. Okay. I was talking about the supply chain segmentation. Okay. The second next slide is about the strategy approach to managing the supply chain. Involves dividing into distinct management segments. Because the supply chain is very vast. You can't, when you try to approach the supply chain, it's difficult to be approached all at once. So you have to divide it. The way we say that many supply chain or logistics managers, professional managers and consultants, the way we do it is that we say we use the word mapping. It's a standard word, map the supply chain, because it's so vast. And every model, if you walk into, as I said earlier, if you walk into different organizations, although the principle and the foundation is the same, but every company have maybe different model. Depends what type of nature of business you have, what kind of product are you handling, etc., etc. So you have to adapt your own supply chain. But the way you handle it, if you're trying to, it's like adopting these, as Mr. Alan Fels said, when you're adopting the balance scorecard. When you try to adapt, or when trying to enhance the supply chain, and when during that enhancement or re-engineering the supply chain, okay, the most important thing is that you organize, you map it, and you segment it. So you start to analyze each component, how each component is doing, if it's fit for purpose, if it's at the right place to be able to support the components around it, okay, next to it and before it, and it is important. So the process of dynamic aligning customer channel demands and supply chain responsiveness is important for the net profit across each segment. It's important. So as we said, you have to put the right pieces and the right people at the right places, okay, with the right attitude and the right mentality to be able to be agile, to provide the response when that response is needed. Okay, the benefits are various because it will allow customer strategies for each segment to be optimized and the best resources allocated. Even, for example, on the trade-offs where you balance the cost, speed, and service level for different segments. That is very, very crucial. Okay. Next slide. The need for alignment. Okay. Supply chain strategy. Define or refine your strategy to define the segmentation and make the key trade-offs around the cost, speed, and service. And something which is very important when you're trying to do this, to carry out, to conduct a SWOT analysis, the weakness, threats, opportunities, etc. It's very important. The second is the link segmentation, attributes to functional capabilities. Examples are creating linkage between the supply chain attributes such as speed, cost, and flexibility, and the other functions of the organization, such as transportation, warehouse, procurement, etc. The third one is the mapping of capabilities, okay, guidance on how you map the configure needed capabilities within the supply chain with the element of enhancement. The fourth one is the alignment internal stakeholders, strategies for effective communication and collaboration among the internal stakeholders, among the internal departments, okay, like procurement, production, etc. And finally, align external stakeholders, techniques for engaging external stakeholders, such as suppliers, I spoke about it already, and partners within the alignment of supply chain. So here we can see that we are talking, as I spoke already about it, as you know, before the slide, where you're trying to map the supply chain, make sure that the alignment between one component and the other of the supply chain are aligned between one department to another. And then once you do that internally, you need to align your supply chain with that of your suppliers. It's important. One have to recognize that if you're supplying the benefits of having a proper function aligned supply chain and operations, okay, the benefits of having an alignment within your internal company, that will have a lot of benefits with your suppliers for various reasons. One, first, they will look at you as a on the edge organization, a business which is strong and agile in the same time, a business which will respond quickly to changes in terms of fluctuation, business patterns, external things that are happening around us. And the supplier, if your supply chain is well aligned and organized, your supplier will be able to respond to your demands much quicker and faster with the right product and cost. So the benefits, that's why you need to look at the big picture. The benefits of having an aligned supply chain, well organized, well strong and agile in the same time, and adaptable when we have to adapt, that would have a lot of benefits on with your suppliers. Now, let me bring an example on this, because one have to understand the benefits behind this. Many people working within the supply chain, especially warehouse supply chain staff, production staff, inventory staff, so many of them, procurement staff, etc. In the last few years, part of their KPIs were to minimize the stock. minimize the stock, because we're trying to control the cost. Now, in I would say in most cases, because there are still opportunities where you can buy bulk stock to obtain more cost reduction. But let us look at one aspect of it. Most of the KPIs is to minimize the stock, and one of the reasons to minimize the stock is to keep costs down, or the inventory cost. To be able to do that, to be able to minimize the stock while in the same time provide an excellent customer service, we all know it's very challenging, right? It's very challenging. To be able to go that way, there is only one way of doing it, is to have continuous visibility throughout the supply chain, throughout the inventory and supply chain. And the second one is to have constant visibility with your constant communication and constant visibility with your supplier from where you're buying that stock, to be able for him to respond quick. So the benefits are a lot in terms of alignment and visibility. The benefits are a lot. So let me go to next slide. Okay, this is the SWOT analysis that I was talking about earlier in my presentation, where we said that you can carry out a SWOT analysis in your supply chain. And we can see a lot of things here where this is something which many companies do in their team building and in their yearly function to improve the performance of the supply chain. For example, in the weaknesses, we can see limited supplier option, poor inventory management, lack of transparency, dependency on single source. The threats could be global competition, economic instability, regulation changes and compliance, rising transport. These are all things which in the last 3, 4, 5 years we have suffered. So these are really things which we have. These are things which we have gone through, and nowadays there could be, especially of the Red Sea, things which things which we are seeing as well, where we're talking about global competition, economic instability, regulation changes, for example, within the customs, and compliance, rising transport costs, impact on all over the supply chain. If we look at the strengths, we can look efficient supply chain, strong vendor relationships are very important, advanced technology in place, and efficient supply chain management system in place. The opportunities could be expansion into the new markets for marketing, strategic partnerships which we build with different suppliers, and demand for eco-friendly solution, and expand into new global markets to grow. These are all important things, which which the management have to carry out from time to time to make sure that every weakness become a strength and every threat become an opportunity. Okay. Supply chain risk. Okay. For the last 4 years, if you open the TV or mobile and you follow the international news, everyone was talking about the supply chain disruptions in the supply chain caused by unforeseen events like the one we have been seeing, like natural disaster, labor strikes, transportation failures, wars, and so many things. These are all risk. We're talking about quality issues, problems within the quality of goods and service that can lead to recalls and damage company reputation. Okay, and some things which we have seen as well. For example, in the vehicle industry, it has happened twice. One in Asia with Toyota, and the other one is with Volkswagen in Europe, where they had recalled one of their models back because there were some defects. And demand fluctuation, expected changes in customer demand that can lead to overstocking or stockouts. Okay, that's why you need to be agile in your supply chain. Okay, now let's look at the one of the most important things. We're talking about the supply chain costs, and I have selected 3 pillars. Number 1, transportation. Okay, this is crucial. These include expenses associated with the movement of goods from suppliers to production facilities, between facilities and customers. Okay, and I will talk about it here because I don't want to rush. Now, this is why I said you need to build those kind of partnerships with your suppliers. Why? Because when you build those kind of partnerships with your suppliers, okay, first you talk the same language. It's important to talk the same language. I'm not talking talking about speaking English language. Don't take me wrong. I'm talking about talking the same supply chain language. When you talk, someone is understanding on the other side. You know, someone is understanding. Okay, because when you build this kind of partnership with your suppliers, could be product supplier, could be transport supplier, could be anyone. Okay, you analyze together which is the best route, which is the best route to take, which is the best time to take this decision, which is the best route, time, and which is the best to handle the situation. Okay, once you bring the pool of with two people or more people working together, pool of knowledge working together, okay, this is where you try to minimize the cost and use the best decision, the best time, and the best route for transport cost. Okay, because this is something live. Transportation is something live. It is happening 24/7, 365 days a week, a year. So you need to come all together and see what is the best. There isn't one, as I said earlier. It doesn't mean one model fits for every route. So you have to customize which is the best route to take. The other pillar is the inventory. Cost incurred from storing stock include capital cost, service cost, risk cost, and storage of cost. This is crucial, you know. This is crucial. Also, it has a lot of impact from the partnership that you build with your suppliers. Okay, and the way you handle the inventory is crucial. Visibility is very important all the time, 24/7 in inventory, and the type of decisions that you take all the time, especially when you look at the sorry, when you look at the behavior of the customers. Okay, you try to anticipate the behavior of the customers. Okay, and you try to adapt the best inventory model that would suit them, etc. I bring the example here of two different models, the ownership model and the outsource model. Sometimes my students or people which I meet in different corporates, they ask me, Mr. Alex, which is the best model? The one that we own completely, the ownership model, or the outsource? I would say there isn't an answer that fits for all. You could have different business model on inventory. You can have a total ownership. You can outsource everything, or you can own percentage of the business model and outsource the other percentage. Depends on various aspects. These are decisions which are taken from time to time from the company, by the company. Depends what are you doing, where you are situated, where are your markets, etc. Okay, and the last point is the expense related to storing of goods before they are being sold or shipped, etc. Warehouse. Before me, Mr. Kunyan have spoke about a bit of warehouse management systems. Warehouse has become nowadays the warehouse we had in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, and part of the 90s are not the warehouse that we have today. Okay, it's not the warehouse that we have today. Warehouse have completely changed everything. First of all, warehouse must make sense. Do we need a warehouse, or do we don't need a warehouse? And if we're going to take a warehouse, either by ownership or outsourcing, okay, it should make sense for the company. So these are decisions made on various aspects, on various issues of customers, cost, etc. That's why initially I said, when you look at initially I have spoke about cost, of cutting cost, and this is one of them, because we do know that warehouse carry out a lot of cost with it. So this is something which you need to look at the big picture and decide which is the best decision for our customers and our business to take. Okay. Okay. Next slide is about best practice for cost control and optimization. This is very important. Improving the first point is improving information flow, enhance communication between the teams to streamline process and reduce delays. Oh, this is very important. This is very important. I use this abbreviation when I train people in the warehouse. I use a store officer must know what to do, how, and when, and this is exactly fit for the first one, to improve information flow. People must be trained. Mr. Mohammed Shik spoke about it. Enhancing communication teams to streamline the process and reduce delay. There must be a continuous communication between the staff, training of staff, okay, putting the right people at the right place if possible, okay, and they need to communicate all the time between them to make sure there is no waste and they be able to reduce delays. The second point is elevate customer centricity, align supply chain operation with customer needs to improve customers' satisfaction and reduce waste. We know about it. Bridge planning and operation. Ensure that the long-term strategies and the day-to-day operations are aligned to avoid inefficiency. Yes, we all know that on the long term you need on the long term you need a long-term planning, but on the day-to-day you need the day-to-day planning. The day-to-day planning is crucial to make sure that the day-to-day, the all day-to-day planning is contributing to the overall long-term planning. This is crucial. And then the fourth one is understand the operational constraints. Okay, you need to recognize the limitations and plan accordingly to optimize resource allocation. Is really what I'm trying to. This goes out from the KPIs. This is the results from KPIs. Every year at the end of the financial year, okay, KPIs are being carried out, okay, to make sure that the staff reach the goals, etc. accordingly. And we need something which we need to do. It's very important. Is to understand and first understand, and second recognize the limitations that we can have within the supply chain, and make sure that we plan the supply chain, okay? We plan the supply chain according to the resources that we have available. Now, if decisions need to be taken, that's the management decisions, okay? But we need to make sure, because something which I come across when I'm working with different organizations are that when they set the KPIs, some of the KPIs cannot be met by their people. Why? Because allow me to say, there could be some limitations. There could be some limitations. Limitations can originate from not having the right people, lack of training, lack of understanding, etc. Okay, so there is always a solution for everything. There is always, as long as there is the willingness, there is always a solution from everything. But the most important is allocating the right resources to be able to optimize the stuff. And last one, employ what-if analysis to prepare the various supply chain scenarios and their cost implementations. This is very important, the last one. That we need to create situations where if something happens, we are ready, we are prepared, okay, for various supply chain scenarios and disruptions, okay, in what is happening around us. Because I'm talking to you now, I'm doing this presentation now, but maybe after 1 hour I will go on CNN or BBC, okay? Allow me to put a smile on my face and I will tell you, for example, right now, this year is a particular year. Why? It's going to have some impact, right? What are these impacts? In Europe today, across all Europe today, there is the general elections to elect over 700 MPs for Brussels. Today, it's happening all over Europe. Next month, we're having the elections of Great Britain. Later on this year, we have the general elections in the United States. And we all know. So we have a bit of things happening around us. We all know these people who are going to be elected, okay, they will have impact not on a personal level only, but especially on the business. Okay? Because these people put policies in place, and the questions are these policies will make sense? They will be fit for purpose? So many things are happening around us. And the last one, what if? So we have to be ready for that, because in business it's not, as I said earlier, it's not a matter of what I'm doing now, but the question is what I'm going to do tomorrow and how it's going to be done. So this is very important. Next slide. Different types of supply chain alignment approaches. Okay, we can say functional alignment, process alignment, and strategic alignment. So the first approach is the focus on alignment each function within the supply chain, such as sourcing, procurement, manufacture, to work towards the common objectives with the overall strategy of the organization. The benefit is quite obvious. The benefit is to improve efficiency within each function, but the challenge lies in ensuring that these functions do not become soiled and disconnected from the overall supply chain. Okay, so they have to make sense and fit for purpose. Process alignment involves aligning the various processes across the supply chain to ensure smooth and efficient flow of information of material. The advantage is a more cohesive operation, but it requires significant coordination, and that can be complex to manage. This is important. So some supply chain are different from the others. Some are smooth to manage, some are challenging to manage. And the ones who are a bit of challenge to manage, because they might have a bit of challenges either of their company's structure, either of policies, either of location where they are, they need to make sure that they have more of cohesive operation, but requires totally coordination between them. So you need that one or two people who are coordinating between all the parts to make sure that the process is moving with all the challenges that you have and reach its ultimate goal. And the last one is the strategic alignment. Strategic alignment ensures that the supply chain strategy is in line with the overall business strategy. Okay, this involves a good understanding of customers' value and translating that into the supply chain capabilities. The benefit is that the supply chain that contributes directly to competitive advantage and the success of the business. Okay, so it's very crucial.
Alex, we are running late. Just please, can you manage that?
Okay. I think I'm almost done. Okay,
Yeah.
Let me go. 1 second. Okay. I will go to next slide. Best practice. Allow me. Sorry, I will skip this one. Okay, I will go to this one. Okay, so I will close. Okay, this slide and the next one, and I will close. What are the best practice? First of all, synchronize the supply chain and execution. Ensure that your supply chain planning and execution are closely aligned. Regular update your data and planning horizons to reflect the current market conditions. It's very important. Systematic data management, okay, to maintain consistent throughout your supply chain process. Foster your culture of collaboration. Number 4, continuous improvement. Adopt a continuous improvement approach. Number 5, data-driven decision making. 6, refine the supply chain strategy and segmentation. 7, link the supply chain segmentation attributes towards functional capabilities. 8, align your internal and external stakeholders. And number 9, implement sales and operations approach. Okay, and next slide, I believe this one. These are a bit of case studies which I have chose to share with you. The first one is about the supply chain strategy that have been gone through sales and operations planning. Okay. The second one is the AAA supply chain of Harvard Business Review, and the last one is Dell supply chain transformation. I think you have the links. I don't know, Mr. Sheikh, you're going to distribute this presentation
Yeah.
with the audience,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Will.
So they can have them and they go can go. I think from my side, I'm done. Thank you very much for this.
So fantastic presentation, Alex. You covered in a short period of time so entire supply chain domain. So I'm also a supply chain guy, so I understand the value of what you have said. So I think we need to have more time for this. Maybe a 2-hour session or maybe a 3-hour workshop, maybe a talk show or whatever. So Kuldeep, maybe you can note it and let us look how can we support organizations by explaining more on strategy and supply chain together. Okay,
Yes.
so thank you, Alex. Just a couple of questions is, in this VUCA environment, it's a volatile environment. So how often the supply chain strategies are formally reviewed? Like when you do it like once in a year or whatever. Okay, so how often you do a review on your supply chain strategies and who does that?
Okay. Basically, the supply chain, the supply chain, the financial strategy of the organization will have impact on the supply chain. Why? Because most of the time, finance department, there could be two. Basically, there are two departments which have an impact on the supply chain, either finance or marketing.
Right.
So basically, I would say you cannot wait for the financial year to review your supply chain. As I said in my presentation, you need at least twice a year to look at the supply chain and look at it in detail, how things are going, because as I said, too much things are happening around us. I told you this week we have the European Parliament, and next month in UK, and then later on in the US. These are all going to have impact on us, all with their policies. All. So I think twice a year you need a bit of review. Twice a year you need a bit of review on the supply chain. Twice a year.
True. That's fantastic. So supply chain strategy is not one-time job. You need to have a review at least twice a year. And as you said, the importance of supply chain really popped up after pandemic. Before that, it was like supply chain is good, but they do all the hard work, and then the key topics will be finance and marketing. Okay, but after pandemic, they realized the value of supply chain. I think every organization now putting supply chain in forefront in designing their.
I follow the market and I follow the recruitment as well. It's not only what is happening in around us. I follow the recruitment. I work a lot with the recruitment organizations, and the salaries are start to increase. It's good.
Great. So good news for supply chain guys. And we talk more, Alex, sometime. Okay, we catch up, and then let us do more discussion on how can we help organizations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much for joining us. Fantastic session.
Bye.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Andrew.
Good morning.
Andrew, good afternoon. What time you are in UK at the moment?
UK, yes, it's 10:47 at the minute AM. Yes.
Okay, so have a good morning there to you. Thank you for joining us. We are running 15 minutes late. yeah, we will try to see how can we manage the program, but you don't have to curtail your presentation. Andrew will be talking about innovative approaches to stakeholder engagement in strategy development. So that is something which is very, very important, and people don't talk about it. So let me give a quick introduction to Andrew. So Andrew Constable is a seasoned senior leader, renowned for his expertise in navigating critical strategic challenges and opportunities, ensuring organizations stay ahead of competition. With a dedicated focus on creating a winning business models, crafting a customer-centric value propositions, and developing comprehensive business strategies. Andrew offers invaluable guidance to drive organizational success. His proficiency extends to implementing OKRs, balanced scorecards, and empowering teams to execute strategies effectively and achieve desired results. This is exactly what we are looking for you, to hear you, Andrew. So over to you. I know you are you have many things to say. Yeah, please proceed.
No problem at all. Okay. So tell me, can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
So you have a company, Visualize, right?
Yes,
Visualize.
totally right. So I'm just going to go into the slides now. So yeah, thank you everyone for thank you for the panel for inviting me along to speak today. So like we just said, I'm going to be speaking about the topic of innovative approaches to stakeholder management in the strategy development and execution space. And really, this is crucial for today's dynamic business environment. So we're going to explore some different approaches to this stakeholder management, but through the lens of open strategy. And open strategy really emphasizes that transparency, that inclusivity, and collaboration, which enables organizations to harness those different perspectives and insights from various stakeholders. So just a bit about me before I move into the next area. So as you just said, so I'm a director at a business called Visualize Solutions in the UK. And our main focus is really on strategy formulation, execution, and innovation, mainly business model innovation. And, I have a lot of experience in the different spaces that I've worked in, and qualifications across the field. So just, do follow me on LinkedIn as well. And I do post every day pretty much about these sort of topics. So that'd be really great if people would join. I'm also the co-author of 2 books, which are on the screen, called Online Innovation and Hybrid Innovation, which is in Japanese. But I'm also, like I said, the director of Visualize Solutions. And check that out, check us out. So let's get going actually in the presentation, and let's think about why we're here and what we're going to talk about. So the first thing we need to think about is this statement: nobody knows your strategy. And this was done by MIT, a report published by MIT in 2018. And it said that nearly half of the organization's top leadership cannot clearly articulate the company's strategic priorities. And this statistic's quite interesting because it's a critical issue for organizations, because as you can see here, if you look at the top line of the top team, only around 50% of top team senior leaders, C-level leaders, can actually understand what the strategic priorities are, which is actually really quite worrying. But as you start going down into the organization and looking at these different levels, you can see it starts dropping and dropping and dropping as we go down. And if we look at the front line leadership, we're talking around about 13% of employees in organizations actually understand what the strategy of the organization is. So this is quite kind of a worrying sort of situation. And it's also something that I've seen in practice as well with consulting and working with organizations, that it's definitely something which, depending on the size of the business, mid to large organizations, it gets worse. as you see this. And one of the reasons for this is, in my view anyway, the execution or strategy development and execution is really a people problem. It's not a strategy problem. And research really indicates that 90% of organizations fail to execute strategy successfully. And this can actually stem from senior leaders dedicating lots of time crafting strategic plans in isolation. So we all know senior leaders get together for a retreat for 2 to 3 days, they build their strategic plans, and then they go and communicate to the organization. So what happens there is that strategy is then imposed on the organization. And this can lead to that lack of commitment, which is crucial for different stakeholders across the business. Because these people are the implementers. These are the people who are actually going to be doing the actual work. You know, and we all know that strategy is done down at the individual level. Without people doing it individually, it's never going to happen. So this disconnect between planning and execution really highlights the need for a much more inclusive approach to strategy development, ensuring that all levels of the organization are engaged and invested early in the process. And how many people have we seen when you've presented your strategic plans or your objectives to various employees in the organization, and they have an expression on the face like that? And this vagueness, it just trickles down, like I said, looking at that first slide I shown, it trickles down through the hierarchy of the organization and it intensifies. And this can lead to that misaligned workforce, which is disconnected from the company's goals. And like I said, we've all seen this. We've all seen team members who say, yes, I understand what the strategy is. I understand where we're going as a business. But then they go leave the meeting or leave the Zoom call or whatever platform we use, and they are completely confused. So we need to think about what are the problems with the lack of stakeholder engagement. So, you know, like we said, the world's changed. In the previous presentation, there was lots of talk about Brexit in the UK, where I'm based, the general election, which starts next month, and also there's some big impacts from COVID and such like. And, you know, that basically means that the world is very much changing all the time. And these organizations can encounter these challenges that can hinder their growth and their performance. But if we look into the internal perspective of the organization and think about some of the employees and such like, those type of stakeholders, you know, we could have a low buy-in from stakeholders. We can have a resistance to change, which happens a lot across organizations. And this can stifle innovation and adaptability across the organization. It can also lead to missed opportunities and overlooked insights, which can really prevent the business from capitalizing on different growth areas. And that's really important because one of the things, you know, what a lot of thought leaders in the space, you know, they talk about how we need to engage frontline staff into some processes, to strategy process, to be able to get signals, weak signals from the market, and get it really from the pulse of the frontline employees to really inform their strategy process. But we also think about ineffective implementation as well of strategies. It kind of lacks that why, you know, why are we doing what we're doing? Okay, which then leads into that original first thought with we have a low buy-in and we have a high resistance to change. And like I said, addressing these challenges really requires a more comprehensive approach. We need to ensure that all our stakeholders are aligned, engaged, and those insights are leveraged to help us with a more effective and impactful change throughout our organization. Because we don't really want to be into the position of this, where everyone's called onto a call. We're in a call on a Friday afternoon and the CEO's communicating the strategy to the business and everyone's disconnected. Everyone's fed up with listening to it. And that is not great for future long-term involvement with the business and buy-in from stakeholders. So this was a quote, which I can't remember who said this, but it's something I quite like. It's making strategy behind closed doors is a prescription for failure. And there's a number of reasons for that. Because if an executive board is only people creating the strategy of the organization, you've really got that problem of limited viewpoints from across the organization. You have a lot of groupthink as well in that room. So really, successful strategy formulation and execution requires that transparent approach, that collaboration approach, and also that inclusive approach as well when it comes to developing your strategies as a business as you move forward. Because again, we do not want to have this impression of our employees and our managers who have to go and deliver this. So one way we can think about it is flipping this on its head and involving stakeholders right from the start of the process. And we can do this by fostering that more open environment where ideas are more freely exchanged and tested. And organizations can create strategies that are not only more aligned with the business actual needs and realities, but also have greater buy-in from those executing them. So this more inclusive approach is something we call more of an open strategy approach. And I think this is a really important statement as well, that commitment arises from empowerment, not just passed on by authority. So when we're empowered, individuals take ownership of their roles and their responsibilities, which leads to more genuine and really important, it leads to more intrinsic commitments. Okay, so they're really motivated from within. And this sense of ownership really fosters that proactive and engaged attitude instead of that more mere compliance that authority really just enforces. So we have to think about empowering these team members and leaders to cultivate that environment where commitment is naturally developed and sustained. It's not artificial, it's naturally developed, which ultimately leads that organization towards the goals of their strategy in a more effective manner. Because we all want to be pushing and going in the right direction. So by engaging our employees, our customers, our partners, and other stakeholders, we can bring people on the journey early and use them as part of this process. So one of the things we can do, we can explore this topic called open strategy, which allows us to generate new ideas and to mobilize everyone around them. So the question would be next, what is open strategy? So open strategies is really an approach that emphasizes openness and exclusivity. It invites collaborations and feedback from various stakeholders. And this contrasts with traditional strategy development, which is, like I said, is typically confined to a small group of senior executives within the organization. Open strategy really covers three main areas, and they're really categorized by that transparency approach, inclusiveness of different stakeholders, and also getting your stakeholders to actually be part of that process. And it's really gained ground over the last few years, because as we know, especially since the COVID COVID issues and everyone deciding, we're working from home and things are changing in the world. We've gone, the workforce in certain areas and certain countries has really gone from working for a living to more working for a purpose. So there has to be a better connection with the organization, and they want, employees want to be part of the future of that organization. And a lot of employees won't work for organizations or don't align with their own purpose. So this is some of the things we have to think about as we move forward. But if we think about transparency in this, transparency ensures that we have that strategic goals and processes are visible. And that visibility builds trust and it builds accountability. And if we go to make an inclusive environment, that invites different diverse voices and ideas. And those diverse ideas and voices can really drive and enrich that strategic conversation and also drive innovation within the organization, because you're taking different viewpoints from different areas across the business. And you can also then combine some of those different ideas, different viewpoints, and you can start thinking about how is this going to help us shape the organization as we move forward. And that participation really empowers those stakeholders to contribute actively. And it helps us have those more well-informed conversations. And it's supported early by the employees of the organization, which hopefully allows us to get greater buy-in when we actually go and execute some of these strategies as we move forward. So really this open strategy approach really talks about this transforming strategy development from this executive exercise into that dynamic organization world endeavor, which drives sustainable success for organizations. So if we look at this diagram here, and this is from openstrategy.info. If we look at that, we can look at different innovative solutions and drive sustainable growth by engaging those broad range of stakeholders. But we need to do this on more of a gradual shift from a closed to an open approach. So if we look at this diagram on the screen, we can see in the bottom left-hand corner, you have this closed approach to strategy, which is very much where we look at the traditionalist viewpoint of strategy. But really, in the future, we want to be starting moving towards the top right-hand corner, where we start thinking about developing that fully open approach to strategy. But like we said, we can't really go just from a completely closed environment to a completely open environment, because that's a massive cultural change in the organization. So we can look at ways of actually trying to have an intermediate step in the middle here, where we can start bringing in new ways of opening up the strategy by using certain techniques and certain methods, which allows us to do more of a step change within the organization. And this really, like I said, this ensures that those strategic initiatives and strategic ideas are more aligned with the needs and expectations of the market and customers, because you're taking the pulse of the customer and the market as you move forward. So there is a quite nice little tool, which hopefully you can see on that, and you will get the slides afterwards. And this was taken out of Harvard Business Review. And this is really the open strategy decision tree. And it helps organizations open up their strategy process to other stakeholders. It's also covered in the Open Strategy book, which I showed a minute ago and I'll introduce later on. And this allows you to start breaking, where does your strategic scope fit into? Is it a strategic idea? Is it a strategic formulation process that you're going into? Or is it a strategic execution? And then you can go through different steps on here. You can start thinking about the different areas and the different directions that you can go. And then at the bottom, to help you, you have a set of tools. And those tools will allow you to start opening up this process. And I am going to be showing you some tools in a bit where you can start thinking about and start implementing some of these as you move forward. So I definitely recommend that you check out that book and also that article on open strategy as well. So if we contrast that, like we said, with these closed approach to strategies, the more traditional approach, you know, it does, like I've said already, it sort of limits that closed approach limits the diversity of perspectives. You know, it heightens that risk of groupthink. Okay, everyone thinks the same. And it also diminishes the overall quality of strategic decisions. This also requires much more buy-in from the different stakeholder groups, where they start to feel excluded and less committed to the implementation of that strategy. The limited communication can also lead to misunderstandings about the strategy. And that goes back to the first slide I shown, where almost 50% or around 50% of the top managers at C-level in the organizations couldn't name the strategic priorities of their business. And like I said, as you go further down the organization, it gets worse and worse. And because they don't understand the various strategic priorities, that develops that resistance and that lack of alignment. So, like I said, we need to widen the amount of voices we get and the communication methods that we've got throughout the development process of strategy, which then aids us and helps us as we move forward into execution. So again, this is another interesting way of looking at it. Holding strategy at a closed environment isn't helping organizations, it's killing organizations. And we've seen how many organizations are changing over the years and how a very successful organization over the years is now maybe an organization which is on the back foot, which is losing ground or going under. And this can come from various reasons. And one of the ones you can think about is the focus. A lot of businesses, organizations focus on mimicking successful practices of industry leaders. So they go out and they benchmark and they adopt almost identical processes and products, business models, where they're going to compete. But all that really does is turn them into more of a Me Too business, exactly the same as every other competitor in the space. And this is also very much minimizes risk as well. But we also have things like bias strategies, where we have preconceived notions and personal preferences. You know, we may have people on the strategic team who have been part of the business for a long time. So they've always got those preconceived ideas about where they should compete and how they should compete in the market and such like. So this can lead to those suboptimal decision-making and really the misalignment as well with those market realities, potentially sort of harming the business's competitive position as they move forward. But a key thing we need to think before we start opening up the strategy and we start thinking about, okay, how are we actually going to do this? We need to understand, the first question is, we need to understand who are your stakeholders. And there's different ways we can think about stakeholders as we move forward. So we can break it down into just two broad categories at this stage, and we can say who's internal and who's external. And when we look at a stakeholder, these are normally individuals or groups who are interested in the company's activities. So internal could be employees, it could be managers, it could be executives, shareholders, board of directors. Or external, it could be customers, suppliers, investors, different agencies, like government agencies who potentially have input into what the organization's doing, regulatory agencies, and community groups which are getting more and more prevalent in certain markets. So we need to think about who are they before we start thinking about opening this all up. And a way to do that, a simple way to do it, is just to use something like a 2x2 matrix, which if there's a lot of consultants on the call, you will know this one, and you'll also know that most consultants like to use a 2x2 matrix. But when we map our stakeholders out, this allows us to identify, categorize, and prioritize those stakeholders by thinking about what's the level of interest they're going to have, and also what kind of influence are they going to have over some of the things we're thinking about. So we can also think about this by visualizing those stakeholder relationships, and we can ensure that those key players are engaged and the different communication channels are set up for different parts of the business depending on what's required. And this allows us to have a much more proactive approach to managing stakeholders and how we work. So, as I said, this is really about, if you understand who your stakeholders are, you can then start tailoring towards their expectations and those contributions that they're going to make to your business strategy as you move forward. So an example simple framework you can use, and obviously this is a simple framework, there's a lot more in-depth frameworks you could use, is you could look at just things like, first of all, you could start by clearly defining the scope of what you're trying to do. And this is really a foundational steps, but it helps determine which stakeholders are going to be relevant to the process. Then you can identify those stakeholders like I've just shown you. And then you can go into the analyze step. You can ask key questions. You can go, who's going to have the power and the interest in the organization, or different customers, or different regulatory boards, or someone like that. So you can think about this as you move forward. You can create some sort of diagram as well, where you show the interconnectivity of different stakeholders. And then you can think about how you're going to engage different stakeholders across the business in this process. And that could be things like basic things like we do anyway in organizations, things like surveying, interviews, focus groups, workshops, to try and gain more insights and more perspectives. So really this allows us to have that clear communication channels, which allows us to keep our stakeholders informed and involved throughout that process. And this really helps us then drive that effective engagement, which ensures where we have buy-in and support for our strategy as an organization. So let's show you some techniques and some ways that we think about this and how we can use approaches from open strategy to engage stakeholders right from the start. So if we look at the first one here, crowdsource strategy ideas, new ways that you're going to compete in the market. Think about how you can leverage that collective intelligence of that broad group of stakeholders to generate different solution ideas and insights from across the business, and also from across customers, suppliers, and such like. This approach really taps into those diverse perspectives and the expertise of those employees, suppliers, etc. And a great example of this is Barclays, which is the Barclays Bank, which used something called the Strategy Jam to really make that transition from the traditional retail banks to a more digital first bank. Because again, patterns change. High street banks, certainly in the Western world, are closing. Everyone's moving online. So they successfully embrace this digital transformation by engaging their workforce in developing new strategies. And if we look at the actual process, again, this has been taken from openstrategy.info. We think about different things as we move forward, different stages. So we start by setting those clear goals. Okay, so what are we thinking about when we do this? We then identify different work streams. Then we can go into building something like a forum. We could use a web forum as an example. And that allows us to facilitate discussion. And it allows us to start cramming together and gaining these different ideas. So we think about it almost like a conference. But as we move forward, and after the strategy jam, we can also then analyze that collected data, communicate how that's going to potentially change things, and then we can start building that into our strategic process as we move forward by using the crowd to help us as we move forward. Okay. So if we think about another example, is the transparent formulation of strategy. And this is really about how can we share things like drafts or strategic plans with stakeholders and get their feedback. And this openness really allows those stakeholders to understand the company's direction and contribute to different insights. Again, starting to foster that collaborative approach to strategy development. A good example of this is Buffer, which is the social media management company, which is renowned for that transparent culture. And what they do, they share their strategic plans, financials, company metrics openly, not just with employees, but with customers and with the public. And this can start building that trust and create that much more inclusive, engaged community. And because, again, the customers, as an example, are more bought in to the strategy of the organization, they start having almost like an emotional connection to the brand. And we see that with a lot of organizations when the crowd is more committed to the brand as we move forward. So again, this is something we could think about when we actually do this. You know, could you share your ideas, your strategic plans that you're developing, or your scope of your strategic plan? Could you start sharing that with various channels? Could you think about sharing it with various customers, with various partners early in the process? And then you've got others. You've got things like co-creation workshops. And a lot of these open strategy techniques are similar to open innovation techniques that we use. Very similar as you think about this. But again, co-creation, you know, can you sort of think about holding workshops which are dynamic and collaborative across a diverse unit of stakeholders to start gaining those insights? And the great thing about a co-creation workshop is that you actually are getting people together who then can share that knowledge together across the different areas. They can start coming up with different creative ideas, and then you can start mashing those ideas together to start helping you think about new ways of competing in the market. And a good example of this is Lego. So they have something called the Ideas Platform. And this platform allows Lego fans and customers to submit different designs, different requirements. And then the community can vote on their favorite submissions. So this approach has really led to a lot of successful products for Lego. But more importantly, it's also strengthened that relationship with the community. And again, it's created that emotional connection to Lego as a brand. But it's also helped that co-creation process has also helped them to foster innovation, different ways of thinking, and engagement across the business. And it's also fun as well, as you can see on that picture there, building out Lego and thinking about how we can do things differently. All these different areas is very, very interesting as well. A more traditional approach, which a lot of you probably already do anyway, but it's a very interesting approach, is advisory boards. So again, these can be really good at sort of thinking about getting diverse perspectives and guidance. And these boards really comprise of representatives from various stakeholder groups. And the secret here is not to have everyone on the board, on the advisory board, who's exactly the same as your organization. Try to have a spread of different people. Again, think about those stakeholders I introduced earlier. Think about customers, partners, employees, experts, and various other things. Also bring in maybe, depending on what you do in your organization, bring in people you would never bring into this conversation. What about futurists, who are going to be looking, quite a long time in the future? What about, if you're an old traditional company, what about bringing in some young new employees who have joined the organization to share their understanding about the way things are changing? Like a reverse mentorship type thing where you start taking the younger person's view. And a good example of this is Patagonia, which really thinks about this. They do it across their business, but one of the areas they really do this on is their environmental strategy areas. And for this, they bring in people like experts, consultants in the space, scientists, activist groups as well. And this allows them to continuously advise Patagonia on their sustainability strategies and those initiatives, and really allows them to enhance their sustainability efforts and building that commitment as well to more social responsible organization. So again, such boards really ensure that there is a diverse viewpoint are considered, leading to that much more holistic view and effective decision making across how the business performs. So again, it's quite common advisory boards. That's not a new thing, but it's something a lot of people forget about. Bring people together in the room and start developing your ideas, but make sure it's diverse when you do this. And then we think about other things, social media or engagement. Think about engagement strategies. So think about how you can leverage things like social media to gain those inputs, to gain suggestions, to gain feedback from the wider market. This approach really uses those social media's widespread sort of networks across the world. Now, pretty much everyone's on social media somewhere. And it's also great because it's interactive. So you can have interactive nature with that broad audience. A good successful example of this is Dell. So they've developed a platform which is called IdeaStorm, which is an online platform where customers can submit ideas, they can give suggestions and give feedback on Dell products and Dell services and new value propositions that they can deliver within their strategy. And if we look at this, is a screenshot of the previous IdeaStorm that they ran, or quite an old one now because it's an old screenshot. But it really, again, it improves that whole environment of that sense of community and that involvement among stakeholders. And you can see on here, as an example, if you look at the middle part of the screenshot, it's contributed over 5,000 ideas, over 25,000 or 24,000 comments have been made. So just think of all the potential rich insights you can gain from those comments. And could you mine some of those comments to try and drive some great insights that you can pull into your strategy formulation as you move forward? And then we've got some others. This is the last one I'm going to show today on this. But if we think about here, this is a very big one, open data analytics. So this is crucial, to empower different stakeholder groups by, sharing relevant data sets to the wider markets and such like. So this approach really enhances that transparency again, and it enables different stakeholders to make much more informed and constructive feedback and decisions. Prime example of this is in the UK, and the UK has something called the Open Data Initiative, which grants public access to various government data sets. And this initiative really allows citizens, researchers, and businesses to analyze the data and to offer those valuable insights and feedback that can shape and improve the policies and the strategies going forward. So by embracing open data, and as we go forward into the future as well, with AI and how AI is starting to take over a lot of things now, data is only going to become even better as we move forward, and it's only going to become even more valuable to organizations. So by embracing that open data, we can start mining those insights, and we can start making more collaborative and informed decision making as we move forward. So there's lots of different areas we can think about with data, but just a couple here. We think about big data, that's been everywhere for years now, that crowdsourced data, and then the open data. And can we think about how we can overlap those as we move forward? But some of the things we need to think about is we need to think about, can we start small when we start engaging stakeholders in what we're trying to do? Okay, remember I showed you that diagram earlier where you move from the bottom left-hand corner to the top right-hand corner. That's a gradual change. You don't make the change all in one go because it will generally fall over. So we need to think about small steps. We need to think about different ways we could maybe open up our strategy as a business. And this is not an exhaustive list at all. This is just some ideas. But we could think about, how could we visualize, as an example, how could we visualize the different relationships that we have across the business? Okay, how can we communicate the vision about why we're going to open up the strategy of the organization? How can we communicate that? How can we get leader endorsement? Okay, how can we communicate that to our teams? How can we have communication channels set up? Can we have open meetings like town hall meetings, which a lot of organizations use? Or could we have inclusive forums, leveraging technology, which will help us to make suggestions about across the organization? So really, employees become empowered and they start feeling that they're actually part of the organization, and they're not just working for a living, they're actually potentially working for a purpose which is potentially aligned with the organization. And when we empower those individuals, we have to give them feedback. We have to take their feedback as well. So let's sort of think about, could we establish feedback loops across the organization? And can we celebrate wins that we've got as an organization and also learn from failures? Because like anything, this is not going to work from day one. You're going to have to iterate through the process to improve it. And all of this, like we said, can be improved and can be facilitated by leveraging technology. But as I said, iterating is important. So we need to monitor and adjust it as we move forward. And we need to continuously seek improvement. Like you do with any management method, you're always going to be thinking about how can we make this better? So a key statement, again, which goes through the whole of this, in my view anyway, is that commitment comes from empowerment. It doesn't just get passed down from authority. When we're empowered, individuals take those ownerships of their roles and responsibility, leading to that real, genuine commitment. And this sense of ownership can foster that proactive and engaged attitude as we move forward. So let's think about how we can empower team members, leaders to cultivate that environment where commitment is more naturally developed and sustained, ultimately and hopefully driving the organization forward to bigger and better things as you move forward. So just to wrap up, again, open strategy. So it's all about thinking about transparency, inclusiveness, and participation in strategy development. And by engaging those diverse group of stakeholders, organizations can develop much more innovative, well-rounded, and practical strategies. And by encouraging that adoption of open strategy involves that leveraging that collective intelligence through things like crowdsourcing, which taps into a vast pool of knowledge and creativity from outside the organization. But also think about how you could use technology to do a lot of this using some sort of engagement platform. You know, even simple engagement like social media is still an engagement way of doing something. So think about how you can get feedback from your employees, how they can make suggestions from multiple perspectives, which hopefully will lead to that more robust and adaptable strategic plan as you move forward. So, as I said, this was an overview of some of the things you can think about quickly and what it actually is. Recommended book. I didn't write this book, but it's a great book to read if you've not read it already. And it came out last year, I think. Open Strategy goes into a lot of detail talking about the different case studies and how you can implement this in your organization. But for me, the really key part of this whole thing is that the workforce is changing now. We're not just working for a living, we're working for purpose. How can you connect the individuals more tightly and closely to what you're doing as an organization? And one of the great ways to do that is to bring them into the conversation early and throughout the process. So just lastly for me, as I said, love to connect with as many people as possible on LinkedIn. Give me a shout. And yeah, fantastic. And that's everything for me. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Wonderful lecture. I like a couple of points what you said. Hoarding strategy is not helping, and it's killing companies. That's really a great point. Okay, that's really you said in one line everything, basically. Yeah. Okay. You said the matrix, like external stakeholders and internal stakeholders. You do some kind of matrix, and you have a plan. And one more point, what you said is very important. People are not working for money anymore. People are working for purpose. Now, in this environment, aligning stakeholders to the organizational strategy is one of the most important things. Okay. So because at the end of the day, the strategy is executed by people. It's not by machines. It's by people. So you have to get them aligned. And managing their stakeholders, stakeholder expectations, right from the strategy formulation to the strategy planning process and strategy execution. Maybe it's like ongoing process. So what do you advise? Like, do you need to pay a special attention to stakeholder management as part of your strategy reviews, like what you do in month-on-month basis? So what do you in real time? How do you do that, Andrew?
Yeah, I think it starts for me right at the first point I made, that you need to understand who you actually are, your stakeholders across the business, because otherwise, if you don't understand that, you know, is it employees? Obviously, employees are important. Is it going to be partners, customers? Then it's very hard to manage and bring them into the conversation. So for me, that starts with that understanding each stakeholder, but then also thinking about, okay, so how can we then engage these stakeholders over the process? Is there certain methods we can use to engage them? Because one communication method or way of gaining feedback from one type of stakeholders is going to be different to another. You know, and there'll be certain people where you're going to be very much that crowdsourcing ideas, where they don't really want to be in a meeting or having a conversation with people. They just want to submit it online. And then other people would want to be part of those advisory boards, as an example. They will want to sit, have meetings, discuss, be really part of it. So for me, it comes down to that. Understand who your stakeholders are, understand how you're going to communicate with those and what their needs of communication are, and then devise a way of bringing them into the conversation. And I think it's also going back to some of the other conversations which we've heard today, think of reviews. How are you performing on your strategic review? As Alan probably mentioned it on his balanced scorecard this conversation, but you need to bring in those strategy review meetings across the organization, and you can bring diverse people into those meetings as well of how you're moving forward. Yeah, I think that's the important thing for me. It starts with the basics. Understand who your actual stakeholders are. Without that, you're kind of guessing.
Great. So what I infer is, so you prepare a stakeholders list properly, okay, and then of course you need to have a communication plan with them.
Yes.
Of course, how you want to communicate, and also this stakeholder list will also be helpful for you to manage change.
Yes.
To manage change. So who is really okay with the change, and if they have any skeptics, or if you have any resistance, so how do you do more communication? So this is exactly, it's a change management, and of course the culture plays a key role here.
Huge.
The change management and the stakeholder management, and then communication, strategy communication, all these three things together will help organizations to make strategy execution very successful.
Yeah, and it's we all know everyone's on this call probably knows that strategy is not simple, is it? It doesn't have to, it can be sometimes fairly simple to think about where you're going to focus, but actually doing it is not easy. The execution is the difficult part, because strategy is at an individual level, isn't it? We need to think about who's on the ground and who's going to do this.
You are totally right. I always tell this point, by the way. So if a particular domain is very easy to understand, it does not mean it's not. It's very easy to do it. Okay. So strategy management is very easy to understand. If you read a book, you understand. But when you do it, you really see what it takes. It's unlike a software programming. If you learning is difficult, but once you learn, you can do it very easily. Okay. So strategy management, anybody can talk about it very easily, but those who are real hands-on, who have done multiple cycles and experience in successes and failures only can understand better, not like any other domain. Yeah. So,
I agree, and I think we all know as well that every organization is different. So you have we have a strategy process that we all implement, and every consultant or every business probably has their own process and how they do it, but you do have to adapt it towards the organization as well. But you make sure that you stick to the underlying principles of what you're trying to achieve, and why. And that's the important thing as well, is why are you trying to achieve what you're trying to do? Otherwise, not only will you end up going back to that first slide I shown, you'll end up losing your executive board. You'll also lose your employees as well. So always focus on that. Why are you doing something, and why is it important, and how can you bring it to the conversation?
Yeah, and definitely we will. I would like to read the Open Strategy book. Okay, I have it in my list. Definitely, in the course of I'll try to read it. Yeah. So thank you, Andrew. We will compile the questions. If there is any questions, we'll write to you offline, and then maybe we can connect them and answer it, whatever possible. Okay, so thank you for your time, and have a good day and enjoy.
All right, thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Now welcome Salman. So we had a very fantastic sessions today of covering all the topics, which includes strategy, which includes supply chain management, IT alignment. Okay, so we had a stakeholder management available. Okay, so we have complete range of strategy topics. Now with you, we bring you some completely different approach. How does that technology, especially the ERP, SAP kind of things, how does that integrate with the systems, especially the proof strategy? So I would like to invite Salman to the presentation. So Salman, just to give you a quick introduction, Sheikh Mohammed Salman brings 14 years of experience in enterprise performance management with a robust background of SAP practices. Salman adds valuable perspective to the budgeting dynamics of organization. As a seasoned professional, he excels in diverse SAP modules and processes. Hands-on experience with IBM planning analytics, contributing to significantly to the financial planning landscape. Salman has traveled quite a lot globally, and he would like to share some very key insights in one of the key topics, which is related to the technology. Over to you, Salman.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sheikh, for the introduction. Okay, as Sheikh mentioned, I have around 14 years of experience, mostly into SAP landscape, working across the spectrum when we talk about SAP analytics solutions. Okay, so SAP robotic process automation, as well as the SAP flagship ERP solutions with like SAP S/4HANA on private cloud and public cloud. Okay, so this session, what I wanted to present was how we talk about the digital transformation journey, the strategic transformation journey, how through strategy helps companies which are already into SAP systems, how it aligns, how it helps them align, how it aligns to the IT landscape, and on top of it, how through strategy helps you realize the full value of the SAP systems. Okay, moving on. So when we look at the overall strategy transformation journey, we look at and we break it down into individual pieces. Okay, we can see that many of the parts, okay, are already done by organizations successfully. Okay, and if successfully, in a sense, they have already achieved a level of optimization, or they are in process, or they have already identified and it is in process. So when we talk about something like budgeting, okay, performance reporting, consolidation reporting, performance evaluation, people performance reviews, this is something which many of the organizations have moved from a transformation journey to an operational journey, where they have completed the journey and they have most of the companies have already optimized their budgeting and reporting process. So the idea behind through strategy integrating to SAP, okay, S/4HANA, as well as SAP Analytics Cloud, SAP Performance Management Solutions, SAP SuccessFactors. The idea behind this is those companies who have done a big investment into SAP, they have already done most of the pieces that are required for their entire strategic transformation journey. Okay, so the idea behind through strategy is if you have already have a robust budgeting process, okay, the through strategy helps you align, integrate with your existing budgeting system, okay, to enable you to remove the overall requirement of extracting budgets again to perform a strategic reporting. Okay, I will take a deep dive into high level activities. So this is how we integrate with SAP landscape. When we talk about the actuals that are recorded, when we talk about the financial actuals, employee performance actuals, okay, and every other aspect of the actuals that are aligned and required for the strategy. And then SAP provides a very robust framework for project and portfolio performance. Okay, and then SAP SuccessFactors provides a very robust people performance tools, organizational performance, the capital expenditure, and obviously the most important term, the master data. So when we see about whenever we discuss with the customers, okay, the bigger challenge is you already have a set of GLs, you already have a set of employees. Now it becomes a redundant exercise whenever they want to map this to the strategy and report on top of it. So to avoid this unnecessary work, which can be directly integrated to the SAP system, and this can be leveraged, reducing the overall data entry requirement by about 60 to 70%. Very high level overview about the portfolio and project systems within SAP. So when we talk about the portfolio management system, portfolio and project management, SAP has portfolio items, and SAP provides a way of strategic planning, okay, evaluation, and then obviously the whole agenda behind the portfolio and project management and project systems within SAP is to achieve a level of control. So if there is a certain initiative that is linked to strategy, okay, so that initiative can be brought into SAP, or a project that has been created within SAP can be linked to an initiative within Flu Strategy, so that this enables you to directly link every expenditure against that project, okay, to measure the actuals that have incurred, measure the budget allocated to that project, measure the people, okay, and list of activities done against that project linked to the strategy, so that the office of strategy, when you review, it becomes really easy for them to flow through the entire landscape. Okay, so on a very high level, this is how what integration happens. Okay, the strategic and portfolio management, the project management, and then corporate services like your procurement, human resources, and then the financials. All these are linked, and required data is extracted to through strategy in real time, okay, to enable you report on the financial and resources, okay. And the beauty of this particular integration is this allows the drill down from a strategy objective to the initiative to the actual transaction that has happened, whether it is a financial or non-financial. For example, there is a certain employee training that have happened, which has incurred a certain cost. This can be traced back to the objective, wherein we can review the actual impact that this particular training has had onto the strategic objective. Okay, and when we talk about budgeting, most of the organizations have a very robust budgeting process. Okay, so be it capital expense planning, operational expense planning, or HR, any other planning. When we talk about, this is a well established process in many organizations. Now the challenge here is most of the team that performs the actual budgeting process is not really sure on the targets that are being given to them. I have been part of many budgeting exercises wherein both top down as well as bottom up, but at the end of the day, a certain target is provided against which and the team is expected to budget within that particular limitation. Always this discussion comes out to the point, like the team does not understand why a certain target has been assigned to them, why a certain higher upper limit has been provided. Now linking the strategy to the operational planning provides the team a full understanding of what exactly is this control supposed to be, rather than just the project being as something that you select. Okay, so they can actually see and understand that this particular project or initiative against which the team is trying to prepare a budget for is linked to a broader agenda, broader objective. And whenever there is an expense that incur, whenever there is certain activity that is performed as part of that project, the team can align themselves and then this brings the visibility across the organization. Okay, and when we talk about when we talk about the best practices that we have embedded into Fruit strategy, okay, we have done an extensive research based on the industry and region and the key user requirements, and then the system limitations. Every as most of you might be aware, like every IT system has a certain limitations. One system is good in one area, and then the other system is not so good in another area. So now, to bridge this gap, to ensure Fruit strategy is easily adaptable, okay, so we have performed our research based on the industry, the users, and the systems. And when we talk about industries, we have done for 10 industries, including agriculture, automotive, FMCG, across five regions, and we have identified 1400 KPIs, okay, and 87 reports and 47 dashboards, which are pre-built, integrated to SAP S4 HANA and SAP Success Factors. And these are to reduce the overall journey towards the strategy transformation. So we want to bring in as much best practice as possible. As much when we talk about best practices, again, it follows the same agenda, like industry, key users, and the systems. We try to understand, considering all these three factors, okay, what solution would fit a certain region, certain type of users, and using certain system. And then we have designed it in such a way that with very minimum customization, the standard solution which we provide will be adaptable to the organizations. Okay, a very sample dashboard of the reports, that's the sort of reports that would be coming from uh, Fruit strategy. And when we talk about the integration, we have the integrations with SAP Analytics Cloud, okay, especially when we talk about reporting. And not just SAP Analytics Cloud, if there is a very popular trend in the Power BI, okay, so we have a deep integration to Power BI as well, so that if you are using an if you are into SAP landscape, SAP Fruit strategy can act as a bridge to fill all the required gaps to ensure your strategic transformation journey. And then you can have the dashboarding capabilities within the SAP system, which is SAP Analytics Cloud, or any other third-party solutions, including Power BI, Click, or MicroStrategy. Okay. That's it.
Thank you, Salman. We have a couple of slides in the middle. Can we just go back
Yes.
to that? Just go back. Yeah, maybe these two slides. Yeah. So basically, what we are saying, Salman, is Fruit strategy takes the data from SAP S4HANA seamlessly. So as SAP has a huge operational data, and it collects required data to Fruit strategy, and it helps the managers to get the strategy reporting properly on time. Okay, and without having a duplication of data entry, it gets automatically accurately. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. So
Yeah.
so if I have to put it in a certain perspective, okay, so the whole idea is S4 HANA being an operational system, okay, so if a number okay, the if we drill down, especially when we talk about project system, okay, there is a very little in terms of collaboration available. Okay, so if there is a certain project which is supposed to be something that involves three departments, for example, say procurement, production, and human resources, SAP being an operational system has a very limited capability when we talk about the collaboration between these teams. Now, what Fruit Strategy brings it into the what Fruit Strategy brings is right from the collaboration perspective, brings the collaboration perspective, and then on top of it, we also have the link to the strategy, and then this will enable you to drill down from strategy to the particular initiative split within the different departments within the organization, and then drill down to the actual activity or expense or the activity that has been performed.
Okay, that's fantastic. The next slide, you told us that different topics, like you have a strategic and operational portfolio management, the project management, and corporate services. So
Yeah.
when you talk about the strategy, so it has all the levels within the strategy management. So now, wherever required, as you said, wherever required the data at any level, it could be a project level, or it could be a budget level, or it could be a industry KPI level. So you have a seamless integration with Fruit Strategy, and then you have a collaboration mechanism in Fruit Strategy to help SAP business users and managers to manage it properly. That's a quite a bit of interesting. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So again, when we talk about the collaboration from SAP, one critical challenge, especially for any company that uses SAP integrating with a third-party solution, is the building the bridge interface. Okay, so as I mentioned in the next slides, we have already done a significant amount of research, okay, across the departments within the SAP, across the different modules within SAP, understanding the current as well as future landscape provided by SAP, to ensure like with a minimal development, we will be able to perform a very exhaustive reporting. Okay, not just sometimes as with your experience, you might have seen sometimes reporting does not really make sense. Like, do we really need to generate this particular report? But that every report has a specific sequence, a specific importance or relevance in a very specific scenario. Okay, so that is how we try to build a story for each report. Okay, to ensure like we have an exhaustive reporting.
Okay, so just to tell you in a nutshell, you have a required integrations and meaningful reporting for the
Yes.
senior managers.
Yes.
So unnecessarily, if we instead of flooding with the data, so you have a meaningful reporting and dashboards which are from the strategy focus. That's very interesting. That is very interesting. Okay, so you also said that the Fruit Strategy supports a seamless integration with Power BI for the board reporting and management reporting. Okay, so and Power BI being you have a desktop version free, even the desktop version also can be integrated, so without any cost. Okay, so you have free integration with Power BI basically. Even if you have 1 or 2 user licenses in Power BI, you can use it. That's fantastic. Thank you, Salman. Any closing thoughts from your side?
When we talk about now this comes a really will be obviously having a very detailed operational demo on in the coming weeks. Okay, to actually show how this total overall integration that we are discussing at this stage happens in real time. We will have, I think that will be a separate discussion, okay, down the line. But one point which I would like to highlight is the SAP is primarily SAP landscape, which is SAP, which is like most of the Fortune 500 companies use, as well as many companies are adopting to the SAP methodology of fit to standard, wherein wherein reducing the customizations required and then adopting the standardized process as much as possible to minimize the cost in terms of the overall IT ownership, IT expenditure. So Fruit strategy aligns to that mindset, okay, that theme wherein we try to bring a fit to standard solution, okay, to enable organizations minimize their IT cost. Yes.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you. And we will have one more session where you can showcase the full flow in a real scenario, where we can invite SAP SAP companies to deliver. So Fruit strategy, please try to explore Fruit strategy. It's the most comprehensive solution in the market at the moment. So you have not only the functionality, you have the capability to robust integration with the systems, scaling up, and it can meet whatever requirements you have. And it's a built with the best practices globally, through globally known subject matter experts with a variety of implementations in strategy. So thank you very much, Salman, for joining and giving a very nice, insightful presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Very interesting session today. Variety of sessions. So that's a true value of strategy, and then the global strategy execution summit is really adding a lot of value to the organization, right from supply chain alignment to the IT alignment, and then we talk about the practices, and then the stakeholder analysis. Now we talk about the IT solutions, the integration with the IT systems like SAP. So whatnot. So we will have a fantastic time ahead with the companies using Fruit strategy, and we wish every company to try and explore Fruit strategy, power of Fruit strategy to empower them and empower the CEOs to have a strategy transformation successfully. So thank you very much. So Deep, are we going to new speaker? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he just joined and left Khalid, so I'm trying to get a hold of him. So he should be joining in a minute or two.
Okay, I think he's trying to join. Okay, so meanwhile, just to summarize, what happened today is very interesting topic. So we had very interesting topics today. So how the balanced scorecard, and of course with other management practices, how Mr. Gopal Sharma has presented it, how this will be used to transform the organization strategically with a real example. That's one of the very interesting point. Then Alan Fell gave us very interesting, thoughtful, thought-provoking presentation how to align incentives and rewards to the strategy. This is one of the very important presentation what Alan Fell has given, which is we use it. Then we talk about innovation and innovation of products and services by Muhammad Sheikh. He presented very nicely with very fantastic examples. Tansir Kunjan, being head of IT of Almarai, he presented very nicely about all his insights and how to align IT strategy to the organization with real-time examples. Okay, then Alexander Borg covered the whole spectrum of supply chain alignment, the importance of supply chain alignment, and then how the supply chain decisions are made in a very nice presentation with the real-time case studies. Andrew presented very nicely about the stakeholder management. The stakeholder management is very important to define the list of stakeholders and then their plan to how to communicate, to manage change, also to have a review mechanism with them. Because now one point he very well said, people don't work only for money now. People work for some purpose. So now if you align people to the strategy, Okay, so then they will do the rest of the things. You don't have to follow. Now we talk about technology. Okay, so Fru strategy is very much integrated to SAP for have a seamless flow of data, which Tansir also told today morning that if you want to choose any system other than SAP, you choose which has a seamless integration. So Fru strategy exactly fits into this. Okay, so later we talk about so other topics today. Today we have other 3 more topics remaining. So we talk about predictive accounting in a while, in 30 minutes time, and strategy planning and execution for mid-sized companies. And then we also talk about leadership development. Okay, so that's how we go ahead with the presentations, rest of the presentations today. Okay, so yeah. So Khalid, Deep, is Khalid joining or is it taking time so that we can do something else in the time slot available?
Yeah, he said he's joining. I'm just waiting for him to join.
Okay. So until he join, let me share my screen and show some very insightful presentations.
No. I think Gary has already joined. He's thinking, that we are waiting for him.
So you want to pick Gary? Yeah.
I'm just asking. Gary, I can see that you have joined. You are in the backstage. So we still have 30 more minutes for your session, 20 more minutes actually. So just, request you to stay, on the backstage. So we have a short session. Once that is done, exactly at your time, you will be allowed to get onto the stage for your session. Thanks. So I'm not
Okay,
sure
Deep.
if-
So
Yeah.
we have a 15-minute session, no problem. So let me share my screen.
Right.
Okay. So let's share screen, and then I will have a window, entire screen. I don't know. Is it like it's in the window? I want to have entire screen. Let me share. No. Entire screen. So let me have an entire screen share. Let me know, Deep, if you are able to see it. The Fru strategy system. Deep, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, you can see it. You can see it.
Okay, so Fru strategy screen, right?
Yeah. Strategy, solution screen.
Yeah. So basically, it's a see. We talk about yesterday. We gave a quick lecture about it. So in the strategy, Fru strategy has a modules like strategy analysis, balance scorecard, initiative management, strategy reviews, enterprise PMO, people performance. I'll just touch up in a very high level. Okay. So when you do a strategy analysis, okay, when you do strategy analysis, so these are the like quite overview of the solution. Okay, so just to touch you, so we are introducing new processes into the system like AI-based strategy management, which includes you conduct interviews very easily and then do summarization very easily. So we have industry best practices. Okay, so we do have a communication how to do it. So we do have budgeting process, the business process excellence, and whatnot. So we have a full suite of OKR, and this is the solution can be deployed in any platform. It could be a SaaS model, or it could be installed in any of your devices. So if you need more information, please reach us, and we will be happy to support you for any demonstrations and a trial period. So thank you very much. Now with this, I'll take opportunity to introduce Khalid. He has some unfinished task. So Khalid Noor. So Khalid Saab, we have like around 20 minutes time. So basically, strategy and value creation. Okay, Mr. Khalid. Mr. Khalid has Mr. Khalid is a distinguished fellow member of ICAP and alumnus of Harvard Business School Executive Education Program. So worked with multiple larger organizations as a CFO, and then now he is a practitioner from Pakistan. So over to you, Khalid sir, to just touch up, give brief what you have done, presented yesterday, and then complete the rest of the part another 20 minutes. Over to you, Mr. Khalid.
Right. Assalamu alaikum. Am I visible?
Yeah, you
Can
are
you hear me?
visible. But yeah,
Right.
we can hear you.
And let me share the presentation.
Share screen.
Yeah.
Put it in presentation mode and screen. Share the screen.
Is it visible?
No, go to the stream ad. In the bottom, there is something called present.
Yeah.
You can, just go there and share yours.
Can you see the screen?
Not yet. Yeah, I think.
No, it hasn't come up yet. When you click on present, you see the share screen, right? Or once you click on it, you have to again click on share screen. So you'll have 3 tabs: Chrome tab, window, and entire screen.
I've done that.
Choose window. Choose window, and from the list, you need to choose the one which is already in the slideshow mode, not the file, just the slideshow mode, and then click. And then click.
Will it run PDF?
Yeah,
it will run PDF. That's not
okay. I've already shared it. It's on my screen. You are in
okay,
the
so
show.
share it and present it and share the whole screen. That's better.
I did that. I'll try again.
Once you do that, it will actually come up here, and then I can push it to the stage. So yeah, I think it has come up. Just a second.
Great. Well, thank you, Sheikh Abdul Qadir sir, for inviting me. I'll start from where I last time. So just give me a second. Are you able to see the changing of the screens?
Yeah.
It now says valuation of a company.
You're right.
Right. So yesterday we talked about how strategy creates value for all its stakeholders, and how innovation is important, how digital initiative is important, how sustainability is important in creating value. Now I'm coming to the part where how do we actually measure the valuation of a company? So for a public listed company, it's the easiest. You look at the share prices and you do a market capitalization, which is already available. So that's the easiest way. The other methods that are available are the financial statement analysis, but it's not a very good measure because the valuation contained in a financial statement is generally historic, and it also misses intangibles, often like brand goodwill, etc. The other very popular method is the discounted cash flow, and it is based on future cash flow of a company, which where you do a projected cash flow and then discount it back to its present value. And this actually considers companies' growth prospects as well as risk. And in the M&A world, this is one of the more popular method. And McKinsey also offers these kind of follows this kind of valuation also. Also, market multiples is also one of the guiding valuation method, whereby you are comparing a company similar company to the business in the industry, and you look at the metric like price earning ratio and apply it to the target company. And so if for example, if the PE ratio is 20 for a similar company, and your earnings are about $1 million, so the valuation of your company would be 20 million. Similarly, the other methods which are also popular are asset-based valuation. But in general, you have to take into account many factors and also the qualitative aspects. So it would be the brand reputation, the market position, and the management expertise. So doing a calculation of for valuation is a complex methodology that you need to do, and generally there are experts. So the big four companies, as well as companies like McKinsey, offer a lot of value. They create a lot of value. PwC comes up with their own method of valuation. So every company has their own framework, and I'll briefly go through some of them now. What happened? Are you able to see the screen called McKinsey valuation method?
Yes, we can see it.
Right, great. So McKinsey is the master in valuation, and they have published a series of book. The recent one is 7th or 8th edition. And their method of valuation is to first really understand the business. What are the growth drivers? What is the future trends of that business and industry? Then they do the forecast, the P&L forecast and the cash flow forecast, like a 10-year period. Then they look at what kind of discount rates needs to be applied, and then they calculate the terminal value, apply sensitivity analysis, arrive at a valuation range, and also look at the comparable metrics like price earning ratio, or the turnover. Sometimes it's also done on turnover size, and then finalize a valuation conclusion. Generally, it's a price range, the best price, highest price to a lowest price. So it's a kind of range that they follow. This is an example of using a discounted cash flow model, whereby you're looking at the historical values from 2013 to 2017, and then looking at the future prospects of that. And the cash flow is calculated. First, you are doing a P&L, and then you convert it into a cash flow, and then you apply the discount factors, and you arrive at the intrinsic value of the business, and you actually compare it. If it is a public listed company, you actually look at the current value, and then you can look at the current price and the target price, and there is a price upside. In this example, there is based on the future cash flow, there is a price upside of 121%, and an IRR giving a very attractive 43%. So this is generally, the model is quite complex, and a lot of assumptions go into it. So it's very important that the assumptions are made carefully. And you can do scenario analysis in here, and whereby a best case scenario, a worst case scenario, and a most likely scenario. So it gives you a range of valuation. Here is PwC Value Bridge, whereby when they are invited to do a valuation exercise, they look at the baseline value, which is the current market value of the organization. Then they do due diligence, whereby they look at various risk factors and commercial trends, cyber risk. They look at the HR organization. They look at the IT systems, operations, regulatory and tax issues. And they may increase the value or they may decrease the value depending on the risk. So, and they arrive at a as-is enterprise value. And then they do a strategic positioning exercise whereby they look at the various capabilities the organization requires to capture the value. So, for example, assess the mergers and acquisition potential of the organization. What are the new markets that it can target? What are the new skills and technology gaps? And then reallocation of investment for a much better competitive advantage. So this can also lead to an increase in the valuation, and then you arrive at the potential value increase. And the next is performance improvement, and whereby these McKinsey's or PwC in this case, they optimize the product, the channel, the customer strategy, and the internal structures, and they come up with a potential value increase. And lastly, they look at the overall asset optimization, and they look at the working capital effectiveness. They look at how to eliminate tax leakages, and also optimizing the debt and capital structure. And this way, they look at the potential upside, and at the end, they arrive at the full potential value of an organization. So another very popular people who are into business valuation are the private equity guys. They are far more aggressive people. They look at the attractive target and then they invest in that company, and they make it more valuable over a certain period, and then they sell it off after 3 to 5 years or even a longer period. So what the way they create value in an organization is to focus relentlessly on the value of the company it is generating. They focus on cash generation, and they actually are quite fast in their action, and they treat time as money, and they look at long term. They assemble a great management team to run the organization. They hire the best in the industry available, and they link their pay and to the performance, stretch performance, and also they actually put stretch goals for the management. Some of the leading private equity group are listed here, and the Blackstone Group is the biggest private equity group. They control approximately 10 trillion worth of investment, and they are the largest in the world. The others are KKR, the Carlyle Group, Vista, TPG, Warburg, and Neuberger, etc. Now, the next part of the presentation is actually about real-world examples of how companies have, in the recent past, created value. So Apple comes to the mind. In today's valuation, Apple comes in as a top company in terms of market valuation, market capitalization, and they've been at the very top since a couple of years. Microsoft has come close, and there's a very close race between Microsoft and Apple. So what are the key drivers of valuation for Apple? Are the product innovation, and Apple has consistently created value through innovative products like the iPhone, iPad, MacBook, and they focus on design, functionality, and user experience, and really innovative products. People are in love with the brands, and they actually queue up for any future launches. They have also created an ecosystem, and all the devices are interconnected, So their operating system, Apple Watch, Apple TV, Apple Music, so they all are interconnected, and this has enhanced customer loyalty and increases the lifetime value of the customers. Brand loyalty is Apple is very famous that Apple's customers are diehard brand loyal, and this allows them to command a premium pricing, leading to high profit margin and sustained revenue growth. If you look at the valuation, currently they are close to 3 trillion is the valuation of Apple, and it has since 2017 and especially in 2019, their valuation has just shot up to close to 3 billion now. If you look at other leading companies, Apple at close to 3 trillion, Microsoft at close to 2.8 trillion, Saudi Aramco at 2.1 trillion, Alphabet, which is Google, 1.8 trillion, Amazon 1.6 trillion, and very surprisingly, the newest entry is NVIDIA. This is a microchip manufacturer, and they make the graphic processing unit, which is currently being used by all the artificial intelligence companies like Google, Facebook, and Microsoft. They all use the microchip produced by NVIDIA. So it's the newest entry. Facebook or the Meta platform, it's close to 0.9 trillion. Tesla, 0.8 trillion. And Berkshire Hathaway, it's valued at close to 0.8 trillion. So you can see that by having a great strategy, they are able to generate a very high value for the shareholders, and it's quite. And so the only traditional company that we see here is the Saudi Aramco, which is a petroleum company. But the other are mostly technology based, and especially in the IT industry. So they managed to create a very high value. So let's look at some of the examples of these companies, how they have been able to generate value. So Microsoft really multiplied its value by coming into cloud services, and they ensured they gave the Azure platform, which gives a comprehensive suite of cloud services, attracting a wide range of enterprise customers. So the large customers were attracted to Microsoft cloud services. Then they transitioned to a subscription model. So previously you used to buy Office, and then whenever you needed to upgrade the license, you would pay something extra. But then now they have actually changed their model to a subscription model. So just imagine millions and millions of their subscribers now will pay a recurring revenue for Microsoft, and this has really helped the valuation of the Microsoft. And again, strategic acquisitions such as LinkedIn, GitHub has given Microsoft reach and capabilities, and these platforms give access to a broader ecosystem. And most recent acquisition include the OpenAI, where Microsoft invested about $10 billion. And we see how it is the whole world is reacting to ChatGPT, and they are already close to a couple of million. I can't remember the exact number, but one of the highest conversion rate to any software platform is on ChatGPT. Next is Amazon. Amazon is famous for its customer centricity and its relentless focus on customer satisfaction through a fast delivery and competitive pricing. and a vast selection of products. So people are now addicted to shopping on. So if you're buying books or even any other thing, there's a large selection, and you are very sure that you will get a reliable response. And they tell you exactly when you are going to be receiving your products. So they have really mastered the art of supply chain and logistics by building their operational efficiency, and they use AI and machine learning to optimize inventory management and reduce cost and improve delivery times. Very surprisingly, Amazon also offers their web services, and it has become a major revenue driver by offering scalable, cost-effective cloud computing solution, contributing to Amazon's profitability. Tesla has made a big waves in the automobile industry, and they've come up with very attractive electric vehicles, and they've actually revolutionized the automotive industry by producing high-performance electric car that appeal to the broad market. But we see a lot of copies. A lot of American companies are also making electric vehicles. The German car industry is also making electric vehicles, and China is following in a great speed. So the whole entire world is actually looking at electric vehicles. So really an industry transformation by Tesla. Tesla also into high tech, and they have actually created autonomous driving, which is driverless car, and they claim that it is more safer than a human driver because it is alert and it learns every time. And Tesla has also coming up with energy solutions such as solar panels and power battery storage system, and that creates additional value streams and supports a sustainable energy ecosystem.
Khalid Sab, the time, just please take care. So we need to have some space for questions also.
Right. We can stop here, Sheikh Sab.
Any conclusion? Because you had some
Yeah.
very interesting topics.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will just go to the conclusion slide.
Yeah.
So the strategy is the most important element, and it is a process to create value for customers, employees, and its suppliers, and all the other stakeholders, including investors and shareholders. And the value is actually, we saw that it's a difference between willingness to pay and willingness to sell, and it can be created by focusing on quality, complements, network effects, and creating strong brands for emotional connections. Companies create values for employees by making jobs more attractive. And this notion actually we experienced in Google, whereby they really pamper their employees. They hire talent from all over the world and create an work environment that is attractive for their employees to retain them by through better compensation, working conditions, and opportunities for growth and development. Also, for organization create value for suppliers by offering fair compensation, long-term relationship, and collaboration to improve their efficiency and also to reduce their cost. And we saw some great examples of Apple. Netflix is another great example by changing the business model. Also, adapting to ever-changing external circumstances and challenges. So being resilient helps, and also the organization by making clear communication of progress and performance. They are critical to executing a strategy. And lastly, focusing on value creation, innovation, and effective communication leads to a sustainable growth, profitability, and strong relationship with all the stakeholders. And eventually, all these strategy, value, and employees, culture technology, innovation. These all are part of strategy design, which ultimately leads to value creation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Khalid Saab. It was really an eye-opening presentation. So what our organizers will do is we'll just make one video, okay, and then share, so that we can help the users to have one piece of presentation.
Right.
So that we do it, and we are open to questions. Any participant who would like to send any questions to Mr. Khalid, we will be taking up, and as the questions arrive, we will post you, Khalid Sab.
Okay.
Then, inshallah, we can just share it as we go on. So very insightful. I learned that second point, which is willingness to pay, and that was really, really very key takeaway, at least for me. So that is
Right.
something very interesting. Fantastic exposure. So we will have more such presentations and workshops going forward. And thank you for joining, Khalid Sab. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now I welcome very senior professional, very big boss of enterprise performance management, Gary Coffins. So let me introduce very quickly. The topic today we are talking is predictive accounting, driver-based budgeting and rolling financial forecasts. This topic only can be delivered by Gary because he's the father of this topic. So let me give a quick introduction. Gary Coffins brings a wealth of experience to the table with a diverse background spanning over 3 decades, starting as a financial controller and operations manager for 10 years. He transitioned into a successful 15-year stint as a management consultant with Deloitte, KPMG, and EDS. For past 16 years, Gary has been associated with SAS, a prominent business analytics and intelligence software vendor, where he has earned international recognition as an expert speaker, author, and consultant, specializing in enterprise performance management and business analytics and methods and systems. So welcome, Gary. So I still remember one event where I attended your event, I think in 2014, when I came back from Saudi Arabia after my corporate career. So it was, I still remember. So you were talking about management accounting at that time, especially costing. Okay, so activity-based costing. So that was very insightful. So now, welcome to you and good morning to you. So thank you for joining all the way from United States. Over to you, Gary, sir. So please feel free to introduce yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Sheikh. Let me try now to show my screen. I'm going to hit the present. Okay, share screen. Share screen. I do have my PowerPoint open. You may have to get me through this.
Mm-hmm. Deep, would you like to?
It's saying I've had Chrome tab window entire screen.
Yes, you need to choose the tab window. Just choose window tab.
A
and
window.
you will have a list of, yeah.
Oh, good. There it is. Now I'll put it into
share.
Can you see it?
Not yet. It will come up. Just a second. Yeah, it is coming up. There it is. But you have chosen the file which is not in presentation mode. So you need to choose the one which is in presentation mode, which is in slideshow basically.
No, it is in presentation mode. I just advanced
the one which is. I'll remove it. Please try to share it again.
Do you see my bio?
Yes.
Okay, well then I'm in the right mode. Now I'm back to the title slide.
Right. No. See. So when you put the presentation in slideshow, there will be 2 different files. They both are not the same. You need to choose the one which is in presentation mode, which is in slideshow. So I'm removing it again.
Put the slideshow.
It's in the slideshow mode right now.
I think we lost.
Gary. You can share, Deep, if you want.
No, he left StreamYard. I'm just waiting for him to join.
Can you reach him on WhatsApp or so?
Yeah, he has come.
I just logged in again. Can you see me or hear me?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
we can hear
Yes.
you.
All right, let me go. You got knocked out. I'm going to go to present, share screen. Go to, did you say to window?
Yes.
Yep. All right, there's my landing slide. Do you see it?
Correct. Yeah.
You see it?
So right now I can see your title, the presentation title, and then your credentials.
Okay. I think I'm not going to go in. Let me go to the next slide. Do you see my bio?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Then
All right.
let me stay not in presentation mode. I'll just go straight from the slides. Okay.
All right, no problem. Please start off.
All right. Well, it's 7:45 here in the U.S. in the morning. I have 60 minutes, and it is
Yes,
a
sir.
long presentation. There may not be time for questions at the end. So what I encourage people that would like to inquire with me, write my email address down. It's there, gcokins@garycokins.com. And also, if you go to my website, above that, below the horizontal tabs are a lot of free articles that I've written. You don't have to pay for anything. So 60 minutes, let's go.
Good luck, sir. Thank you very much.
Great. All right. Well, thank you for the introduction. Just to add a little bit more, I did receive my industrial engineering and operations research degree from Cornell in 1971, and then my MBA from Northwestern Kellogg School in 74. So if anyone's doing the math, I am 74 years old, but I feel like I'm 44 years old. I think careers have a lot more to do with luck and circumstances than being smart and competent. I had a couple of lucky breaks. That's why those books are there. And one of the lucky breaks was in 1988, KPMG struck an exclusive contract with Harvard Business School professor Robert S. Kaplan. Many will recognize Kaplan's name from the creation of the strategy map and balanced scorecard, but he did the pioneering work in activity-based costing. So I got recruited from Deloitte. I love Deloitte, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to learn about ABC from Dr. Kaplan. I wrote a book. It led to more books, and that's the story of why there are books there. So let's go. Who will benefit from this presentation? Managers who have previously struggled at promoting rolling financial forecast as an advance to the annual budgeting process. Managers who intend to champion driver-based budgeting and rolling financial forecasts, and they need a compelling call to action. And the reason I have champion in quotation marks is because it's been my observation that although it's good to have senior executives sponsor new methods and advocate innovation, often they are preoccupied with short-term priorities and firefighting. It's typically a manager 1, 2, 3 levels down in the organization chart who are passionate and ask themselves, how long do I want our organization to continue to perpetuate using stale and arcane and out-of-date methods? And they're the ones that'll do a pilot project or a proof of concept to demonstrate to their coworkers, colleagues, and executives above them that this is the way to go. So if you are down lower in the organization chart, That's fine. I like presenting to you. So my agenda, I'm first going to give a primer on cost accounting. Then we'll move into what's broken about the annual budgeting process. And then how do we shift to rolling to driver-based budgeting, but especially rolling financial forecast. We have to talk about resource capacity planning. Remember, I'm an industrial engineer. We'll talk about that. And then a topic that's a concern for me at the end, what's taking so long for organizations to adopt these methods? I love this cartoon, drowning in data, but starving for information. You've got this poor, beleaguered clerk, paper all around him, shoulders hunch. The supervisor in the doorway to the left is asking him, it looks like you've got all the data. What is the holdup? You know, I gave you the request this morning. How come you don't have the answer this afternoon? And the message to this cartoon is there's a difference between data and information. Data is typically collected transactionally, like payroll systems, procurement systems, invoicing, purchase orders, and the like. You convert that data into information to provide insights to make better decisions. I also like to start with these three questions. What, so what, then what? So imagine that your organization implements what I'm going to be describing in the next 50 minutes, driver-based rolling financial forecast. I say celebrate for one day. You are not done. You and your organization will see a lot more information that it's not seen before, or some of it will be different than its belief system. That begs the question, what's relevant in all this information? Arguably, the most important question is the third one, then what? Because decisions only impact the future, and that's what this topic is going to be about, the predictive view through the windshield, using an automobile analogy, not through the rear view mirror. All right, a primer on cost accounting. What this diagram is showing is that we start with the resource expenses. We then basically convert them into the work activities, and they eventually then get traced and assigned at the bottom to what are called final cost objects, outputs, processes, so forth. The highest form of direct costing is to the left, is project accounting, but it only applies when there are non-repetitive processes and making like a single product, like a satellite. Many are familiar with the middle box, standard cost accounting, labor reporting, and routing and bill of materials. Now, I want to caution people who are in the service organizations, banks, insurance companies, don't get alienated. Don't say, oh, this is all about manufacturing. No, these are universal methods that apply to all organizations, including service as well as government. So when we move to the right, then we get to activity-based costing. I call it the poor person's, standard cost accounting system. But the message to this slide is at the far right, what we do not want is allocations, cost allocations. We want to trace and assign with cause and effect relationships. I'll explain that in just a minute. So a simple way to understand ABC is this. Imagine you go to a restaurant with three other friends. You order a little salad and the other three order the most expensive item on the menu. And at the end of the meal, when the waiter or waitress brings the bill, the other three say, hey, let's split this check evenly. How do you feel? Not fair, not equitable. Well, that's how products and standard service lines and service organizations also feel when the accountants take this large amount of indirect expense, commonly called overhead, and they allocate it to the products and service lines like spreading butter across bread using cost allocation factors like number of labor hours, number of employees in a department, square feet, square meters, number of units produced, amount of sales, head count. None of those cost allocation factor denominators reflect the unique consumption that the diverse products consume of the end-to-end business processes and the work activities that belong to those processes, which in turn draw on and consume the spending. So if you were to compare ABC, which does that, to that traditional butter spreading, you will discover that in reality, some of those products were way overcosted, 20, 30, 40%. The others must be undercosted because it's a zero-sum error game. And that means the CFO and the accountants are providing flawed and misleading information to their employees and managers. Oh, yes, it'll reconcile to the penny or euro or whatever is the currency that satisfies the external audit, and the auditors like KPMG and Deloitte might, but it's wrong in the part. So the simple explanation of ABC is as if the waiter or waitress brings 4 individual checks. You only pay for what you consume. Now, the reason ABC has become increasingly adopted in the last several decades has to do with this diagram. It shows the 3 universal components of any organization's expense and cost structure. The direct and recurring labor at the bottom, recurring is for the service organizations, banks, insurance companies, travel agencies, the direct material in the middle, the overhead at the top. Notice that the indirect is displacing the direct over time. And when you ask people why, they'll say, well, automation, computer hardware, and so forth. That is secondary. The real explanation is over time, all organizations have had an increased proliferation of different types of products, manufacturers, more colors, more types, more ranges. The point is this: whenever you increase the diversity and variation of the outputs, it just produces complexity. And the complexity causes the need for more and more indirect expense to manage the complexity. So 30, 40, 50 years ago, when you had homogeneous products, most of the accuracy came from the direct. So you could butter spread the thin veneer of indirect. But to the right, that's not the case today. So what we want to do is convert the resource expenses, which is known, the general ledger, into the process costs and to the output costs. Now, the problem actually begins with this traditional responsibility center statement. Every manager on the planet Earth recognizes this report, salary, equipment, travel expenses. The problem is when they receive this report, they ask themselves, how much insight and understanding do I get about the cost that I can influence and control? And their answer is not much. Notice at the bottom, I say when managers get this kind of report, they are either happy or sad, but they are rarely any smarter. Activity-based costing makes them smarter. How? Here's how. Notice we've converted the 914,000 in the responsibility center statement to the middle into the language of work, key scan claims, analyze claims. And then we reassign each activity into the product, services, and customers, just like the waiter or waitress in the restaurant, based on how it's consumed. Now, when people basically start with cost accounting, they think the expenses begin on the left side of this diagram. They actually start at the right side. The products and customers place demands on the workload in the middle. The workload draws on the spending and capacity to the left. The costs measure the effect in the opposite direction. So to repeat that simply, demands on workflow right to left, costs measure it left to right. It's a principle. Rules are many, but principles are few. Principles like gravity and speed of light. You can't alter gravity, but the accountants violate that principle when they do that butter spreading of overhead. Now, I've rotated the previous diagram 90 degrees. It isn't quite as simple as, we take our ledger expenses, we convert them to activity pools and to cost objects. The right side is more realistic. Why? Because we have support departments that support other support departments that ultimately support the frontline departments that interact with customers, make products, deliver services. So it needs to be a multiple stage cost flowing. Now, I want to warn you, the next slide is going to be complicated, but after it, I'm going to point you to a paper, a link to a paper that I wrote, 30 pages, that will explain all of this a little more clearly. So here it is. Don't get upset. It's got the 3 universal components. We've got the resource expenses at the top, the work activities in the middle, and they eventually pile up at the bottom into the final cost objects, products, services, customers, and business sustaining. Think of all of those arrows as thin straws or wide pipes where the diameter reflects the amount of money flowing through. That's why this will always reconcile exactly to the euro, the dollar, whatever is your currency. Excuse me. If we start at the bottom, I refer to this as the predator food chain. Like large mammals eat small mammals eat plants. You'll notice that all of the costs eventually pile up into the customers and business sustaining, which I'll explain. But notice that the customers are consuming the products, but also there are some direct costs to the customers. Those are below the product gross profit margin line. A different topic, it allows you to measure and manage customer profitability, get a profit and loss statement, for each customer. Now imagine that all these arrows are now going from the bottom to the top. That's what's happening every minute, hour, day, week, month, year. The customers and the products are placing demands on the workload's drawing on the capacity and spending, the costs measure the effect in the opposite direction. So this is how we will get to the predictive view. The business sustaining is special. There are some expenses that have nothing to do with making products or interacting with customers, things like the legal department. So we can't trace or assign them to products or customers. Otherwise, we'd be overcosting them. It's typically about 10% of a company's spending. Direct cost, not broken. May have data integrity problems there. IT can fix that. I mentioned it was a complicated diagram. I'm going to presume you're going to get a PDF, these slides. You can go to that link. It's a 30-page paper titled Implementing Activity-Based Costing. What's more important is what's the result when you do ABC. This diagram, the vertical axis is the percent error compared to the butter spreading. The horizontal line is that traditional butter spreading, labor hours, units produced. The backward S line is the activity-based costing. So you'll notice what happens when you do ABC. To the left side, you'll discover, compared to the old way, in reality, those simple products were overcosted. Think of this like you in the restaurant ordering the salad. To the right side, the complex products, the other three in the restaurant ordering the expensive item, they've actually been undercosted, so there's hidden loss. And so there's consequences to this. To the left side, because you're overcosting, your competitors may price a little bit below you. They'll grab and steal market share from you. To the right side, it's even worse. The sales force is of the impression that these products are very profitable. They're not profitable. So what they're doing is the more they sell, the more you lose money. This diagram is another way of looking at the results of ABC, and you're looking at real data here. The graph at the top is typically referred to as a humpback whale curve. Notice it looks like a humpback whale. The vertical axis is the net revenues minus the properly calculated and traced activity-based costs. The horizontal axis is the cumulative buildup of the product's profitability, but it's rank ordered starting with the most profitable product, next profitable, and so on and so forth. The very last data point at the bottom right will always reconcile exactly with the P&L. In this case, 30 million in sales, 28 in expenses to net out at 2. There's always organization shock when the management team sees this graph because their belief system is it's just the blue line. Oh, we make money on almost everything, lose a little bit at the end. That's not reality. The top line is the reality. It's always a shock because notice in this case, the company made roughly $8 million of unrealized profit on 3/4 of their most profitable products. They lost $6 million on the remainder to net out at 2. And the problem was all that butter spreading was crushing and suppressing any accuracy. And the ABC methodology with the multi-stage assignment network was basically capturing it and incidentally, this graph was my very first ABC implementation in 1988, almost 3 decades. This is a real company. Now, some of you may be saying, gee, maybe we should be implementing ABC in our company. But you have this disbelief, oh, it'd be a mudslide of data. Every employee would have to fill out a daily timesheet, and employee hate timesheets. There'd be 3,000 activities. It'd be big, monstrous. It'd take us 9 months to implement it. Those are all misconceptions. I came up with a technique to implement ABC in 3 weeks. We start with model 0. It's 7 or 8 cross-functional employees in a conference room. We build a high-level ABC model quickly, not intended to have any accuracy. Then the next morning, we bring in the line managers, the executives above them. They view it very engaging because it's your own company. The light bulbs go on with everybody. Oh, that's how we can see our profit margins. Oh, that's how we can validate if our pricing is good, and so on and so forth. Then a couple of iterations within 2 to 3 weeks, a permanent, repeatable production system. The reason rapid prototyping works like this has to do with this graph. The vertical axis is the accuracy of what you might want to know, product, service line, profits. The horizontal axis is the administrative effort to collect the data, calculate the data, if you'll report the data. you'll notice you always have an asymptotic curve where the slope goes up very quickly and then levels off at about 95%, and then further to the right, diminishing returns on extra accuracy for the extra level of effort of work. Stop at 95%. You know, this is management accounting. This is not external statutory reporting for government regulatory agencies. You know, yes, if you get the statutory reporting wrong, you go to jail. But if you get the management accounting information wrong, you don't go to jail. So it just needs to be good enough, roughly right. Benefit from rapid prototyping, accelerated learning. People get it. Solves the thorny leveling problem. How many activities are we going to have? They typically level out at about 50 to 70 activities, not, you know, thousands of them. And in the past, some of you may be saying, oh, I know that ABC doesn't work because it hasn't worked for other companies. That's because in the past, people didn't know how to right size their ABC system. They were too large, too complex. No one could understand them. They were not maintainable. Also, at the end of that second day with the executives, I asked them, in 3 weeks, when you have your system, what will you do? What decisions will you make? And we basically collect that information because we want them to commit to using the information. I love this cartoon. You've got this answer board. To the left, simple but wrong. To the right, complex but right. Look how few are taking the right path. That's the ABC path. They're all taking the easy path with those labor hours, that distorted information. And notice some are falling off the cliff. The company's going bankrupt because they've got bad information. So let's roll on to the predictive view. What's broken with the budgeting process? It's typically a fiscal exercise done by the accountants that has two problems. It's disconnected from the executive team's strategy. It's not based on future driver volumes. It's not volume sensitive. Now, this is a bit of a funny quiz. How many of these boxes would you check for your organization? Our annual budgeting exercise is invasive and time-consuming with few benefits. It takes 6 months from beginning to end. You know, we start in June to publish it in December for the next fiscal year. It requires 2 or more executive tweaks at the end. When we give the first draft to the executives, they say, oh, not enough money there, you know, make some changes. Next, it's obsolete in 2 months due to events and reorganizations. It's out of date soon after you publish it. Next, it starves the departments with truly valid needs. Maybe in this next fiscal year, there's going to be a shift to a department. We give them an extra couple of employees. They really need 10 or 20 more employees. Next, caves into the loudest voice and political muscle. That's the gray hairs and bald people like me, the ones that have been there in their 60s for many years. They know how to pad that budget, you know, so they can protect themselves in case they spend more in the next year. Next, it incorporates last year's inefficiencies into this year's budget. You know, the process was inefficient last year. It's still inefficient this coming year. This last one bothers me the most. When a manager is on a glide path 2, 3, 4 months from the end of the fiscal year, and they can see that they're not going to have spent all the money that was allotted and approved for them for their budget, what do they start doing? They start spending needlessly, foolishly. Why? Because they know that next year's budget is going to be pegged to a baseline of how much they spent this year. We call it use it or lose it spending. Let me see if I can describe how you do budgeting in your organization. You give every line manager a spreadsheet January to December with all of their ledger expenses. They fill it out. Then someone in the accounting department consolidates all of those spreadsheets from the departments, and then they bring in the forecast of revenue from the sales. You give that budget to the executives. They say, well, we need more money, make some changes. So you put the spreadsheets back to all of the employee or the managers. They lower some of the numbers back to the accounting department, consolidate it back to the executives. That's better, not good enough. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Come on. We almost want to ask the executives, what number did you want in the first place? So we don't have to go through all this spreadsheet redoing. But that would give us the aspiration of the executives. We want to know what's actually achievable. So I call that what I just described, spreadsheet budgeting. So how do we resolve this and move to driver-based rolling financial forecast? Think about the amount of spending an organization as the result of 2 river streams coming at it. The upper river stream is the recurring, repeatable work. It's going to be demand-driven. Think of it as the customer sales orders. The bottom river stream coming at the organization is non-recurring, non-repeatable expenses, and that's going to come from projects. And I'm going to describe 3 projects quickly, and I'll go in more detail. There's going to be strategy projects to implement the strategy. There's going to be capital projects, which everybody's, familiar with. And then there's going to be risk mitigation projects from the enterprise risk community. So here's the way we solve the upper river stream. The activity-based costing that we look back is really powerful for strategic profit margin analysis. It's all known. But when we go to the predictive view, we effectively calculate the ABC model backwards. We basically forecast the drivers, the volume and mix, times unit level consumption rates, I'll get to that in a second, to calculate how much capacity and spending is needed. So remember my previous diagram, what we're doing for the upper river stream, the repeatable, we're calculating backwards. The way we do this is for the historical view. Remember, the spending's known, we calculate the activities, the cost objects, but we get a bonus. We get, as in addition, unit level cost consumption rates, cost material move, cost per processing a bank loan, cost per processing an insurance company policy. Then, and this is where my industrial engineering 101, I think it was my second semester of freshman year at Cornell University, this formula, the sales demand, volume, and mix from customers times those unit level cost consumption rates equals the capacity required, meaning the number and types of employees and their wages at salary level and purchases, with suppliers. So you've got to think like an engineer. I was at the age 27 a financial division controller with FMC Link-Belt in the US. I've been in the CFO accounting space ever since, but I tell everybody I'm an engineer masquerading as an accountant. You need to think like an engineer. Now, for the lower river stream, the non-repeatable work, a real quick primer. Some of you may be familiar with the Kaplan and Norton strategy map and balanced scorecard. Quickly, they've got these 4 perspectives. Each of those rectangles are what are called strategic objectives. We have learning and growth contributes to internal process improvement, which contributes to customer retention and loyalty, which results in the financial results. All of those arrows, those are KPIs. You get what you measure. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Okay. And so to really summarize really briefly, what Kaplan and Norton created here was a learning environment, stimulates process excellence, leads to customer intimacy, creates financial value. The purpose of it is basically to accomplish and implement the strategy of the executives. But in each of those strategic objectives, 2, 3, or 4 in the perspective, here are the 5 columns. And what this diagram is showing is who's responsible for what, the executives or the managers. My suggestion is you want to have the executives define the strategic objectives and then delegate it to the managers. So the next step is to identify the projects and initiatives or processes to improve, to accomplish each of the strategic objective, which in turn helps execute and implement the strategy. Also, have those same managers identify the KPIs. Why do we want to do that? Accountability. They're going to be held accountable, so we want them to have buy-in. Now we get back to the target. The executives set the targets. Think of it like a mule or donkey with the carrot, because by measuring every of the managers to meet or exceed their targets, we're basically aligning their behavior and decisions with the strategy. But here's the point. What if we don't give any money to the managers' employees to implement the projects or import the core processes? So this solves, by funding them from the strategy map, we've now solved the problem that the strategy or that the budget is disconnected from the strategy. Now let's move on to the second type of project, enterprise risk management. This is a popular diagram of the enterprise risk management community. Each circle is a type of risk event that will happen in the next fiscal year. The diameter is how much money would be required to mitigate that risk from occurring. The vertical axis is the severity of the impact if the event was to occur. How painful will it be? The horizontal axis is the probability that the event will occur. Now, you can't spend money mitigating every possible risk event, because then you won't make as much profit. So in the upper right corner, the shaded blue, let's fund those. Now, returning back to the upper river streams, I've decomposed it. In the upper river stream, the solution is we'd get the unit level consumption rates from the ABC. We multiply it times the demand, volume, and mix. We solve for the operational capacity required, number of types of employees. For the non-recurring, at the bottom, we've got the 3 types of projects. We do the strategy map, get the projects initiative, fund those projects. We go to the enterprise risk management, and we basically fund the mitigation. And then, if you will, the capital projects, which you're all familiar with. So I'm going to decompose this diagram one further. It's a little more complicated, but you'll be able to review these slides at the PDF when you get them. The shaded boxes are the upper river stream. The ones to the left are the lower river stream. Start way down at the bottom, derived budget. Notice what's coming in from the top is that operational. Where that came from was we use the ABC accounting. We get our unit level consumption rates from the top. We get the forecast driver volume from the left. That gives us a capacity resource plan, number of labor hours, pounds, kilograms, number of employees. We then monetize it, whatever is your currency, euros, dollars. From the left, we've got the 3 types of projects: capital projects, strategy projects, risk. Now, we still could incur the same problem with traditional budgeting. Look at the bottom right, I've got that triangle, acceptable. When the executives get that budget, the truly achievable, they may say not enough profit. Well, what do? The risk is they may say, well, why don't we eliminate or postpone some of the capital projects? Bad. We already justified those with return on investment. What if we eliminate or postpone some of the strategy projects? Bad. We won't execute our strategy. What if we eliminate or postpone some of the risk mitigation? Bad. We'll expose ourselves to risk. The best way to lower the expenses is unit level consumption rates, productivity improvement. And that's where the fields like lean management, Six Sigma, cycle time reduction, quality improvement, lowers the process consumption rates. Forecasting. Don't treat forecasting as a special event. I love this cartoon. You've got these 3 men at the table. They say, we haven't forecasted in a while. Maybe we should try that again. Well, you should. Forecasting should be an ongoing part of monitoring the business. But here's the issue with forecasting. Any forecast, well, the vertical axis is the accuracy of a forecast. The horizontal axis is the time horizon. Any forecast would become less accurate 1 day, 1 week, 1 month after we basically produce it. So the issue here is re-forecast at frequent intervals, maybe quarterly, maybe even monthly. And then each time we do that, then we can basically put it back into that previous slide and get, if you will, driver-based rolling financial forecasts. Gives us a pro forma income statement and balance sheet. And some of the accountants that are listening to me, what's the value and benefit of having a pro forma income statement and balance sheet periodically? What's the next step? Net cash flow. And that's what the board of directors, especially during COVID, were concerned about. They want to know the net cash flow because board of directors have governance responsibilities for their organization. Now, we do need to deal with capacity planning. Okay, in the very short term, you would not fire employees on a Tuesday because there's low workload orders in the house, but hire them back on Wednesday. Of course, you'd keep them on Tuesday. You just for a short period, you'd incur idle capacity. But as the time horizon goes out, you might replace full-time employees with temporary workers or contractors. You might lease assets that you might have purchased, and by leasing them, then they become variable, not fixed. So the diagram at the left, you can see that the effort level, the vertical axis to adjust capacity, very short term, it's difficult. Again, we're not going to fire employees on Tuesday, hire them on Wednesday. But as we move out weeks, months, years, we can get more variable expenses. So to the left, there is our historical looking through the rear view mirror, of the ABC system. But to the right, I've now got diagrams showing that as we go to the predictive view through the windshield of the car, you notice that there is more and more variable expenses, less and less fixed expenses because we make them variable. Step fixed, resources come in discontinuous amounts. You can't purchase a half a machine. You can't hire a fourth of an employee. It's all or nothing. So each time we bring on that piece, it's step fixed. I'm going to skip these, just real quick. The issue here is where we're really leading to when we do this predictive accounting is marginal and incremental expense analysis. Now, some of you may remember from your textbooks when you were in the college or the university, it was called the relevant range. So, decisions are only impacting the future. So examples where we need to use marginal and incremental expense would be if we want to add or drop products or channels or customers, make versus buy decisions, outsourcing decisions, a capital investment, and then the rolling financial forecast that I just described. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip this slide, and you're welcome to look at it at your leisure. I want to basically move, as I start to summarize, a diagram that I created for the International Federation of Accountants. Many of you may not have heard of IFAC. It's IFAC.org. They're in New York City. They're like the United Nations of Global Accounting Institutes. I think they have like 50 of them. In the US, we've got the AICPA, the Institute of Management Accountants, which I'm actually a 30-year member, CIMA, which was out of London in the UK. And I told them I could create a taxonomy of the big world accounting, like in biology, plant kingdoms, animal kingdoms. So in this diagram, notice there are 3 kingdoms of accounting: tax accounting, in the middle, financial accounting, and then to the right, management accounting. Now, and notice the source data will always come in from transactions from your accounting systems and your operational systems. Now, I want to distinguish expenses and costs are not the same thing. Expenses are when your company exchanges money with third parties, pays suppliers, pays employees. It's like writing a check. Currency exits the treasury. All costs are calculated. So a process cost, a product cost, activity cost, and so forth. So that's the cost measurement. Now, notice when we go to the left under financial accounting, we follow generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP. They are rules. And that's what satisfies, the audit, inventory, valuation, and the like. But for management accounting, we don't follow those rules. Remember, we don't do that butter spreading, which satisfies the audit. We trace and assign with cause and effect relationships. That gives us the cost reporting and analysis for profitability analysis and so forth. But now this whole topic that I present to the right is about the predictive view, decision support, and cost planning. So the driver-based budgeting, rolling financial forecast, what if scenario analysis, sensitivity analysis, back to our system, we could increase an assumption 10%. What's the impact? Sometimes accountants are not fond of me. They don't like me because at the bottom, I've got the value continuum. Notice to the far left, low value add. So the accountants that are just closing the books and reporting to the government, it's low value add. The value of accounting increases as we go from left to right. And notice the highest value is what I described in this presentation. It's the predictive view. Okay. Now, I have a big picture of how does all the enterprise and corporate performance management methods look on a single page. This is my diagram. Real quickly, think of this like your heart and your blood flow system. We've got the organization, that's all of your assets and your employees, people. Notice at the top, we've got the customer loyalty, but we've got an arrow that's going all the way to shareholders and owners. That's the real message here. Customers are the source of value, wealth creation for shareholders and owners. We need to connect them. Okay, let's go to the customer loyalty box. To the left, there's the strategy and mission. Remember, that's the executive's job. Set direction, answer the question, where do we want to go, and create the strategy. We communicate it then downward with balanced scorecard KPIs. That gives the feedback to those managers who every day turn on their computer screen and they look at the dials of their KPIs. They could answer the question, how are we doing on what's important? Okay. Now, CRM, customer relationship management, what's going on there? The sales and marketing need to answer the question, what type of customer is more attractive to retain, to grow, win back, and acquire? Which types are not? So that's where the customer profitability information comes in. Now, that counterclockwise circle, this is the process world, process improvement. And it's a universal end-to-end process. Take the customer order, complete the order. See, it's a circle. That's the area of better, faster, cheaper, if you will. Where's management accounting and analytics in my diagram? I deliberately omitted it because it's the output of management accounting analytics is pervasive and is everywhere. So to now go a little further into the diagram, notice we start with customer satisfaction. The executives will formulate the strategy based on the needs of customers, communicate it with risk management, strategy map, KPIs. That gives the feedback to the managers. Now we've got the targeting, help sales and marketing answer that question. Which type of customers attractive, retain, grow, win back, acquire, which types not? Then we've got that order fulfillment, better, faster, cheaper. So all of this, think of this like veins in your system. The stuff is flowing through all along. I don't know whether you can see these bubbles flowing because I'm not in my view, but this is happening every minute, hour, day, week, month, year. And so if any of those veins is constricted, I call it arteriosclerosis of the EPM corporate performance management system, then all of the money doesn't go to the shareholders. It leaks into the sewer. So think of this as a vision of where you want to be with your organization. You want to implement ABC, you want to implement strategy maps, balanced scorecard, you want to implement all these, and don't wait 2 to 3 years to do it. Do it in the next 6 to 18 months using rapid prototyping techniques. If there are any consultants listening to this, please directly communicate with me. I will share with you how to implement these rapid prototyping methods so you can deliver them to your clients. To start concluding, what's really happening here is there is a shift in the source of return on investment from tangible assets to an intangible assets. What I mean by that, the shift in return on investment is shifting from buying trucks or machines or computer hardware, software to an intangible asset like information. And you'll notice in this diagram, as we go from left to right, we go from data to information to knowledge to insights to decisions. The problem is many organizations are stuck in the first 2 red bubbles to the left. All they have is raw data and standard reports. All they can answer is what happened. Now, in some cases, the 3rd red bubble, the IT director will provide some managers with what's called business intelligence software, BI software. As an example would be like Qlik, Qlik, Tableau, which was acquired by SAP, SAS, SAS, my employer. SAS has 15,000 employees, world's largest privately owned software vendor. But even once with that BI, where you can still drill down to an anomaly of a line item of an invoice or purchase order, you're still restricted to only know what happened. Corporate performance management begins with the first blue bubble, modeling. Costing is modeling. Costing is not T accounts and journal entries. Costing is understanding how that flows. Remember my multi-stage cost assignment network. So now we can answer not only what happened, why did it happen? WHY, the causality principle when used in any type of reporting modeling, gives you the why. But we're still in the rearview mirror. Now we go to predictive modeling, which was what this webinar was, through the windshield of the car. So of all the choices we could have with the descriptive modeling, all the scenarios, we can start saying what are the possibilities. And then we get to the top. I call it Mount Everest, prescriptive analytics. Think of it as optimization of all the choices and the scenarios we might have, which is the best to do. So I'm going to conclude with a frustration that I have. What is taking so long for organizations to implement these methods? But before I do, I want to describe another diagram paper I created for the International Federation of Accountants. After I did the taxonomy, remember the 3 taxonomy, they said, can you do a stages of maturity of that someone can assess what stage of quality of their management accounting system? And if you go to that link in this slide, you'll be able to get this report. It's about 30 pages, but briefly, here are the stages of maturity diagram. Oh, a lot of people say they always have to be 5 stages. Well, I'm sorry, mine's 8. But what I do know from doing a lot of evaluations is 95% of organizations are at a 5D or lower. They're just doing that standard, that cost accounting, spreading the butter of the overhead. 6D starts ABC. 7D, we get to profitability, customer, and so forth. To the right side, 1P, this is now the predictive view through the windshield, is that spreadsheet budgeting. Remember, up, down, up, down, up, down. And then we move upward 2P, 3P to what I described to you. So my frustration, what is taking so long? One of the barriers are technical barriers, dirty data, low quality data, but the IT department has a tool called Extraction, Transform, and Load, ETL. It's like a water purifier. It can clean up the data. Another technical barrier for companies that have multiple divisions, like in India, like Reliance Electric, huge, they may have different hardware vendors, Dell, IBM, Hewlett Packard. IT can fix that. The second problem is the perception barriers of excess complexity and affordability. Remember when I asked you, oh, maybe we should put in ABC, but you had all these misconceptions, timesheets, 3,000 activities. I showed you with rapid prototyping, you can implement ABC in 3 weeks. By the way, if you're interested, I have another rapid prototyping. You can implement a strategy map and balance scorecard in 2 days. But the biggest barrier has got nothing to do with technology, nothing to do with methods, nothing to do with systems. It's all about people. It starts with resistance to change. It's human nature. People like the status quo. People don't want you to rock my boat, But other issues like fear of others knowing the truth. Oh, I don't want the other departments to know my costs. Fear of being measured. Fear of being held accountable. Weak leadership. There, I said it. Not every executive team's got the highest IQ. So if you want to be successful, you're going to have some soft skills, behavioral change management skills to basically get the buy-in of people. Now, here are many of the excuses from preventing organizations from being progressive. We are profitable, so why does it matter? Well, you may not be profitable going forward. We'll purchase software that'll fix our problems. The software is just a tool. And I like to say a tool with a fool with a tool is still a fool. You got to use modeling skills. We already know our true costs from our general ledger reporting system. No, you know your true expenses. You don't know your true cost. You have to calculate the cost. We have done it this way forever. We don't do that here. We already know everything. It is in our heads. That's pretty arrogant. Resistance to change. We are a small organization. We'll worry about better methods when we get larger. Well, you may not get larger. And incidentally, people ask me, how large do you need to be these methods? I say 25 employees. You don't have to have hundreds and hundreds of them. If you have 25 employees, you're already at the size that can apply all these CPM methods. Next, all this hype is just made up from highly paid consultants. Well, let me defend the consultants. They can do something most people cannot do. They can focus. They have an engagement letter with a deliverable and a timeline. They got to get that project done. Next, no one looks at the reports I create, so there is no point generating better reports. That's sad. Here's an accountant that's producing a good report. They give it to their managers. They throw it into the trash can. Next, we cannot afford better software to fix our problems. The commercial software vendors that specialize are not that expensive. You can contact me. I can give you a list of the content of these software vendors. Next, we are way too busy doing other things. Well, that's closing the books. Maybe it takes you 3.5 weeks to close the books. We'll close the books in 2 weeks so that you've got time to implement these methods. And finally, we don't know where to start or how to get started. Well, I've already given you a clue, rapid prototyping with iterations. So to conclude, this left side is a cover of one of my books. And notice it's got gears in it. And the analogy here is, imagine that in your company, some of the teeth on your gears are broken. And all these gears are all the various methods, strategy map, activity-based costing, risk management, so forth, process improvement, lean management. So imagine some of the gears are disengaged, teeth are broken, maybe even someone threw sand in there. Put that into your automobile. You will have your car can run, but your fuel efficiency will be low. Now look to the right, titanium gears meshed together, spinning faster revolutions per minute, lubricated, digitized. Now put that in your automobile. What's your fuel efficiency? Much higher than the one to the left. Now replace the analogy or metaphor of fuel efficiency with rate of shareholder wealth creation. when we integrate all of these various methods and actually embed analytics of all flavors, regression, correlation into them, then notice that the line, we make the revolutions per minute, RPM, of the corporate performance management and business analytic gears spin better, faster, cheaper. That's the process improvement. Safer, that's the risk mitigation. Smarter, that's the strategy map with the KPIs. So, action steps, get educated. Thank you very much. You're doing that by attending this session and this entire summit by Fruition and Data Labs India. Get buy-in from those that are going to be resisting change, and almost all of them are. Rapid prototyping, start small, think big. I always say that first model is the beginning of crawl, walk, run, fly, soar. Improve incentives. I don't have expertise in motivational theory, but I know that it's important. There are 3 links when you get the paper that can go deeper. Your success depends on how well and how fast the right information intelligence gets to the right people. Thank you very much, Data Labs India, Sheikh, Deep, for inviting me to be a presenter. I don't know where we are, if I ran over time. I know I started late, but.
So we have a few minutes, Gary. So we have 2 minutes left. So because we started a little late, so we can have few questions clarified. Okay. So. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just say, often I don't get any questions. And here's why. It was overwhelming. It was, I call that speech like an MBA in 1 hour. If you look at the curriculum of any of the business schools, like in the U.S., Wharton at Penn, Stanford, Harvard, you look at the curriculum, you'll see profitability, you'll see planning, blah, blah. You'll see all that. I just covered those in 60 minutes. So it's overwhelming. So it won't surprise me that no one has any questions.
Yeah. So we do have some questions. Yeah. But Deep, can you just close the presentation and put the video so we can see?
Okay. I just did stop sharing.
Yeah. So basically, activity-based costing and activity-based management, it's very important. There is no question about it. I think people understand it. As you said, it's not the concept, what is the problem. It's a how to do it. Many people are comfortable with some very easy process, which is the classical accounting. Okay, so and maybe they are not interested in activity-based management or activity-based costing or whatever, because it will expose their inefficiencies. Okay, so that's exactly what I see, because finance team, they are very comfortable in doing the fixed cost, variable costs, and okay, and they live reporting in a standard way, capital expenditure and operational expenditure, but they don't go by evaluating activities. What is their justification is these activities might not be correctly defined. So that's their justification, the accounting people. But actually, as you explained very nicely, it's not that complex, and you don't need to be very accurate. So even if you are directionally correct, so it will unearth many of the inefficiencies in the organization. But still, I keep reading your work, and Kaplan wrote an article in activity-based costing a long back. Okay, and there is another book also, time-based activity-based activity. Okay, so but people still adoption is not proper. I don't know the reason. I personally like it, and we do some simulations in IBM Cognos, TM1 models, but still, people are not receptive. So what do you think? Like, is this more the activity-based management concept? Is it very receptive in the United States? What do you think, Gary? Mm-hmm.
It's the acceptance rate is increasing, but at a rate that's too slow for me. The vast majority of organizations are yet doing. But let me just probably insult many of the people that are listening to me. For those accountants that are reluctant to implement ABC, I think they're irresponsible. Irresponsible. That's a strong word. Why? Their managers deserve much better information because they're the ones that need the insights to make better decisions. And so when the accountants are providing flawed and misleading information that could be 20-30% error, in other words, a product that is $100 US in reality is 140 or 30. Come on, but the accountants, a lot of it is their misconception that it's too complicated or it's too big and it's not worth the effort. And that, there's just a lot of, I call it excuses and barriers. So, and then part of it is it's got a bad reputation from the past, because when consultants did implement ABC in the last 10, 20 years, they were too large, too complex. Sometimes the the consultants wanted billable hours, that what the partner wanted to make a lot of money. So let's do 6 months, so it really messed things up. You've got to be practical. And you're correct. Kaplan had a phrase, it's better to be approximately correct than precisely inaccurate. It's better to be roughly right than exactly wrong, which was that cartoon with the signboard. So most of the...
One simple litmus test is majority of organizations, they don't know profitability by customer. The simple reason is they cannot measure profitability by customer. All they do is they just put everything in one basket and then come up with the bottom line, and they are quite happy with that. So which product doing better, which customer is doing better, actually they don't know. So that's exactly the problem.
Yes, and when you asked what's the adoption rate in the US, I think moving towards measuring and managing customer profitability is going to basically bring more interest in implementing ABC. You can stop halfway down the income statement with just product and service gross profit margin. But what's going on below that line is channel distribution expenses, marketing expenses, selling expenses, cost to serve. I can make a case that stuff below the line is far more important, because what's above the line, oftentimes customers view suppliers' products as commodities. So there's not a real competitive edge there. So for a customer to really get better, you've got to provide differentiated services to different types of customers. It's all about differentiated services, and you got to know price discounts, coupons, deals, offers. That's what marketing and sales is always thinking about. How do we entice a customer to buy more from us, or so forth? So the accountants have a huge opportunity to bring value to their enterprise. And many of them just got to, what we call, get off the dime, get out of your chair, stand up and get involved and contribute.
Yeah. So one of the maybe a very brutal comment is the quality of accounting people are not going up. So it's almost staying the same for so many years. Okay, I think Khalid has a very important question. So Khalid Noor, he's an ex-CFO. Okay, so a very large pharmaceutical company. He posted one question. So overhead allocation plays havoc with the decision making. In case of underutilization of capacity, how do you do product costing? So that's a question.
I didn't quite understand that question. Oh, here it is. Overhead allocation, please. Oh, there's a sophisticated way to actually calculate unused capacity, and there's not enough time for me to go into it, but idle capacity or unused capacity, but there is a way to kind of separate that out, because if you don't want to overcost products or services. If there's unused capacity, the products didn't cause the unused capacity. So again, and you have to think like an engineer. That's why, the most successful implementations typically have industrial engineers as the project manager, and the accountants are kind of like working with them. But the process people, the lean management, they're the ones that naturally are drawn to sophisticated or progressive management accounting. They can understand management. I do want to make a point. The universities are a little bit of a problem here. The university faculties are not very effective in teaching the student how to do activity-based costing. And so the problem can actually start at the university.
Yeah. So in my opinion, if the capacity is underutilized, it is not the problem of product. Okay, so you need to manage it. You need to find a way, but you cannot put into the cost and put the cost to the customer. It's not the right thing. Yeah.
And if you've got unused capacity, then whose job is it to fill it? Sales and marketing, fill it with more profitable products and services from customers. So, everybody's got a role with this game. But what the accountants need to do is provide visibility. I'm going to end with just two comments. The first one is, I believe in the past, the best leaders and best executives had the best answers. Today, I don't think that's the case. Today, I think the best leaders and best executives have the best questions. There's too much complexity. There's too much volatility. There's too much uncertainty for them to rely on their gut feel or intuition or types of answers they had earlier in their career that got them promoted to the high levels. They need to create a culture of investigation and discovery and tolerance for making mistakes, as long as you learn from them. And then let me end on this regarding what ABC does. It gives visibility and transparency. And the way I describe it is this: in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. So,
one eye is better than nothing. So thank you, Gary.
Right.
Thank you, Gary. Have a wonderful day. So thank you for joining and wonderful lecture. It's very insightful. Each time we hear, we get something new from you. So thank you very much for joining us. Okay.
Bye.
So welcome, Srinivasan.
Oh.
Hi, sir. How are you?
How are you, sir? Doing good.
Yeah. So you are in Kerala now at the moment?
Yeah, at the moment I'm in Kerala.
In a conference?
I came for a client meeting. No, I came for a client meeting, completed, and now returning evening.
Okay. So actually, let me give a quick introduction. We had a fantastic session from morning today. A variety of topics. Let us go with. So strategy, planning, and execution for mid-size, smaller and mid-size organizations by Mr. Srinivasan. Okay, so let me give some quick introduction about Srinivasan. Yeah. 1 second, sir. Mr. Srinivasan is a seasoned strategy management professional with over 30 years of experience in organizational development, interventions, with double master degree in labor studies and applied psychology, along with certifications from institutions like Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, and Harvard Business School. Srinivasan has proven track record of driving business excellence. So Srinivasan also has a member of many organizations. I could not list. There are so many list of, and you are very active promotion of the IMA, basically Institute of Management Accounting in India. Okay, so Mr. Srinivasan helps many mid-size and smaller organizations to achieve their strategy and manage their strategy transformations successfully. So, Mr. Srinivasan, over to you. Please just introduce yourself, and then we have all the 50 minutes time slot for you to present.
Okay. Thank you. Very nice, Mr. Abdul. And I also thank my fellow speakers who were there yesterday and today. So my session is about on MSME, how MSME can shape and develop their business and accelerate the growth. So I'm going to the slides now. I have quick about 3 topics, and finally I'll end up with the Q&A. MSME, currently we have about MSME stands for micro, medium, and small enterprises. So here, micro organization, anything less than 5 CR, small is up to 75 CR, and medium is up to 250 CR. So we have about 19.4 million registered micro firms in India. And for small, we have about 5.5 lakh registered small enterprises in India, and medium enterprise, we have about 52K. Put together, all three, micro, small, and medium, contribute to 30% of our GDP, and in which 45% belongs to manufacturing sector and 50% is export. 50% is export. The aspiration of every organization is to grow and to grow and earn money and build revenue and build system. In such way, MSME in the growth trajectory, they have an option to list themselves into IPO. There is a special facility for them to get into IPO. We call NSE Emerge IPO, in which 397 companies have listed till now. This is data as of 2024. That means whoever been in micro, grown up to small, and who have been in small, they've been moved into medium, and who were in medium, they have now moved into IPO. That means the growth factor. How a MSME can grow, and they should have certain areas, how to focus, where to focus, and how can we position our organization better. So for easy understanding, if any MSME is focusing on their strategy plan or their strategy, that where they want to head, and if they have right and passionate people, maybe having the right people for right job and with the right culture, and if they have a process which is efficient process, instead of taking more time on the figuring out a certain process, if the process could be faster, quicker, simpler, if there's three, the right strategy, a passionate people, and efficient process, growth factor is inevitable. But this three component, strategy, people, and process, are very, very critical. And MSME struggles at time to identify themselves while defining their strategy. So if they could do in all these three, the growth factor is imminent. Coming back on planning and execution of any strategy, we're talking about capacity enhancement and capability development. Capacity enhancement refers to the organization, the capacity to deliver or manufacture, to provide service. How can they develop, increase the capacity? Capability is like the team, the people, the process. How can they develop the capability of the people? If this two comes together, the throughput of growth is inevitable. Here, for a better understanding, we are talking with respect to Indian context of MSME. Capacity enhancement, here we're talking about the production system, the current production system, the enhancement of the production system, the manufacturing facility, how the manufacturing facility can add furthermore a different process also. And in such a way, if they start adopting a lean system, Z is what we call in India as about zero defect and zero effect. So this type of strategic process which has been brought into MSME is really triggering the growth. And GEM is about the government e-marketplace, which is also brought by the government of India to facilitate MSME to grow for further development. And if they add digital to it, we wanted to position or bundle this area into called capacity enhancement. Capability development, we are referring about people, how people can be trained, how people can be groomed, how people can manage the existing clients, the employees, the staff, the vendor, and in such a way, if the capability is increased for a people, the organization is getting stronger. Same way, the process. Here we are talking about how efficient the process is also helping to figure out how quickly they also can respond to the market. It This has to be sufficiently supported by reports and dashboards for the organization. Currently, many of the MSMEs are having it in either in a either in a hybrid form, or sometimes they have it in a paper and pencil form, or sometimes they have it in a not in a structured way. They have it in different reports. They collate it and finally they try and bring it. But the dashboard system needs to be really brought into the MSME. We talk about the MSME growth framework. What do we talk about? We spoke about people. People, every employee in a MSME should will aspire to go, to grow, to move, to get a higher career growth. But they should not after going out of the organization and getting into a corporate sector for that. Rather, if we that particular MSME provide a career growth opportunity, that could be a real boom for the people to be in the organization to help. Same way, skill development is very primary in this MSME, because MSME you will find most of the people either semi-skilled or unskilled, but when they come into the system, they get skilled. So here, the continuous skill development is one of the crucial factor. When we talk about the process, talking about automation and process efficiency. Automation is like particularly after COVID, every organization is moving into reducing dependency on repetitive tasks. So there, the automation plays a vital role. When it comes to technology, we are talking about digital. So how proactive and how a digital transformation can help. Say, for example, MSMEs are doing many of things in documentation in a paper. So instead that, if they move from a paper towards digital, the minute when they move into digitization, and they can adopt digitalization, and finally they can move towards digital transformation, for which they should start digitizing first. And the benefit of moving a digital transformation is they will get a lot of informations and analysis which will help the company for any business proactive decision making. Primarily, any data is required to predict a business. Any data is required to understand and analyze how the organization is moving forward. So this data, this digitalization will help the client to move. Okay. What could be the growth plan initially for any MSME? They can start with people and process. They can do continuous training to the people. They can make the employees to go and visit, because that's the reason you have about best practices sharing. They can get into different their own association. They can learn about how the another organization or the peer organization or their organization which is working the same line, how they are handling the people and process. By learning that, they can enhance the people and process excellence process. Then they can move into business excellence, which can talk about leadership, which can talk about corporate governance, which can talk about vendor management, customer relations, stakeholders. If they set an parameter to move from a factor, if they are in a out of point between 1 to 5, if they are at 1, they can slowly move from 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 and 3 to 4. That aspiration is required, for which they should know where they are, for which we also can talk about the benchmarking. They can have some certain benchmarking parameters. They should start targeting those benchmarking parameters. What could be the next level? The next level is they can move into SME IPO, which we discussed a few minutes back. That could be the next growth factor. They should have this growth factor that we have to move into IPO. There must be an ambition. There must be an aspiration for the MSME to move. So this could be a step forward. Maybe we don't want to push them that move into move into a public limited or like that. They can slowly aspire and move into SME IPO. What we refer about capacity and capability, maybe this is for the benefit of real MSME people. Assume there is a 1 liter of bottle we have about, say, it worth about 1,000 grams plus about the bottle is about, say, 150 gram. In total, say 1,150 gram of bottle is with water. Imagine if we take out the water and fill it with mercury, the weight of the bottle increases 2 or 3 times, or maybe 4 times. So that means we wanted to make the organization understand what we're talking about capacity is refill something new so that your capacity enhances. Capability, what we are trying to make capability is here, say an empty bottle. If you make a craft out of the empty bottle, you can do multiple crafting work by which the same empty bottle becomes productive. The same empty bottle becomes a benefit for the users in different way. That means you are enhancing the capability. So these are the two areas which called capacity and capability, which we are referring for MSME. Because when we for MSME, we have to give them the easy way of digesting their concepts so that they quickly go and implement in their organization. Okay, so as we discussed about moving into digital, which is primary for them. This is an example. What happened when somebody travels in a domestic transport here? Earlier days, we used to have a ticket which has been given in a printout, which has been already printed. One, the conductor takes a ticket and hand it over, and there is no other way that the denomination is written in the ticket. But now what happened? The ticket printing machine, the digital POS system is available. The conductor has to exactly type the code words for whatever the destination, and immediately the thermal printout has been out, and he handed over to the passenger. So here, the first thing is, instead of doing it in this way or a normal printer ticket, they're moving into using a machine. So this is what we are trying to make them to understand, the digitization. The second, the digitalization. What is the advantage of digitalization? Every time whenever the conductor reaches the destination, he has to do a tedious work of preparing in a paper, writing down all the denominations, and finally arriving and saying this is what the sales is done, and this is what the passengers movement from one end to another end. Rather, with this machine, by pressing a single button, he is able to take a printout of data. The data gives more information: which area, which customer traveled from where to where, how many tickets, what is the currency, the costing. Everything's been taken away in a single sheet and handed over to the uh, the, the, the the ticket inspector. So digitalization is what we wanted to have, the data. And third, digital transformation. What we mentioned about digital transformation here is the head office of the transport organization. By sitting at the head office, they will know how many which are the bus routes it's profitable for them, which are the bus route during peak hour, how they're performing, during off peak hour, how they're performing, and which business route they should concentrate. When the minute when they start thinking about this and using the data, we trying to position here as a digital transformation slide. So any organization should start with digitization, move to digitalization, and finally get to the level of digital transformation. Hope it will take about minimum 3 years for an MSME to move. But for a organization, if it is still in a normal printed format, they should first start moving into digitization. Many of the organization I could see in MSME now, they are moving to Google Forms and started collecting some of the reports and all, which is good. But they should move into digitalization and digital transformation to the next level. What do you mean by skilling? We mentioned about capacity and capability. So here, what we talk about reskill. Imagine an MSME considering a person who is handling a cattle and farming, he moves from that towards using a tractor. So that could be one way of reskilling we wanted the MSME to think. Upskilling. What we mean about upskilling, somebody is already working in a lathe machine, they know the process, but at the same time, they want to move into a DMC or CMC machine. So that way, we are referring as upskilling. So MSME should move into this. This topic I'll come later. So skill and will. Here, what happens is many of the organization, the employees are willing to develop. They are showing interest, and they lack certain area, what to focus, where to focus. If a skill development would facilitate and help them in developing the skill, definitely the organization is poised to grow. And if some of the employees are not willing to develop the skills or to move ahead, and that means they are intentionally, they don't want to develop, or they don't want to move to the next level. So that's a will issue or skill issue. So if it's a skill issue, speak to the team, engage with them, provide necessary support, training, and develop the skills. If it's a will issue, you don't have an option. Maybe you can call up and do a coaching, or maybe you can speak to them one-to-one and do personalized talks and discussion. If things are not going fine, we have to tell them, like if it is a will issue, we have to tell them, okay, in a 3 months period, either you have to move like either perform or perish, that type of work. So we have to make that stand clear. If we don't make that stand, then we will always have a system of people being in the system but not being productive. And the current system is we are not able to have a lot of unproductive people into the team, which will actually drag the overall organization performance. So this is what we call the skill and will employee productivity dilemma. And this is the last slide, which I use it for behavior change for any organization. And when you want to influence your people to move into a new culture or a change management, we primarily focus on 3 areas: the employee's feeling, the employee's thoughts, thinking, we call thought leader thinking, and how the organization interact with the employee. This 3 component plays a vital role in shaping the people for the organization: feelings, thoughts, interaction. If these 3 are followed in a way that the employees adhere to the organizational change management, naturally they act on it and they willingly observe the change requirement and finally exhibit in their behavior, by which organization is positioned in the outside world that this MSME is focused on X factor, and by which the MD of an organization can drive the band for the better. And with this, I conclude my slides, and I'll keep 5-10 minutes open for any questions. Abdul sir.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Very interesting, very straightforward, simple, very relevant presentation, Srinivasan. So now, based on your experience in primarily in South India, especially Chennai, Kerala, Bangalore, so how are that mid-size organizations? I will call it a mid-size organizations for all together. So how is that? Like, how is adoption for strategy management? Is there something like a formal strategy planning execution is a scope for some consultant, somebody like you, to help organizations? So because, one thing is very clear. Even yesterday we were talking, Mihai was saying that even if it is a smaller organization, you need some kind of strategy planning. Okay. So how receptive organizations are now, and what can we do to support them? So please advise.
Yeah. So with my experience in engaging with MSME, post-COVID, okay, with respect to India, post-demonetization, post-e-way bill, post-GST, post-COVID is different and pre is different. Here we could see a lot of MSMEs are really receptive to change. They were legacy issues. There were certain legacy issues like the father or grandfather, the son doesn't want to do it, or either the grandson doesn't want to follow. However, some organization who understands that if we don't follow this path, we will not be in the market, they are highly receptive. They are highly receptive for change. And in fact, the last slide which I showed you is for a change management is a different, was a lengthy subject. So I wanted to cut down that. Okay. So they are willing for change, and to bring them to the table, though we have been using the word strategy, but many a times I don't use the word strategy to the MSME because a big word. Okay. I call them planning exercise or AOP, something like that, and make them understand. We'll tell them this is how the list of activity you're supposed to do. These are list of actions you're supposed to do. This is how you should measure your goals, targets, and slowly move them. So here, as an MSME, the aspiration is any company wants to move from micro to here to small and small to medium, and there we don't want to make them to push and give the unrealistic target or aspiration to move to public limited. Tell them slowly try and see this IPO. If you're 150 crore plus, yeah, try and see this IPO where it's benefit for you to grow. So organizations are really interested, and they're receptive. Maybe consultants like us, we should not use big jargons like strategy and all where they will really go away. Okay, except few. Maybe we can give a weightage of say 10%. Rest of the 90%, yeah, we don't want to use a word like that and tell them this is how the planning. You are supposed to concentrate on the process. This is how you are supposed to concentrate on people development, and like that we can go. But what we could see is earlier days the MSME used to have a small paper, and in the pocket they will have every day the paper written and hand it over to their accountant or someone. But now they are moving towards an application.
Digital.
Okay, digital. So this is the new development which we are seeing now. And number two, earlier days, none of the MSME staffs used to carry a tablet or a laptop or a desktop to the home. Now, we are seeing few of the MSMEs are providing them the laptop so that those staffs can go home and do something. This is one improvement. No, earlier days they used to get really worried because my data will go out, this will happen, that will happen. But now that level is increased. So as a consultant, we are seeing and reading the signs and signals. So these are the signs and signals we are observing, which is good for the MSME, for the growth factor.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I think we should do more to help organizations in a more proactive way. Yeah. There is a tremendous scope for optimizations. Okay. There is
absolutely. Very big hope. In fact, instead of depending in a larger application, if we could, remember I was discussing with you, if we could have a smaller application which could satisfy MSME, nothing like it. Okay, they want it. They want it, but they don't want to end up in going in a big size business investment. That's their query.
Yeah. We'll find one good option. How does that fit into this? Fantastic, sir. Fantastic. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any question from the audience? We will post it to you. Okay. So we'll be happy to have more sessions with you, Srinivasan Garu, and we'll be happy to talk more about real practical scenarios. So hope you will be returning today to Chennai, or
returning today to Chennai.
So have a good time. Take care and take care of yourselves. Thank you for joining us in spite of busy schedule. Thank you, Mr. Srinivasan.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
So I will be inviting Abdul Alim Munshi Saab. Assalamu alaikum, Saab.
Thank you. Walaikum salam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Long time I wanted to see you.
Exactly.
Okay,
I wanted to meet you physically, but that
Inshallah.
didn't happen.
Inshallah, sometime we will catch up. Thank you for joining from Bangladesh. I'm very happy to see you here. So just let me give you a quick introduction. Today's topic, what Munshi Saab is talking is leadership development for effective strategy execution by Mr. Muhammad Abdul Alim Munshi. So let me give you a quick introduction. Abdul Munshi is a seasoned expert in growth and design. Despite initially started off with management accounting, he is driven by active learning and drawing inspiration from various disciplines like design, linguistics, and strategy. His passion for business stems from a fascination with growth, leading him to specialize in strategy and execution. I know you are helping so many organizations, especially for the organizational development part, the people development part, the motivation. Okay, and would like to enjoy your session on the strategy and the topic of leadership development today, Munshi Saab. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Let me share my presentation.
Yeah, so you can take help from Kuldeep.
Yeah, just no slides. So I must go to just Kuldeep. Just can you help me? I'm present from present to.
So you need to
share screen.
go to present and then share screen.
Yes.
And then you need to go to the tab window. You have three tabs. The second one is window. Do you see the tabs?
Which sorry.
Sorry. So what do you see right now?
I see window, tab, Chrome tab, window, and entire screen.
Yeah, that is the one. So when you choose window, you will have a list of tabs that are open.
Okay,
and
fine.
applications that
I got
are
it.
open. So you need to choose the presentation. And then click on share. It will be loaded onto StreamYard, and then I will push it to the stage.
Just let me confirm again because there are two slides showing.
Yeah, you choose the one which is in the slideshow mode, not the file, which you have opened in presentation mode.
Okay.
So
is it there? Can you see it?
A few seconds. It will take a few seconds to upload. So once it is uploaded, I can see it here, and then I can share it for you. So I still don't see it.
Is it there?
No. There is another way that you can do it. You have to go to present, and instead of sharing the screen, you can go to slides. And then from your computer, choose your computer at the bottom. And then choose the location of the file.
Enter screen.
Yeah, it is coming up. Just give me a couple of seconds. I can push it onto the stage. You have shared the entire screen, I guess. Yeah. Now it is the presentation. Okay. So.
Okay, now you see the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Assalamu alaikum. Let me just give you another small introduction. I joined when I qualified as a management accountant in 2000. Year 2000, I joined Novartis as a business controller, and from then, from that time, I came to know about business balance scorecard. And after that, many years later, in 2009, I joined another company called Rahim Afroz in Bangladesh, and they hired that time Paradigm to develop their group strategy. And from that onward, actually, I learned about the balance scorecard and strategy maps and other things. And after that, I'm practicing when I join any company, I'm practicing as a consultant. In two occasions, I joined as a consultant initially. Then, due to the lack of leadership in the organization, they basically give me the opportunity to lead the organization. And from that perspective, I actually driven those strategy execution from inside, not as a consultant. And if we, my concept is like that, a consultant is like a doctor kind of person, and some organizations they don't need only the doctor, they need also the nurses. So when I work within the company, I help the organization basically just like a nurse. I execute those prescriptions and help people develop and grow. So from that perspective, I have chosen the topics, uh, which is the next slide. My today's topic is leadership development for strategy execution. What I will try to bring the success and failure experiences all together, but I will not mention the name of the organization for the sake of kind of confidentiality. Uh, so what I will try to do, uh, I have built a storyline, and if needed, I will add more information or more thing. Those are not put in my slides. So let's start with the thing. Why leadership? Because this is one of my favorite quote, which is John Maxwell. Everything rise and fall on leadership. Normally, what happens in organization when strategy executions fails, that they tend to blame the consultant. And many organizations they don't accept the challenge of leadership, and they don't accept the execution is an inside job. Basically, execution is not an outside job, it's an inside job. So that's why it is very important for the leaders in the organization to take the responsibility of execution. And if you ask me why there are cases of failure of strategy execution in different companies, my observation is that it is due to failure of the leadership. So it's not about the top leadership. I am saying the culture of leadership. So from that onward, why I have chosen the topic, the reason is we have to future proof or failure proof the strategy execution. And to do that, what we need to do, we embed a culture of leadership in the organization. And the next point.
Munshi Saab, can you just click a button to hide it? The StreamYard sharing your screen, stop sharing, just click on hide so that it will not be visible.
It is.
Yes.
It is.
No, the pop-up. Okay, the pop-up you are seeing like
Okay,
stop sharing.
This one.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good. So as I'm building a story, I'm taking from a different perspective. Let you tell me the balance scorecard. In implementing a balance scorecard, sometimes we cannot explain the strategy to the audience. So what I do, I use some other concepts. So let me tell you one thing. I will be referring different books. And if you ask me in one word, what is leadership? I believe this is readership. If we read, that helps us to build to help us to grow as a leader. That's why I will refer some books. One of my favorite book, along with the core books, this is the Playing to Win by A.G. Lafley and Roger Martin. So as per Roger Martin and A.G. Lafley, strategy is a coordinated and integrated set of 5 choices. a winning aspiration, where to play, how to win, and core capabilities and management systems. These 5 choices actually that gives us an overview of strategy in a comprehensive manner. For execution, a balance scorecard is a fantastic tool, but to develop the strategy, I found that this concept is very effective, and I during my strategy workshop I use this concept because this winning aspiration is a kind of vision. We have to set a vision to win in the market, and the core strategy basically these two: where to play, selecting where to play and how to win. Then from the balance scorecard perspective, if we see the learning and goal growth perspective, you see core capabilities and management systems are learning and growth perspective. So from that point of view, I basically I prefer this definition. I recommend all of the audience to read this book. It's a fantastic book, and to explain strategy is very easy. And that's why this is my this is the strategy definition, you can say. uh, is it clear to everyone? Can you see it now?
Yeah. It's very clear.
Okay. Then from that perspective, let me, whenever we go to any organization and speak to any audiences, they always come up with one quotation from Peter Drucker. They say the culture is strategy for breakfast. That means if our culture is not right, then nothing, no benefits we will get from strategy. And normally there are people, they try to negate the effect of strategy, or the effect of strategy we can make in the society, in the organization. They try to negate with this code. So that's why from this code, actually, I came up with the idea. So what to do to create a strategy in a culture, or to change the culture of the organization? Then it is building a culture of leadership. That's why you said there is another code. It is saying that culture is the shadow of the leader. So if the leader is good and the leadership practices are good in the organization, then a strategy will not fail. It is a it will work as insurance of the organization against strategic planning or strategy development. That's why leadership is so important. From balanced scorecard perspective, if we uh, want to be successful in strategy execution, it is saying that breakthrough result will come from strategy map, balance scorecard, and strategy focused organization. And only a strategy focused organization can be built through aligning the leadership in different levels. So that's why strategy, to execute the strategy, leadership is so important. Then then I go to the next point, the storyline. You see, this is from me, it is the core, this is the core syllabus for strategy execution or strategy mapping. That's balance scorecard and strategy maps. Probably you all know about this, these two books. So the two things are very important. Number one is translating strategy into action. Second one is making strategy everyone's business. This is the key. If you really want to make strategy everyone's business, you will be able to do it only by developing, growing leadership within the organizations. From a consulting perspective, it is very difficult for a consultant to impact the culture and to impact every layer of the organization. That's why leadership development must be taken seriously. And one thing is very important: from the successful organization, I work for multinationals in Bangladesh. I work for 3 multinationals in Bangladesh. What I found, they they build a culture of leadership within the organization, so they can make changes happen efficiently, and they can make transformations happen efficiently because of the leadership, and also the strategy. They bring down those global strategy into the end market level, and they are very successful doing that. So leadership is very, very important for them. So from that perspective, I would say, so building leadership or developing leadership is so important. So here I recommend another and two books again. So in the next phase, I would recommend another book, The Four Disciplines of Execution by Franklin L. Covey. You see, let me take you through these four disciplines. Why I am bringing in disciplines? Because the core element of a culture is discipline in the organization. So if we really do want to execute things well, so we have to follow these four disciplines. Number one discipline is focus on widely important goals. When we have those strategic themes, we have those uh, departmental goals, the organizational goals, and if we can focus on few goals, the widely important ones, that help us to execute things very well. Let me tell you one thing again. One of the reason for failure in the strategy execution is the serial entrepreneurship mindset. Somebody start a thing, organization start a thing, before finishing what they started, they start another one, and this is called kind of entrepreneurship mindset. That's actually uh, distract people from the important goals. The second element, the second discipline is in terms of the execution, act on lead measures. You see, the sales is a lag measure. Sales doesn't come, you cannot do selling without marketing. So the marketing is a kind of branding, is a kind of lead measures. Just I'm giving one example, and sales is a kind of lag measures. So from the discipline of execution, the focus must be on the lead measures where you have control. From the lag measures, we don't have any control. That's why we must focus on the lead measures. The number three, to keep a compelling scorecards. It is aligned with the balanced scorecard model. So if we have a scorecard, if we have a compelling scorecard, and if we can build it through uh, balanced scorecard, and that will help us to execute well. Number four discipline is create an accountability, and this is the most challenging part in terms of when I share this thing with any companies in Bangladesh, and you see the people don't take they want to don't take accountability on them, and a new culture basically developed in some part of our country that people are very much dependent on consultant, and they are not hiring their brain. They try to find out people to delegate those accountability, and this accountability must be done from within, from the organization. You cannot hold people outsider accountable for the most important things you want to achieve. And finally, if we have these four disciplines, that actually leads to successful strategy execution. And when I say discipline of execution, it leads to my next point. And again, I recommend this book again for discipline of execution. For the strategy execution is a fantastic book. I hope you can learn a lot of things from reading the detail from that book. I will not cover that detail because of the time limit. What I will do, let me go to the second point. The discipline demands leadership. Discipline demands leadership. And if you can watch, if you can enter in a company, you can understand the discipline very well, whether the company is disciplined or not, and that is the result coming from the development of leadership. One experience I must share. One discipline I always check whenever I enter a new company. I try to get to know and look into their management meeting minutes. And if I look into 10, 12 management meeting minutes, that gives me an idea of the discipline or leadership of the organization, because in many organizations you can find that they are not focusing on the core things. In the minutes you will see they are focusing on different things, and their most important things for the company, those are not in the minutes, those are not in their action plan, and that's why the execution fails. And another discipline is how people, it's not about how people coming normally in terms of discipline. We understand coming at 9 o'clock and leaving at 5 o'clock. This is not actually discipline. Discipline means discipline of thoughts, discipline of uh, decisions, discipline of ideas, discipline of uh, following through what we have planned. So from that perspective, leadership is required. And I have seen different, especially in multinational, for leadership development, they adopted a kind of leadership that is called leadership pipeline. I let me share with one experience. I have seen in organizations people are working for a long time, maybe 10, 15 years, and they're doing the same thing for year on year. They're doing the same thing. That is a big problem. And if you see this in any organization, uh, be assured it will be very difficult to change their culture. It will be very difficult to take them on board. So what is required there in every layer? For example, in an organization, if someone starts as executive, then one day he becomes senior executive, he moved to the assistant manager, deputy manager, manager, senior manager, up to CEO level. And very unfortunately, I have seen people did something good, very good in their executive or managerial level. Even they are uplifted to the next level or senior level. They are doing the old things. Still they're doing the old things. That is a problem. So the leadership pipeline concept basically shares, so they grows people from bottom to top. So what must happen in an organization, in every layer, the goal must change. What we do as a manager, we must not do as a senior manager or a general manager. So goals must change, the skills must change, and values must change, and application must change. This concept is basically coming from a great leadership book I always recommend, that is called Leadership Pipeline. And probably you have heard this. I have seen many multinational organizations, they have adopted a concept of leadership pipeline uh, in their performance management system, in their leadership management system, in their talent development system. So this is very important. I'm referring. So you see a book, Leadership Pipeline, by Stephen Trotter, Ramcharan, and Noel Tichy. So this is a fantastic book I have observed from my experience. You see, the leadership pipeline model provides a framework upon which the organization can be built while reconfiguring old ones. At each passage, a person has very specific values, compulsory skills, and necessary time applications. Where you see from managed self to enterprise manager, there are 5, 6 turnarounds of the career level. From the first turnaround is called manage self, then manage others, means someone is become the manager, then manage managers, then functional manager, then business manager, then group manager, then enterprise manager. From my experience, what I have seen, the people are leading a business, they are not actually coming through the pipeline. And the people who experience those different stages of the leadership pipeline, they are delivering much better result compared to other people who are learning leadership on an ad hoc basis. So the companies what they come up with the solutions, they embed, they inculcate this process of leadership pipeline in organization, and they develop their own leaders for the long run. And what the other companies do, what the not so good companies do, they basically, whenever they need a leader, they bring people from outside, and their focus is not on the homegrown leaders. And in any organization, if you do not grow your own leaders, it is very difficult to sustain in the long term in the market. So this is very, that's why it is very much recommended to build this leadership culture uh, along with the strategic plan or strategic goal, all along with the vision. It is not a one-day job. Uh, Basically, what we normally see, people are coming to the consultants when they have a big problem. What my recommendation is, when you are doing good, then you must try to be great. When you are in the ICU, the business is suffering. It is very difficult to have a long-term vision and long-term plan. A long-term vision is not for the organizations living in the passing their time in the ICU. They must adopt this strategy execution plan or strategic planning or strategy when they're doing good, and this will be an insurance against the future failure, and this will be a certificate, this will be an assurance for unprecedented growth. And that's why this leadership is so important. And what I will try to do, I will try to bring some aspects of leadership from my experience. And sorry, sorry. So from that slide, what I will try to do, let me complete the story first, then I will share some aspect of the leadership. So the storyline, if you build this leadership pipeline in the organization, and that will help the execution, that will make the organization execution masters. They will be the execution masters, and execution will be part of their culture. And this is what we require. We require to sustain in the market, and to really win in the market, and uh, uh, to put our footprint as a leader, as an organization. So let me go to the next one. You see, this is the core process. We call it execution premium model or XPP model, from in terms of the execution strategy execution. It is very known to us because we have already heard about the balance scorecard model and execution thing. The XPP model says, you see, let me present you from a different perspective. First, the first step is developing the strategy, and we all know about it. I will not go into detail. Second step, it is to translate the strategy. There is basically the role of leadership comes significantly. The consultant can help the organization to translate this strategy. One thing I always tell in my workshops, the most difficult translation is not language translation. The most difficult translation is translating your vision, your strategy into execution. So that is the second level of XPP model. And then we need to align the organization. And we have already heard during these 2 days how to align our organization. It is also part of the discussion, so I will not repeat that. Again, number 4 is plan operations, and is a part of the balance scorecard development. And final execution, you see, the process automation or monitoring initiative, and then it is monitor, learn, test, and adapt. So you see, I put leadership in the upper corner of the slide, but I want to say, what is leadership? Leadership is basically, it is in the center of the XPP. It is the leader's job to do that. It's not the strategy execution in the center of the organization. It is leadership is the center of the organization. It is the role of the leadership to clarify strategy. It is the role of the leadership to execute the strategy. So the more efficiently we can build this leadership culture in our organization, that will help, that will ensure the leadership execution, the strategy execution. So if from that perspective you ask me what is leadership, I will say leadership is to get a strategy, to develop a strategy, to influence a strategy. What is leadership? Leadership is translating the strategy. What is leadership? The leadership is aligning the organization, then planning operation, then the process simplification, the execution, and ultimately leadership is monitoring. Leadership is testing. Leadership is adaptation. The core, in the heart of the execution is leadership. This is conceptually, this is my presentation slide, and I will add two more things with this. So until this, is it okay?
Yeah, it's perfect, sir. It's perfect. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to my next point. It is a thank you. It's the first thank you because you have heard until now. So let me share one thing which is kind of my innovation, and I thought about sharing this because the main reason is why we should have a strategy, why we should have a balanced scorecard or strategy execution, why we should have those things in the organization. If you ask any organization, if you go to an organization, if you say I'm a strategy consultant, the first thing they ask, why we should have a strategy? We have already strategy. So that from that point of view, I normally tell them, can you show me your strategy? Many organizations, they reply me with that idea, no, it is, we all know our strategy, but we cannot show you. Then I say, I tell them, okay, I can show you a strategy. That's it. That is balanced scorecard. I show them a strategy map and I explain the strategy map to them. And I tell them this is strategy which you can see from another perspective. What I do normally, if because I'm also a finance professional, I was a finance professional. I'm also a finance professional right now, no problem. Because when I ask any new project comes, what we do a cost benefit analysis, whether we should invest, whether we do or not. We see the IRR, we see the NPV. But problem is when a new business idea comes, who is validating the business idea with the company strategy? You see where to play and how to win. And if you decided to play within the country, so if somebody come with a small idea of exporting a product outside, so that time you must raise a flag because this is not your core competency. There are many ideas, a lot of ideas come every day in a business, and the most important part, most of the time management time sometimes we spend on ideas that basically not aligned with our core competency. And yes, there we can develop new core competencies, but without optimizing, without maximizing the benefit to our existing core competencies, why should we move for another developing a new core competency that we are not good at? So that's why someone, the chief strategy officer, it is his role to validate those ideas with the strategy map, whether it aligns with their portfolios, the strategic portfolios, or not. So that's why I developed this business transformation canvas, because what I do when I say I'm a strategy consultant, they don't understand. But that's why I introduce myself as a transformation consultant. I help organization to transform for the future, to make the company future ready. So that's why I developed this business transformation canvas. Let me share with you this canvas. It start from present reality. We do a reality check, then we plan for a strategic future. So we have those strategic future. You say we are vision, our strategic themes, everything we have. Then what we need? We need a strategic intent. This strategic intent, it comes from our mission, vision, this, if the strategic intent is there, then the point is winning aspiration is our vision in the balanced scorecard model, or is the strategy map model. Then this is the important part, whether we have the core competencies to execute those strategies. So it must be there. If we don't have those core competencies, we can use our core competencies and we can build some. But it is a long process. If we have a 5 years process, we can definitely develop some core competencies. And winning aspirations and core competencies must be tested with one thing, that is whether we are we are able to innovate. We are able to innovate new products, or we are able to do the customer innovation. That means whether we are able to do the product innovation, customer innovation, and from this perspective, this is very important to have the ability to for the customer innovation. Whether we are able to enter in a new market, or whether we are bringing in new customers in our business portfolio. Then to do this strategy execution or transformation, we need people and we need culture. And from this people and culture, it comes with the leadership, and also the execution excellence. If you don't have good people and good culture, you cannot have execution excellence. And how you will know that you have good people and good culture, and if you have execution excellence? This goes through this test called trust. If you can measure trust in the organization, then you can understand whether you have the right people in the organization, or you don't have enough right people, or you have some wrong people in the organization. So basically, this is the transformation canvas I developed to help organization to transform their organization. If you see, the most important part in any organization is building trust. So this is, you can, I invite all of you, because I shared this idea in my YouTube channels, but I shared this with some audiences. I have a plan to come up with some write-ups with this, or some small books in future.
I think yes. I think you need to write it because you have a good thought process for business transformation canvas. Okay, so that your thought process, either you write it as a form of an article or as a form of a book. Okay, so I think the best way is to write up an article first, then you expand it with the case studies. So that will be fantastic.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your valuable input.
Yeah, please proceed, sir.
Oh yeah. Then this is I'm sharing this because you can also use, or what I say, you can use in two perspectives. Number one, you can have a transformation roadmap, and also you can check, you can test whether your strategy execution plan missing anything or not. You can see if one element is missing, that there will be a problem. If organization lacks trust, I would say I have seen organization lacks trust. Even department to department, they don't trust each other, and they work on a very isolated way. And that is a big problem. And for this trust building, I always recommend again the Speed of Trust, the book called Speed of Trust by probably Covey, Sean Covey, not Amar Covey or someone. So you can read that book also, and That will help you to build trust in the organization. So this is the business transformation canvas. So I will show another part, because you all have seen strategy map. So I have developed another concept. Strategy map will be there, but to extend from that strategy map, I have developed another one-page strategy master kind of thing. Or let me show you. You can see this. It is just let me show you. The discipline, innovation, excellence is a strategy for every person in the organization. So for the people of the organization, they have three strategy. I would say, you can say it values, whatever it is, but there are strategies for every individual in the organization. Uh, if you want to achieve this 5 years goal, or if you want to achieve something, achieve a dream from the perspective of organization, everyone in the organization must seek to these three elements. One is they must be disciplined in their thoughts, in their execution, in their operation, in every activities. They try to be innovative wherever possible, and they try to look for excellence. This is the values, or you can say this is individual strategy. Why I'm coming with this individual strategy? Let me just go back to again 2001 when I joined Novartis, and I came to know about the strategy and strategy map, balance scorecard. So I thought, what should be my own personal strategy? That time I set a personal strategy for me, that I want to be multifunctional. I will not be a person master only in finance. So that from that strategy, I get into marketing, I get into supply chain, HR, and different functions. My strategy as a strategy consultant, that I am a multifunctional. So for the employees of the organization, they all must have this strategy. They must aim for discipline, innovation, and excellence. Then let me show you from the bottom. Basically, I'm sharing from the bottom. You see there is a high performance. It is part of that. It is the HR strategy. The high trust culture. It is the internal control strategy. You see, SCM is a competitive advantage. The supply chain strategy. Sorry, it is not coming serial. Sorry. Then the organization vision is to become 1 billion company, authentic and advanced company by 2024, because I built that this thing on in 2019. So this is 5 years. They wanted to be the number 1 billion authentic and advanced company by 2024. Then you see this is the from the main balance scorecard strategic map. You see the quality. Theme number 1 is the quality product, then market dominance, then operational excellence, growth, innovation, and customer delight. So these 5 on the top of the page, you see this is our core strategy in terms of, and in the bottom we can see the functional strategy. So this one page basically gives a holistic idea of the organization, and this you can also use this whenever you because you see you will have a different strategy map for HR. The vision of HR to go to become a high performance organization. You can the internal control function, they can drive for a aim for a high trust culture and business through finance excellence. This is the goal for the finance team, and this is the goal for the supply chain team. You see, this is a complete picture. You have your vision, you have your strategic themes, and you have your functional thing, and also you have values inside. So this is a map I just shared, and I hope this will add value whatever we learned during the last 2 days. So again, this is a second thank you The second thank you. Let me go to the next slide. So very roughly, I will share 5 reasons for business or strategic transformation failure. Number one, failure to set a standard of business. Again, failure to set a standard of business. Someone asking during the session, why should I have a target 3 times or 4 times or 5 times? What based on what will set the target? So my point is, the first you set the business standard, and then you come up with the analysis, you come up with the data, the target. So you must set a standard of business. Especially it includes the business standard, it includes the performance standard, it includes people standard, what kind of people, what will be the performance standard, what level you want your people to operate, and what kind of people intakes from universities or other institutions you will hire, whether you will hire the top person or not. So we fail in those areas, and then we fail to develop a service standard. So this failure actually leads to strategic transformation failure. But my second point is failure to set a strategy. Why I'm coming up with this? Because sometimes we don't understand what a strategy really is. That's why balance scorecard or strategy map give us a different perspective. So why? And our strategy must include few elements. Number one, the seasonal variations. I see normally the entrepreneurs, they get frustrated during the season, the off season. So our strategy must include this variation, and it must address the competition. It must address the changes it will require in future, and it must have a strategy how we will deal with poor performance and how we will do manage the business risk. So from those, if we include those perspectives in our strategy, that will protect us to the failure from for the strategic transformation thing. And the next one is the third reason for failure to execution or transformation is leadership development. Leader development. If we fail to develop leader, if we fail to grow leaders in the organization, that leads to failure in strategic transformation. And number four, empowerment. Sometimes we we plan a strategy and we hire leaders, but we don't give them enough authority to execute. That's why empowerment is the fourth element. And finally, as I said before, the serial entrepreneur phenomenon. The serial entrepreneur phenomenon, going business to business without basically achieving excellence in one business, we are going to another business. That is a kind of disease I have seen in especially in our country, and in different areas, and it is our responsibility to make the entrepreneurs to understand this is not a good thing. And I've seen actually very sad to say the big organizations in Bangladesh, they are not stepping up because of this thing, because the serial entrepreneur mindset. uh, I say in a different way, from the leadership perspective, somebody did not muster to run a business, he become a group head. He could not run a single business, but he then come up with a multiple businesses, and he wanted to run 4, 5, 6, 10, 20 businesses. And this is a big problem, and we need to make those leaders understand this moving from leading a business to a group of business is different. Moving from a function to leading business is different. It requires skills, it requires a different values, and it requires a different time application. And it is that's why if we cannot make them understand the impact of those things for strategy execution, we will not be able to deliver the expected results the entrepreneurs, the business owners basically expect from us. So this was my probably sorry, this is my last slide. The last before ending, I want to share another thing. Probably I share this thing is LinkedIn. I try to write something in LinkedIn. So what are the leadership approaches? How we can be leader? I have listed 10. I just quickly share. We can build leadership by developing competency and character. Second, we can build leadership by developing or inculcate good habits. We can build leadership by leadership DNA. I mean the functional thing. DNA means you have to be a leader. You have to understand strategy, finance, HR, marketing, supply chain. This is called leadership DNA. And number 4, leadership is a journey pipeline that I shared today as my core topics. Leadership pipeline is a journey. You start from bottom and by learning new skills, habits, you grow up. And finally, number 5 is leadership process. Leadership is a process. So in the process, you take new tasks, new projects, and you engage executing those small projects. And by delivering those projects, you become a leader one day. So the more exposure you can give your young leaders, if they can get exposed to new projects, they will become one day a great leader. That is part of the process. And situational leadership, I will not elaborate because this is a world class. This is a world class concept. Situational leadership, and you can have a course on it, or you can read and learn. This is a very simple idea. Different folks, different strokes. This is a very simple idea. If you can apply, you can maximize your productivity and leadership skill. Then, not least the level 5 leadership. If we can, one of the highly recommended book from my side is Good to Great by Jim Collins. In Good to Great, Jim Collins explains kind of leadership which is level 5 leadership. So this is also another perspective. I recommend people to read this book. Excellent, timeless book, I would say. Then number 9 is leadership by strategy execution. That is our core subject. And finally, leadership excellence. One thing I must say for leadership excellence, it is the core sense in terms of leadership excellence. It calls cross training. If you are a finance people, train yourself in marketing. If you are a HR people, train yourself in finance. So the more discipline, if you can cross train yourself with other disciplines, this will help you to become a great business leader one day, inshallah. So that's my session, and this is the third thank you. And I'd love to hear from the audience if you have any questions or any discussion. I'd love to share with you.
So fantastic session, Sarji. Thank you very much. I really like the concept of trust. So I think you mentioned it upfront. I think people are not talking about it directly. Maybe they talk about indirectly by saying that resistance. Maybe they're talking about culture, change management. Actually, it's a direct term is a trust. Okay, so you hit the nail. Okay, so each department in organization or each business unit, they don't trust other people. So that creates a problem. And your business transformation canvas, that is something which is very interesting. Okay, so which you covered it, majority part of and you made it simple also to make the business people understand very easily instead of making too many things. So you just summarized into in a sequence of interconnected things. So that is fantastic. I think that's a great thing. So how is the strategy management process is going on in Bangladesh? You said that they're not very
few. Very few. One of the professor in Bangladesh I would say he is taking it to a different level because he is teaching strategy in Institute of Business Administration. I must say his name, Saif Numan Khan. He is taking this strategy management in different level. Also, there are few other consultants. They are doing good. One of is his name is Mustafa. He actually he's a certified balance scorecard or KPI certified person in Bangladesh. And otherwise, you see the MNCs, they go for the multinational consultants, a different perspective. And for local companies, it is not that prominent yet. And people are looking for us. Actually, it is very untapped market in terms of promotion. We could not make it popular in our country, and that's why it is. We are trying to do it, but from the front, there are 2% in Bangladesh doing it. But it's very difficult to convince those first generation or second generation entrepreneurs in Bangladesh.
That's because they want to have a complete control. They don't want to disclose everything. So
yeah,
they want to think, and everybody else wants to work. So yeah, that is
one of the biggest challenges. They ask me, they are very afraid of confidentiality, and they don't want to let their department people know about their strategy. And you see, this is kind of a finance-driven market. Finance-driven market. They're very conservative. They are very what I say. They are maintaining a secrecy. When I ask, "Do you have a strategy?" It is in our chairman's head. It is very secret. We cannot share this.
Yeah, if you don't communicate, it's very hard for you to scale up, to plan a succession planning. You cannot develop leadership if you don't communicate strategies. It's very difficult to build the hierarchies. And because it's one person cannot do all the things. So you need to have the leadership team who take responsibility. As you said, discipline. Okay, leadership
Right.
is a discipline. That's I really liked it. So you need to have that discipline to execute things. That's a great one. And you also referred some very critical books like Crude to Great. Okay, and of course you talk about Kaplan and Norton books. So that's fantastic, sir. So any final thoughts from your side?
So thank you. Sorry, I
Any final thoughts? So what is the key takeaways?
if you ask me, I want to share one additional point. So as you see, culture is the main thing. So how we can impact the culture? We can impact culture by I just listed on my note the 7 things. Number 1, by having and sharing the mission of the organization and vision of the organization. Number 1 is mission. Number 2, vision. Number 3 is values and mindsets. It is very important to impact culture by developing values and mindsets. Number 4, discipline, as I mentioned before. And number 5, performance and competency. Number 6 is it is called it is called reward and incentives. That point we have covered today. Reward and incentives. And number 7 is festivals and celebrations. Or we must have a culture of celebrating small wins. That helps. If you start celebrating small wins, that will certainly impact your culture. So that is from my side, the additional thoughts on today. And if any questions there, I will try to answer.
Fantastic, sir. I think that's a fantastic topic you raised. Celebrations. I think it's almost always underestimated by many companies. I think even everybody wants to celebrate, but they don't celebrate. That's a problem. So that's where your team building skills, communication, change, culture, everything is getting affected. That's fantastic point, sir. Okay, so I think we have a very fantastic session today. Okay, so thank you very much for joining, and
Thank
the
you very
session
much.
is recorded. With your permission, our organizers will reach you to share your presentation again, what you want to share with the team, and what is the video. So before sharing, they will take your consent. Okay. So after that, you know,
Thank you
they've
very
just
much.
so much,
Thank you.
because
So I
there are
would
so
like to
many.
have the record.
Yeah, they will put it.
My special thank you for you, because you connected me with this platform, and it is really my pleasure to be a speaker from Bangladesh. Probably in this two occasion, probably from Bangladesh, only me shared anything.
You're the only one. Yeah. So thank you for joining,
Thank you.
and I'm very happy that you presented a very nice one. Okay, so look forward for more collaborations, inshallah. So I
Sure,
wish you good
sure.
luck, sir.
Thank you
Thank
very
you very
much.
much, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Salam. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, participants. So we had registered participants over 1,000 for day one, and almost over 1,000 for day two. And many attendees have made it with a long stretch. So I humbly, deep from bottom of my heart, on behalf of Fruit Strategy team, Data Labs team, I sincere thanks to all participants who spent time. Sincere thanks to the speakers. They spend a very nice presentations, and they spend time and collaborating, dedicating time for preparations and presenting it without expecting anything. And this is a free event, and all the speakers presented it voluntarily, and this is something great achievement, I can say. So getting a 20 speakers of this caliber to a platform to help organizations to promote strategy management as a practice, and with the only intention to help the organizations, is something remarkable. So I sincerely appreciate each and every speaker. Just to give you names, okay, I'll just read the names just for the sake of record. So we had day one speakers, Mr. Mihai Ionescu, the Khalid Noor, and then Dr. Hussam Abu Hamara, Dr. Mohan Kancharla, okay, so Mr. Alex Goma, Sheikh Abdul Qadir, myself, I gave one lecture, Mr. Freddy Alejandro, Mr. Rajesh Tetla, Mr. Renan Gonzalez, Mr. Suresh Kavali in the day one. So these 10 speakers had delivered fantastic lectures in the day one. So all these will be made available to the audience to consume in future whenever they want to have it, because it's not possible for somebody to attend the whole day and listen to the presentations. It's not really possible. with the busy schedules. And so in the day 2, so we had Mr. Gopal Sharma, Mr. Alan Fell, Muhammad Sheikh, and then Mr. Tansir Kunjan. We had Alexander Borg. We had Andrew Constable. So we had Sheikh Muhammad Salman. And then we had Gary Kokins, Mr. Srinivasan, and then Mr. Muhammad Abdul Ali Munshi. So, so these are the 10 speakers for the day 2. So we had around maybe 12 countries covered. So which includes Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, of course, Saudi Arabia. So we had from Romania, UK, Morocco, Nigeria, and whatnot. So we have around 20 US. So there are a couple of lectures from United States. We had from Central America. Okay. So we have, of course, different parts of the Europe. So at least like 12 to 13 countries speakers were presented today, and very diversified participants who registered and also attended. And many suggested us that they will watch videos and they will pose questions to individuals. So what we do is we prepare all these video. It's already available in the YouTube for day 1 and day 2. We made it public, and then we just try to cut into individual presentations along with the presentation, attach with, of course, with the consent from individual speakers, and make it available in our website and share the links in the brochures. So again, I'll just tell you that the main intention of this Global Strategy Execution Summit is to bring the strategy experts, practitioners, managers, and users the best practices. So connect them to the organizations who need help. Okay, that's what we try to help. And I sincerely believe that many people will get benefit of this. Those as the businesses now need a lot of help in the dynamic business environment, where they need to have some kind of support directly or indirectly. And then each company cannot go and find a right consultant on their own. They cannot spend. They may not be able to know what they needed, or what could, and they may not be afford. So this through this event, so we have a very good opportunity to look for people, experts. Of course, I don't need to tell. Once you listen, you know what kind of caliber each speaker has and who can help you. We wish you good luck, and we always support you. And finally, I would like to say that Fru Strategy is designed and developed by Data Labs India. It's a very most comprehensive strategy execution platform at the moment. So everything right from strategy planning to strategy formulation, strategy translation, execution, and also reviews, and also organizational transformation, which includes the business process excellence, industry best practices. Okay, so organizational alignment, and also we cover the project management office, enterprise resource planning, project management office, and risk management and compliance management, to name it, everything. So all what is required for a successful strategy transformation is supported by Fru Strategy. Of course, with all your support, the product keep on upgrading, and we will be happy to support you in whatever way possible. And then please stay tuned with Data Labs India. Please follow. We keep bringing best practices to you, to the organizations. We will have multiple sessions as we go on. Maybe little shorter ones, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours ones, because having this is not possible every in a regular intervals. Maybe after 6 months we will have edition 3. At that time, maybe we will have a 3 days or 4 days strategy festival to do that with maybe 30-40 very nice speakers and maybe with multiple slots for individuals who can help you. And with this, I take an opportunity to thank the organizers of Data Labs India, Kuldeep and his team. So thank you very much, Kuldeep, for your hard work and dedicated and timely effort. Of course, I would like to also apologize participants because we had some glitches today, unfortunately. Especially there is a technical issues which we did not know. We thought StreamYard is one of the best suited for our needs, but it has its own difficulties. So next time when we do it, then we will try to stick to a better platform, and inshallah. So look forward for you to meet again and have a very successful future events. So thank you very much, and all the best to you, and have a nice time, nice weekend. So with this note, I take your permission to conclude the program. So thank you very much, and all the best to you. Thank you. Thank you very much.